Eternal Hearts.
Written by Edith Byrd and published by Starfall Publications. Available on our website and on Amazon. Save more with our bundles. Enjoy.
Prologue. 1800. Isla 8 years of age. Isla curtsied prettily to the hostess. She was quite the prettiest lady Isla had ever seen, perhaps even prettier than her mother. Her mother brought Emily forward, and Emily curtsied as well. Then, a tall, solemn-faced butler escorted them into a big room that was decorated with paper streamers and flowers. It seemed to Isla that the room was filled with rows and rows of tables covered with crisp white tablecloths. The butler seated them at a table just across a space from a large table where stacks of brightly wrapped packages were piled up like a mountain. A painted picture of a grown-up lady with a crown on her head stood behind it. To the 8-year-old Isla, it seemed as if they had arrived in fairyland, just like in one of her books. "Go, put the gifts on the table," her mother said. "They will be sent to the palace to be opened." "Why are we giving gifts?" Isla asked. Emily nodded, showing that she was curious too. "Because it is the Queen's birthday. See her picture over there." "But why is she not here?" Emily asked. "Because she is too busy and cannot attend every party given in her honour," their mother replied. "So, there is a picture to show that she is officially in attendance, even if she cannot be here in person. Go on, put the gifts on the table." Isla was not sure what was in the packages. Each one was very small. The one she carried felt like carved wood through the cloth wrapping. She placed her gift on the table, then helped Emily, who was too short to see up over the edge. "On behalf of Her Majesty, thank you," the butler intoned, as if he had already said those words many times that day. "Now, let me show these young ladies to the children's table where appropriate refreshment will be served." Isla and Emily were ushered into a smaller, but still festive room where some young ladies and gentlemen were already seated in child-sized chairs. The butler led them to 2 empty chairs, one next to a tall boy who sat at the head of the table, one beside a boy who appeared to be a year or 2 younger than the young gentleman at the head of the table. "Allow me to present Lady Isla and Lady Emily," the butler said solemnly. "Your hosts are Lord Oscar and Lord Damien." "Very pleased to meet you," Oscar said solemnly. His brother just stared at them owlishly. Soon, the table began filling up with other children. With each addition, the butler repeated the ceremony. "Why does he keep doing that?" Isla asked the tall boy, Lord Oscar. "So that we shall all have been properly introduced and may speak to one another," he replied. "It would be extremely awkward to sit at a table with people to whom one has not been introduced." "Oh." Isla thought about that for a moment. "Why don't we each just say our names to each other?" Lord Damien, seated on the other side of her, commented, "Because then we could not properly practice being seen and not heard. It is important to be seen, but not heard. That is what the grown-ups all say." "Damien," Lord Oscar warned, "you know what Father said." "Not one more word," Lord Damien said. He mimed locking his mouth and throwing away a key. Then he was silent. Isla puzzled over these strange ideas. She had never been formally introduced to anyone before, and was not certain what she was now supposed to do. She had heard grown-ups say often enough that children should be seen and not heard, but there were no grown-ups in the room to see or hear them. Emily must have been just as puzzled, for she peered at her around the now silent Lord Damien. Isla gave her a slight nod, then turned to Lord Oscar. She studied him for a moment. He was quite handsome, almost as handsome as the blacksmith's son, but a lot skinnier. He had a kind mouth, the sort that would smile at a joke, but not because someone had gotten hurt. "I wonder what he likes to do." Unable to be still for another minute, Isla asked, "What do you like to do when you are not being quiet?" Mostly, I am quiet, Oscar replied. I have to set a good example for my younger brother Damien. I like to play chess and cribbage. Do you know what those are, Lady Isla? Isla nodded. I know what chess is. Father plays it with Duke Henry when he comes to visit. Do you know Duke Henry? Of course, Oscar said, sounding surprised. He is my father. My mother is hosting this party. Father is ever so good at chess, so we do not play often. He says my moves make him wince, so mostly we play cribbage. Do you know how to play cribbage? No, Isla said, but I think I would like to learn. Tell me about how you play. Warming to a topic with which he was familiar, Oscar described the cribbage board, the card plays, and how the little pegs were moved around the board to keep score. That does sound fun, Isla said enthusiastically. What do you do when you are not attending parties? Oscar asked. I play pretend with my sister Emily. She's the one sitting on the other side of your brother, the one who locked up his mouth and is not talking. Oscar hid a laugh behind his hand. That is because when Damien starts talking, he just does not stop. He talks to me, to his carved animals, to his toy soldiers, to just about everything. At this, Damien made a mock angry face at his brother and drew a finger across his throat, then stuck his nose up in the air while crossing his arms. That made both Isla and Emily laugh, and some of the children seated around them as well. I know, Isla exclaimed. Instead of sitting here being bored, let's take turns trying to make everyone laugh. Since we don't have a nice pegboard like for cribbage, we can keep score by saying it out loud each time we take a turn. If you manage not to laugh, then you are the next person to try to make everyone else laugh. All of the children thought this was an excellent idea and were soon taking turns trying to tell jokes, making faces, standing up behind their chairs and sometimes even on their chairs to act out funny events. They were all having a grand time, laughing uproariously, so it did not take long for most of them to be relegated to the sidelines. Very soon, it was only Isla and Oscar who had managed to remain solemn throughout. The two of them stared at each other gravely, each trying to think of some way to make the other laugh. Before they could try any ideas, the butler ushered in the serving staff who were carrying an enormous plum pudding that was aflame, just as if it were Christmas, as well as trays of tiny dishes of some other sort of dessert. There was a general pause in the merriment while the refreshments went around, and the servers filled the children's glasses with a brightly coloured drink. Isla started to taste her drink, then noticed that everyone else was sitting still, not eating or drinking anything. Oscar stood up and gave what was clearly a rehearsed speech. It was ending with, "And we thank God, our King and our beloved Queen, whose birthday we are celebrating, as well as my father and mother, for bringing us together for this delicious food. There are little prizes in the slices of pudding, so check each bite before you swallow. The person who finds the small crown can ask for one favour from me." Then he sat down and took a sip of his drink. Then Isla knew that it was all right to have a sip, and was pleased to discover that the drink was a mixture of fresh apple and grape juice. She then followed Oscar's example of carefully breaking the pudding slice into tiny bits before putting any of it in her mouth. All around the table, the other children were doing likewise. The pudding was delicious, and it was so tempting just to pick it up and take a big bite, but very soon Isla was glad she had not. Embedded nearly in the very centre of the slice was a tiny silver crown. "I have it," she crowed happily. "Splendid," Oscar said. Isla thought he looked relieved that none of the other guests would claim a boon from him, although lesser prizes were being found, and the finders were rewarded with small toys, bags of nuts and sweets, and similar items. "What boon will you claim from me?" Oscar asked. Isla looked him over carefully. Then she examined him again. "I would like you to teach me how to play cribbage," she said. "I cannot do that today," Oscar said. "I do not have a board or cards." "Ask your father to bring you to visit," Isla suggested. I think we should learn more about each other now we have been formally introduced." The entire room became so still you could have heard a pin drop. "I think he will bring me to visit if I ask him nicely, and explain that it is a party boon," Oscar replied thoughtfully. "But why do you particularly want to play cribbage?" "Because it is your favourite game," Isla said calmly. "It is, but why would you want to learn it?" Oscar regarded her steadily but seemed a little confused. "Because," Isla said slowly and very clearly, as if explaining to a small child, "one day you will be my husband, and I want to know everything you like and everything you want, so I can be the best wife in all the world to you. We will be equals and partners in all that we do." There was a sort of universal gasp among the serving staff, who were the only adults in the room. One of them turned his head aside and coughed, stifling it with his hand. His cough sounded suspiciously like a laugh. "Oh," Oscar blinked a few times, then he said, "I guess I can teach you to play cribbage. Is that all you want for your crown?" "Well," Isla said artlessly, "I would like a kiss to seal the bargain." She puckered up her lips and leaned towards Oscar. He laughed, turning a bit red, but he then leaned over and touched his lips to hers. The other children clapped and cheered as if it was the best show they had ever seen. Isla, who had been observing which parts of the pudding Oscar was eating as he crumbled it apart, picked up a nut meat and held it against his lips. Solemnly, he ate it. Then he returned the favour by feeding her a bit of citron. "Did you mean it when you said I will be your husband?" Isla nodded solemnly. "It is something I think I know," she said. "You are the handsomest young gentleman I have ever seen. You are taller than me, you know how to laugh, and you take care of your brother. I know how to laugh, and I take care of my sister. You and I, we should be together. We fit." Oscar seemed to think about that for a minute. "You know, I think you are right. We fit together very well." Later that night, when her mother came to kiss her goodnight and tuck her in, Isla said, "I am going to marry Oscar." "Are you, my dear?" her mother said fondly. "That is a very interesting plan. But you know that many things can change between when you are 8 years old and when you are old enough to marry." "I know that," Isla said a little scornfully. "But this is not one of those things. Oscar is my future husband. I know it." "Very well, my dear," her mother said solemnly. "I shall be sure to tell your father so that he knows it too. It is important that everyone knows these things, so we all work together to make them happen." "Thank you, Mother," Isla said, cuddling down in the blankets. "Would you like to hear my prayers now?" "I would," Isla's mother assured her. Isla sat up in bed, then solemnly folded her hands together in front of her, closed her eyes tight, and began to pray. "Thank you, dear God, for my mother and my father, and for my little sister, Emily. Thank you for the King and Queen, and the Queen's wonderful birthday party. Especially thank you for me getting to meet Oscar and his brother Damien, and all of the other people at the party. Please keep everyone safe and well, and make sure that Oscar remembers we are going to be married. Amen." Her mother laughed. "That was a very curious prayer, my sweet. How fortunate it is that Oscar's mother and I are dear friends, and your father, Duke Edmund, and Duke Henry are also friends. It is even more fortunate for your plan that our London estates are side by side so you can all play together. What lovely, comfortable years we have ahead of us." Chapter 1. 1810. Oscar, 20 years of age, Lord Underwood's dining hall. "Just look at those rags she is wearing," Damien, aged 4 and 10, declared, in a well-modulated, carrying voice that could be heard throughout the dining hall at Underwood. "That pink underdress, viewed through all those uneven layers, makes her look as if she were naked, and robbed a tomb to cover herself. Why, I do not think that a day-old corpse from the battlefield would be caught wearing that conglomerate of fishnet. Oscar kicked his brother's ankle under the dining table and shushed him, but it was far too late. The damage had already been done. Lady Underwood threw down her napkin and fled from the table, trailing some unfortunate bits of lace. They were, indeed, coming unravelled from the extravagant gown that was made of layers and layers of filmy stuff studded with embroidered flowers and glass beads. Lord Underwood rose from his place at the head of the table and advanced upon them, striding down the side of the table like an avenging god. "What is the meaning of this?" his big voice grumbled, filling the hall even more than had Damien's well-modulated remarks. "Your wife is gowned in fishnet that was unravelling with every step, my lord. Surely you had noticed. And all those glass beads and bits of gilt." Damien paused and shook his head. "Why, a mummy from Egypt could not have been decked out in greater finery over the top of its grave wrappings. I am amazed that an influential man like yourself would let his wife go about in such a scandalously thin fabric, certain to ravel and leave her without covering." All of this tumbled out of Damien's mouth before Oscar could nip around his seat, companion at the table, and clamp his hand firmly over Damien's mouth. "My apologies, Lord Underwood. Sometimes the wine disables his mental control, and he says whatever comes into his head. He is quite an amiable fellow, my brother, and keen of wit when he has not had any wine." Oscar tried to keep a firm grip on his younger brother, although Damien was doing his best to dislodge the hand across his mouth. "I will take him out, Lord Underwood. If you would be so kind as to assist with the chair." Lord Underwood immediately understood Oscar's difficulty. "Gladly," he said, grim menace colouring his tone as he pulled out the heavy dining chair. He then motioned for 2 stalwart footmen to come up alongside them, in case Oscar needed further assistance with Damien. Oscar's brother, however, relaxed in his grip as soon as it was clear that they were leaving. Lord Underwood ushered them to the door. The footman punctiliously opened it for them and continued on with Oscar and Damien down to where some thoughtful person had caused the Faintham carriage to be brought around. Oscar Smith gripped Damien's shoulder firmly as he helped him into the carriage. The tight grip was as much to keep him from bolting as it was to assist him with his balance. As soon as the younger man was in and seated, Oscar stepped quickly into the carriage, ignoring the steps, leaving the footman to fold them up and close the door behind them. As soon as the door was securely bolted, he said, "I thought I told you to leave the wine alone." What was I to drink? The water. There was no tea, and the coffee was thick as treacle. Anyway, I only had a sip, and wine has no effect on me anyway. "Then why?" "Gods, brother," Damien burst out, "did you see what she was wearing? She had dags over dags, and not a bit of it woven thicker than a fisherman's net. You could scarcely call it a gown. Describing it as battlefield rags was generous." Oscar groaned. "Be that as it may, did you have to say it? Could you not have waited? We could have had a good laugh over it later. But no, you have to blurt out your opinion in front of everyone. Now we will never be welcomed back at the Underwoods." Damien snorted. "Small loss. I did not want to go there in the first place." "Damien, you know how I had hoped for this contact. Now it is completely destroyed. I had hoped to get into Prinny's crowd. I'm telling you, Oscar, you don't want to be part of that. Prinny is on a one-way shoot to—" "Damien, do not say that. It can be interpreted as treason, or worse yet, get you a room in Bedlam." "Fustian," Damien snapped. "They cannot put me away just for speaking out." "When you carry on like a madman, they certainly can. Damien, how can I protect you when you act like this?" "Well, pardon me for expressing my opinion. I will go into my suite and remain there for the rest of my natural life, and you will not have to be bothered with me ever again. You need not find a wife for me, or a position, or a competency, or whatever else you have in mind. I do not want to be a soldier, or a priest, or a lawyer, or... Damien, Oscar groaned. I do not want you to be any of those things. I just want you to be my brother, living here on the estate just as you always have. But you make it exceptionally hard to keep you safe when you burst out like you did at dinner. I will never say another word, Damien declared. Not another single utterance shall pass my lips. I have locked them like the stoutest fortress, the bastion of... Oscar leaned his face into his hands while his brother's voice ran over all the different ways he would not say anything at all ever again. He loved his baby brother with all his heart, but somehow his brain and his mouth were wired in such a way that whatever thought came into his head, that thought popped out of his mouth, and he frequently thought a great deal. In many ways, Damien was brilliant, but there was no way to rein in his verbiage once the flood began. Outside the carriage, a bolt of lightning split the sky, and the clouds opened up and seemed to pour. It seemed that nature was providing another sort of flood, almost as if it was warning of some impending doom. Oscar's thoughts turned inward. The rain on the carriage roof and his brother's words blended together. They were creating a special world where he travelled back in time to the years when he, Damien, and the Jenkinson girls had played in the wood that spanned the back of both estates. For a moment he was 10 years old again, running hand in hand with 8-year-old Isla, knowing that they were all going to catch it for coming in soaking wet. Another bolt of lightning shook him from his reverie, jolting him back into awareness of the swaying carriage. Oscar realised that Damien's voice had stopped. Alarmed, Oscar looked over at his brother. Then he smiled. Damien was fast asleep. The worst was over, and he would awake, apologetic and gentle once again. Unfortunately, the outbursts were occurring more and more often. Oscar worried that the increased frequency and violence of the floods of verbiage might presage something worse. The manor house was quiet when Oscar and Damien returned. Ah, good. We can just slip in. Oscar glanced at the giant clock in the hall. Not quite midnight. We have escaped notice. Oscar's hopes were dashed when his father, Henry Smith, Duke of Faintham, stepped to the door of the front parlour. There you are, my sons. How was the dinner at the Underwoods? Excellent, father. They are trying out a new kind of wine. The Duke of Faintham frowned. I hope you did not allow Damien to taste any? Of course not, father. We both know better. It was sour and nasty, even well-watered, father, Damien burst out, and Lady Underwood was wearing a gown that would have done well to have graced a day-old corpse on the battlefield. It was layers upon layers of daggered lace. I told them what I thought of it, and we shall probably never be welcome there again. Oscar kicked Damien in the ankle and muttered, Keep mum, and let me handle this. Ow, Damien responded. Why did you kick me? Is this true, Oscar? Duke Henry asked. I am afraid so, father, Oscar responded. I got him out of there as quickly as I could without giving complete offence. Even so, Lord Underwood accompanied us to the front hall and told me not to bring Damien back to any gathering at his house again. He found his candid response inappropriate and disrespectful to the lady of the house. Their father regarded the two young gentlemen for a moment. Then he asked, Was she dressed in rags? At this point, Oscar lost control of his facade of calm and nearly grinned. Oh, father, you should have seen it. Layers upon layers of that new machine-made lace, with every layer jagged and pointed like some medieval knight's surcoat. She fluttered when she moved, and where she did not flutter, she twinkled with tiny bits of cut glass. It was the epitome of bad taste. Moreover, the stuff was ravelling off her body with every step she took. Duke Henry began to laugh, and the brothers relaxed slightly. Not out of the wood yet, but perhaps not completely fallen into the quagmire. Now, if we can only continue to keep him amused. Oscar's relief was short-lived, however, when his father gestured to the door behind him. "Come into the parlour, and let us discuss it in private, rather than here in the hall where there are hundreds of listening ears." This last was something of an exaggeration. The Faintham manor only employed 30 servants, most of whom would be abed at this hour. Still, the front hall footman, who was on duty that night, had a reputation for spreading gossip, a trait that might soon cost him his post, and they should say nothing before him that they did not want, shared all over the countryside. When the heavy door was safely closed behind them, the Duke turned upon them, fury showing clearly on his face. "Why did you let him taste the wine? Oscar, you know that even the smallest drop lowers Damien's guard to the point that he cannot control himself. And you, Damien, you know that wine loosens your tongue to the point of babbling. Do you know how long I wooed Underwood to get that invitation for the two of you? He has 3 daughters, any one of whom would make a fine wife, as well as the connections to the crown prince that you are so fervently seeking, Oscar. You know that even though he is affectionately known as Prinny, his crowd is quite exclusive and it is difficult to get in. Now it is all wasted, all for naught." Their father waved his hands as if tossing something into the air where it would disappear. "And you wonder where Damien gets his wayward tongue," Oscar thought. But outwardly he kept still, maintaining a politely blank expression in the face of his father's tirade. "When your mother died of smallpox, the bottom dropped out of my world. But I could not follow her into the grave as a proper, love-lorn swain, because I had the two of you to care for. You were away at school, Oscar, and I had sent Damien to my sister as soon as the disease was reported to be in the village. I told my wife she should not go there, but she felt she had to act the lady of the manor and go about among the poor. Who knows which benighted soul touched her and gave her the pox? I could have burned the entire village for the offence, but I refrained. I merely put the infected family out into the snow and burned the house where the contagion originated. Why God should allow such folk to live is beyond me." Damien opened his mouth to speak, but Oscar kicked him in the ankle again. He did not need his father and his brother arguing. If that started, they could probably go on well into the night. "The hours I have spent with the two of you," Duke Henry went on, "the days teaching you to ride." Oscar kept his face carefully blank. He distinctly remembered his mother slipping into the nursery surreptitiously to say goodnight to them, braving their father's wrath just to have a few moments to hear their prayers, and to see them off to sleep. Most of the time, the 2 young gentlemen had been given over to the care of nannies, footmen, and tutors. After their mother's death, the boys had been bereft of even that much parental comfort, as their father nightly drank himself into a stupor, before staggering off to bed, raving and wailing. Small wonder he attributed Damien's runaway tongue to wine. "It was not easy raising 2 boys on my own, without my beloved at my side. Well, what have you to say for yourselves, you ungrateful young thatch gallows?" "Father, you know it is not the wine that sets Damien off. His brain is just not quite right. Once he gets started," Oscar heard Damien open his mouth and once again kicked him in the ankle. "There is no stopping him from speaking until every syllable of the message he feels obliged to deliver is out in the open." "Improper tutelage, that's what," their father declared. "That, and your mother indulged him, saying he would grow out of it." "I say that it is a woeful lack of proper discipline. Clearly, I cannot trust the 2 of you to attend a simple dinner party without getting into trouble. I shall have to take Damien in hand myself, since you cannot keep him under control, Oscar. I cannot have a son of mine telling his hostess that she is clad in grave clothes. Yes, I had received the news before you returned home, for Lord Underwood sent on a missive by a mounted messenger, who quite outstripped the speed of our carriage. No, no. The Duke held his hand up, warding off any comment. My mind is quite made up. I shall take him in hand myself. You and I both know that he is simply imaginatively expressive, but he simply must learn to curb his tongue before it gets him into trouble. Father, you know that Damien has not been well since Mother's death. He should not be held accountable. Oscar's speech faltered and sputtered to a stop as he heard himself saying the very things that could get his brother sent to Bedlam. Duke Henry's face softened, almost to gentleness. I know, Oscar. Why do you think I will take him under my direction? You do your best, but you are not sufficiently schooled in the ways of society, and are too young to control your brother, and keep him from blurting out everything that is foremost in his thoughts. I shall endeavour to have better results, and to turn him into a proper gentleman who can successfully enter society. Starting tomorrow, we shall all dine at the same table. For tonight, get you both to bed. The hour is late, and learning will make better progress after a good night's sleep. With that, they were allowed to depart and go to their rooms. Chapter 2. 18. 10. Isla. Age 18. Early autumn. Breakfast at Glenwood Manor. Breakfast at Glenwood Manor was a festive, sumptuous affair. Isla hovered over Sophie, instructing her in the use of various pieces of cutlery, until Emily laughed at them both. Oh, for pity's sake, Isla, Sophie knows the difference between a demi-tasse spoon and a dessert spoon. She has been eating at this table since she needed to sit on the big dictionary in order to see over the edge. Why are you fussing at her now? It has occurred to me that even if we do not go about much, we might one day be invited to a sumptuous celebration feast, and I do not want her to have to worry about forks and spoons to avoid being laughed at. Emily is laughing at us now, Sophie pointed out, and so is Father. What? Lord Glenwood emerged from behind his newspaper, as if he had been paying no attention at all to his daughters, but the twinkle in his eye revealed that he had indeed been laughing. Did someone call on me? No, Father, go back to your newspaper, Emily replied. We did not mean to disturb you. Very well, carry on, he said, giving an airy wave with one hand. He took a moment to scoop up some eggs, deliberately using his cereal spoon, giving Emily a sly wink before returning to his newspaper. Better to have a sister point out our behaviour than some important lord or lady, Sophie, even though Father is deliberately trying to undermine my lesson. So now, what is the best way to discover the correct fork or spoon for a course? Isla quizzed her younger sister. Work from the outside in. If I am in doubt, wait for my hostess to take the first bite, which I should do anyway, and use the same utensil she uses. I can also observe the best way to eat something that is unfamiliar, so as not to make a major faux pas before the main course is served. The lesson in manners might have gone on longer, but there came a knock at the door, and without waiting for an invitation, Oscar strode in. He was looking remarkably fine, in fawn-coloured pantaloons, and a dark blue riding coat worn over a blindingly white linen shirt and an embroidered waistcoat. His cravat looked as if it had been carelessly knotted, but, in fact, was the third he had tried that morning, seeking to effect the indifferent style currently in favour. Oscar! Isla rose from where she was seated by Sophie and hurried toward him with her hand outstretched. Sophie smiled slyly at Emily and took advantage of the opportunity to dish herself some scrambled eggs and to snatch a blueberry muffin from the warming dish and proceeded to butter it using the meat knife. Isla noticed, but chose to ignore the little opportunist. Oscar took her hand and bowed low over it, lightly brushing it with his lips. Isla felt a shivery thrill run through her at the feel of his breath on the back of her hand. Even though she had played at being his princess, his queen, and sometimes his kidnapped victim in their various make-believes, she felt attuned to his touch as something new. Even when they had played at being rivals, and he had taught her how to fence using willow wands, she felt a deep pleasure in Oscar's company. He was her prince, and had been ever since she had been 10 years old. Oscar did not hold her hand for 1 second more than propriety allowed, although he surreptitiously gave her fingers a gentle squeeze. "Good morning, Your Grace," he said to Duke Glenwood. "What a pleasure," Isla interrupted before either her friend or her father could say more. "Do come in and have breakfast with us." "Gladly," Oscar said. "If it is all right with your father?" He shot a questioning glance toward the back of the newspaper. At the Duke's nod, Oscar added, "There is no one about at Faintham. I had hoped to catch you at home before you had your plan set for the day." Isla patted the chair beside her. "Come, sit here, and tell us what you had in mind." "I had hoped, that is, if it is all right with your father, I had hoped we might walk down to the big spring and back together." Sophie started to speak, but Emily lightly touched the back of her hand with one finger, and the lanky young lady went back to eating her eggs with more appetite than decorum. "Sophie, sit up straight and take small bites," Isla directed, although her attention was not on her sister. "I have no objection," Duke Edmund said from behind his newspaper. "Mind the footbridge. It is slippery this time of year." "I would be delighted," Isla replied to Oscar, almost before her father had spoken. Breakfast finished, Isla and Oscar departed from the manor house, using the small side door, just as they had done since they were children. As they stepped out into the crisp autumn air, Oscar offered his arm to Isla, and she tucked her hand into the crook of his elbow. "So, how was your dinner at Underwood?" Oscar groaned. "Is that being bruited about already?" Isla laughed gently. "You know what they say. Gossip travels at the speed of lightning. Official news travels like a snail. The Underwood's cook has a sister who is working here as an understairs maid, so my sisters and I heard all about it from our personal maid at first light this morning." Oscar chuckled ruefully. "The Backstairs Express. Army generals should employ it as a message service. So, what are they saying?" "Well," Isla replied, "rumour has it that Damien accused Lady Underwood of having robbed a mummy and used its wrappings as a gown, complete with bloodstains." "What did he really say, Oscar?" "You are close enough to the truth. He told Lady Underwood that her gown looked as if she had robbed a battlefield corpse. It was so full of holes, and that the gaudy glitter on it would have done well to clothe an Egyptian mummy. The lady took offence, and Lord Underwood escorted us from the premises with directions never to return." Isla laughed until tears ran down her face. "I've seen that gown. She is inordinately fond of it, and it is in the worst possible taste, especially since the underdress is pink silk, that is at least an inch too small all over. I can just hear Damien saying that." It does have its humorous aspects when you think about it. Unfortunately, Father was not terribly pleased because he had pulled in some favours to get us invited. "I had hoped," Isla sighed. "I know. You had hoped to get in with Prinny's crowd and to receive a prestigious appointment. In truth, Oscar, I am not sure the Underwoods have that sort of influence. Perhaps we can discover some other way for you to obtain a solid retainer." It was an opportunity completely lost, however, and goodness knows how I will wrangle an opportunity that serves even half as well. By then, they had reached the rustic bridge that spanned the small stream that ran from a spring above it. Charming split-log seats were situated on either side of the bridge so that weary foot travellers could pause and catch their breath before going on. Seated on one side, the view encompassed the widening stream as it flowed down into the mill pond. Seated on the other side, the view was of a narrow gorge, with a stream of bright water gushing down over limestone and plunging into a pool at the foot of a short cliff. From there, the water ran on down past a large patch of willows and into the pond that narrowed into the raceway that turned the mill wheel. Isla and Oscar chose to sit facing the cliff where they could watch the waterfall as it caught the morning sun. "It will come out all right," Isla said. "Lord Underwood is quick to anger, but equally quick to forgive. I would not be surprised if he sends you a note of apology for losing his temper this very day." "That could happen," Oscar said. "But what really worries me is Father. He says he has a plan that will curtail Damien's wild outbursts. 'Take him in hand personally,' was what he said. I can imagine nothing more dire, nor more likely to send Damien into one of his dismal moods." "Do you have any idea what he has in mind?" "Truly, I do not," Oscar replied. "That worries me. Sometimes Father's plans are precisely what is needed, but sometimes they go disastrously awry. I am sure you can manage whatever he should come up with, and keep Damien on a steady course. You always do." "I hope you're right," Oscar replied. "I truly do hope that you are right. Father seems to have taken up the notion that Mother spoiled Damien, whereas I can tell you that she scarcely had a chance to listen to our prayers. If anyone spoiled Damien, it was the succession of nurses and tutors who were enchanted by his charming good looks and his ability to come up with a funny phrase, no matter the occasion." "He did invent some truly amazing things," Isla agreed. "Do you remember all the things he pretended that the Minotaur roared out at Jason?" "I do indeed," Oscar said. "I got in trouble because the stable boy thought he was talking to him, and he reported all the things Damien was saying to the head stableman. The stableman then told my father that we were using bad language towards the servants, so we were both confined to our rooms for a week. Then Damien got the idea of cutting the bedsheets into strips and using them to climb down from the balcony outside our rooms. Only you did a poor job of tying the knots, and you fell the last 3 feet into the hedge. Thank goodness for that hedge. We got scrapes and bruises, but nothing broken, although the hedge has never quite been the same again." Isla laughed. "I remember because Emily and I helped bandage up the worst of your scrapes. Then we begged a lunch from the cook and went to the woods and played all day. Did you get sent to your room again?" "That part? I don't remember." "No, because Father was called to a special meeting of some sort and did not even notice we were not in our rooms. Our nursemaid of the time did not report the incident to him, so by the time he cleared up whatever it was, he had completely forgotten he had told us to stay in our rooms." "When I have children," Isla said, "I will always know where they are and what they are doing." "So shall I," Oscar agreed. "Our servants were and are kind, but it is not the same thing as having a mother who will look in on you." "No, it is not," Isla agreed. "Father is very good about breakfasting with us, but I have had to be a mother to Emily and Sophie. No doubt I shall turn into a stodgy old maid because of it." "Never say so," Oscar objected. "You are so lovely that swains will soon discover you and shall be beating a path to your door. I shall be hard-pressed to keep up with the competition." "Would it matter to you, Oscar?" Isla asked, flicking a flirtatious glance his way. "Oh, very much so. That is why I am going to great pains to fix your interest in me before the world has a chance to discover you," Oscar assured her. Then he made reference to their many pretends as children. "Who else would guard my castle while I am at war, or lift a shield at my side while we fight dragons?" "Why, I have no idea," Isla teased. "Surely there are many comely maidens out there in the world." "Perhaps, but there is only one for me, Isla. You are my one." Chapter 3. 1810. Oscar, 20 years of age, bridge between Glenwood and Faintham estates, upstream from the mill pond. Although Isla and Oscar sat a decorous distance from each other on the bench.
Before we continue into the story, do us a favor. Like this video and hit the subscribe button because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. If you want the audiobooks ads free, visit our website and select our bundles to save more. Thank you again. Now back to our story.
Oscar reached over and hooked his little finger around Isla's. They seemed to be alone, but they both knew that it was likely that one servant or another had been set to watch them. With their hands between them, no one could see that their hands were linked together and report them to their fathers. "I am so glad to have you in my life," Oscar said. "You are my island of calm in a troubled sea. I will always be part of your life. Even if we should be parted, all the times we have shared, both the good times and the bad, will always be woven into our lives. With our parents being friends, how could it be otherwise? How could we not be part of each other's lives?" "That is true," Oscar observed. "But I hope we will always be part of each other's lives, just as you promised me when we were scarcely more than children." "Always and forever, Oscar. You are my prince, my pirate chief, my rescuer, and my kidnapper, all rolled up into one person. I wonder if our parents ever felt like this? I never doubted that Mother and Father loved us, but I am not sure if they loved each other." "I will love you always and forever," Oscar said. "I do not think there is enough time and distance to change that, regardless of whatever else might come into our lives. But this is an odd time for us, growing out of childhood and newly becoming grown up. This is such a short time compared to what went before and what will come after. Who can truly say what tomorrow will bring?" "I suppose that is true," Isla returned. "But I do not think my feelings for you will ever change. I set my heart upon you when I was 8 years old, and I have not changed my mind. If you are not in my life, then I am likely to truly become a stodgy old maid looking after my sister's children. The other young men I have met seem callow and dull by comparison, with scarcely a thought beyond whether to have solid heels on their boots or to have them made of glass and filled with goldfish." "Poor goldfish," Oscar laughed. "I know just the fellow of whom you speak. I met him at a crush in London last week." "Did you really? I am amazed that you remember such things. I can scarcely connect names to faces after being stuffed into those hot rooms with a roaring fire, and so many people in them that one can scarcely move, let alone dance. How were you able to see his feet?" "Oh, I have no idea what the fellow's name might be. He was introduced to me, but I just as promptly forgot it. What I do recall is that he was so inordinately proud of those boots that he kept pulling his foot up in spite of the close-packed room just to show them off. I will own that, aside from the completely impractical heels, in which you could already see the poor fish gasping for air, they were a fine pair of boots." "Will you turn into such a silly fellow?" Isla asked. "I rather doubt it. Even after we are married and we have children, I suspect I shall still be much as I am." "And what are you?" Isla teased, leaning towards him a little. "A stodgy fellow who prefers cribbage to whist and solid leather boot heels to glass ones filled with fish. Anyway, I like my fish swimming in open water or properly cooked and on my plate." "And what will I be?" Isla asked softly, shifting slightly so that she could look up into Oscar's face. "You will be my beautiful love, my princess, my pirate queen, the guardian of my castle while I am away at war," Oscar said, adoration shining from him in waves so palpable he was sure that Isla felt it as the growing warmth from the morning sun. "Will I still be so after I have grown plump and dowdy from bearing children?" Isla quizzed him. "I cannot imagine you round and fat, but should you become so, then yes, I will still love you. We will not be the same as we are now, but I cannot imagine that we might forget one another. Besides, if you have grown chubby, then no doubt so will I. Isla giggled. I cannot imagine you gaining even a quarter stone, you are so long and lean. But I will love you anyway. Perhaps we shall be as Jack Sprat and his wife, for Jack Sprat will not eat fat. But his wife doth not love lean, Oscar added the second line of the nursery saying. And yet, between the two of them, they licked the platter clean. Isla finished it. I always wondered what it meant. Oscar shrugged. Perhaps that they worked well together. Who knows, some wag probably wrote it to irritate someone. Isla looked up at the sky, where clouds were moving in, and sighed. It looks as if we shall have rain again. I am so tired of rain and being indoors, and winter has not yet even properly begun. I truly want at least one nice day to spend outside. Oscar looked up at the sky and chanted, Rain, rain, go to Spain. Fair weather, come again. His words were greeted with a rumble of thunder. I don't think the sky is listening very well, Isla said. But I like sunshine so much more than rain, and it has rained and been cold a lot this year. Then, perhaps when we are fully adult and married to one another, we should move to the south of France. Oscar grinned at her. Where the people are all fighting? No, thank you. I'll stay in England, even with its rain, fog and dull grey weather. Are you sure you are not simply escaping another French lesson? Oscar teased. Isla laughed. I did a rather good job of that, our first cribbage game, but not quite as good a job pretending never to have played it before. And I trounced you soundly, as I recall. Oh, yes, indeed you did, Isla, Oscar admitted. But remember what I told you. I remember, Isla replied soberly. You said that I should always be honest because dishonesty is a waste of time and difficult to keep up in the long run. I remember that part extremely well, Oscar replied, because you said, that is true, but sometimes the truth is a painful burden to bear. Then you challenged me to a game of hide and seek, which I did not want to play, because you always hid so well that it was no challenge at all for you to win. Are you sure you did not let me win? Isla asked roguishly. I can remember you walking around under the tree I had climbed, calling my name, and then seeming to be so surprised when I dropped an acorn on your head. Actually, I was surprised, and was furious when you refused to come down and made me climb up to tag you. You said you had a secret you would tell me if I climbed up to you. Do you remember what I said? Isla asked. Oh, indeed I do, Oscar declared. That was when you told me for the second time that I would be your husband when we grew up. Then you climbed down and ran away before I could do more than gape at you. I knew I had been terribly forward and was embarrassed, Isla said, looking down at the tips of her slippers beneath the edge of her gown. Are you sorry you said that? Oscar asked. No, Isla replied. I am not sorry at all. Why do you ask? Because if our fathers will permit it, I intend to officially ask for your hand in marriage. But I do have a question, Isla. You do? Isla once again fixed her gaze on Oscar's face. She could feel her cheeks growing warm with emotion. If I ask, what will your answer be, dear Isla? I will say yes, dearest Oscar. What other answer could I possibly give? Just then, a huge peal of thunder rang over them. Oscar grabbed her hand, steadied her back across the footbridge. Then, hand in hand, they ran for the house through the first spattering drops of rain. As they entered the side door, they could hear voices in the front sitting room. Duke Faintham stepped to the door, saying, We can discuss this at greater length another time. But now I see my errant son, and we must hurry home, for we have many things to do this day. Quite. Isla's father followed him out. It looks as if the children have narrowly escaped a wetting. By Jove, I do believe you are right. Another peal of thunder shook the manor house, and rain fell around it in noisy cascades. You cannot possibly go out in this, Isla said. Do come in and have some tea and perhaps some biscuits." "No, no, I have travelled in worse," Duke Faintham said. "Look, it is already letting up. It is only a quick shower to put us in mind of what is soon to come. Come along now, Oscar. You know what a taking your brother gets himself into during rainstorms?" "Indeed, I do," Oscar replied. "Isla, it was wonderful walking with you. Perhaps I will see you later." "Of course," Isla said. "I shall be glad to walk with you again, or perhaps you can bring Damien to dinner." Duke Faintham frowned. The last dinner party he attended did not go well. "Are you prepared for his fits and starts?" "Of course, Your Grace," Isla said. "We are used to Damien and his ways. I doubt that anything he might say to us would shock us, nor would we mind if he did, because it is Damien, and that is just his way." "Very well, I shall consider it," Oscar's father said. "But for now we must hurry home because we have a great deal to do." "What sorts of things, father?" Oscar asked once they were outside Glenwood Manor. "I have engaged a new tutor for Damien, for one. Rightly he should attend school, but I fear that his lack of discipline would reflect poorly upon us. The young man in question is studying for the ministry and seems to be level-headed and steady, and will probably drive Damien to distraction if he goes probing on about confessions and driving out sin or any of a number of other things that Damien detests. I will do anything to keep my brother safe and out of some mental ward, even at the expense of my own happiness. You do recall that the last few times we attempted to attend church with Damien, he had to be removed?" "Of course, I remember. That is one reason I am employing this young man. Perhaps he can drill some sense, or at least some tolerance, into your brother's thick skull. A good example, good discipline, that is what is needed. Soon we shall set your brother to rights," Duke Henry repeated, as if by saying something often he could make it happen. 18. 10. Isla, age. 18 years, autumn, Glenwood Manor, private drawing room. Isla nearly floated into the house. She was so happy. "We will travel to sunny France one day when the war is over. We shall have fine, fat babies, and I will never abandon them to nursemaids and nannies. There will be a kitchen garden with a kindly gardener who will not yell at the children for chasing butterflies or eating the strawberries. He will simply grow extras for the children to eat. So many things to plan. There will be time because Oscar must choose exactly the right time to ask his father's permission and then ask my father's permission. That will be essential unless we plan to elope and live in a cottage in Scotland." Isla giggled at the thought of living with Oscar in a cottage. Would it really be so bad? There would be the matter of an income, and of late the workmen in the village had been complaining of having been put out of work by the new factories and mills. Lady Underwood's lace dress was case in point. Whereas lace-making had been a profitable cottage industry, now a great machine could make lace by the yard. Not as beautiful as that hand-knotted, knitted, tied or crocheted by the village women, but serviceable nonetheless. Isla sighed. Their estate's yearly income did not run to lace gowns of any kind, unless the sisters put in the effort to make their own. It was a decent competency that kept them in ordinary gowns and bonnets aplenty. Their father's string of horses was the very finest, and he took care to hire grooms and handlers who knew their business and kept the animals in tip-top condition. No one in the Glenwood Manor house or the small attached village where the house servants and other estate workers lived went hungry unless they were profligate or foolish with their funds. But lace gowns? Out of the question. She might be able to persuade her father to purchase a length of white silk, especially if there was enough to make gowns for her sisters as well. It would be expensive, of course, but not as prohibitively expensive as a lace dress. All of which made Lady Underwood's choice of gown and her husband's wrath at having it ridiculed even more poignant. Damien had truly stepped in it this time. Oscar and Lord Faintham would have a hard time preventing popular opinion from requiring that Damien, be restrained at home at the very least. The thought of Damien forever kept in his rooms or mewed up in some dingy, insane asylum was sobering enough to burst Isla's bubble of happiness. During the long afternoon playtime of their childhood, she and her sisters had assisted Oscar with keeping Damien happy. They would cast him in roles such as the wicked giant, who would roar out foolish nothings at travellers, or as the dragon who confounded everyone with his wit and wisdom. Damien did well in these roles, and it left Isla and Oscar free to enjoy their favoured parts, while the two younger girls often invented imaginary swains who would fill their eventual dreams. It is too bad that Oscar did not have more brothers. We could have all married into the Smith family and lived happily ever after. Would that not be a lovely thought? Perhaps we would all have to run away and live in Scotland. Isla's imagination painted a row of picturesque cottages with green shutters on the front windows and tangles of red roses in the front garden. The idea made her happy, and a faint smile played around her lips. She hummed a song softly as she made her way to the back sitting room, where her tapestry frame and harp both stood. Sitting down at the harp, she played a spangle of notes, then began to sing softly. Where is there a maiden without a tress? Where is there a tower without a crest? Emily appeared at the doorway. Sister, you know it is bad luck to sing that song, especially before you are wed. I like the riddles, Isla replied. Can you imagine setting your suitor a series of them and asking that he complete every one before you can be married? Indeed, I cannot, Emily retorted. You might be the eldest of us, but I declare you are sometimes more of a mooncalf than Sophie. The tone and the words snapped across Isla's tender emotions, like a braided whip across a horse's flank. I beg your pardon, she returned angrily, her hand creating a tangle of discordant notes as she turned from the harp. Oh, Isla, I am sorry, Emily immediately apologised. But I think there is something wrong with father. He did not speak at all when I took him his lunch, and he snarled at Sophie to stop that infernal racket when she was trying to play a tune on her tin whistle. But did he not promise her a proper flute if she could master it? Isla asked in surprise. He said that the tones of a flute always reminded him of mother. Indeed, he did. But now it would seem that he might have changed his mind. Or, at least, he does not want to hear her play. More than that, he snapped at Mrs. Abel, the housekeeper, when she offered to clear up Mother's room. Father has been in there. Yes, indeed he has. He told me that perhaps it was time to apportion out her things to us, but he wanted to sort through them first. Oh, that is a good thing, Emily. For so long those rooms have simply been closed up and we were forbidden to go in. Well, I thought so. After all, Sophie is 10 years old. You would think that he would be over Mother's death by now, or at least ready to move on with his life. Which, for the most part, he has done, Isla put in. The estate has not wanted for his attention. He has taken his seat in Parliament, and he at least has breakfast with us regularly, even if he is not always home for other meals. There are many daughters who do not receive as much from either of their parents. Oh, I know, Emily agreed. We could not ask for a better father. My dear friend Eleanor is from our deportment academy, and was one of the boarding school students. She had not seen her parents above twice in the last 12 months before the school closed. I remember her, Isla commented. She was a year or two younger. Even so, she was in better case than Sarah, whose parents never remembered to send her pin money. She was reduced to selling lace to the rest of us, and then to being a serving girl when they stopped even paying her tuition. I remember how she cried when we helped her move her things to the attic room, how grateful she was to be allowed to continue with her lessons, even though she had to get up very early to work before class time, and was forced to sit in the back row of the classrooms, Emily recalled. I wonder what became of her after we finished our studies. A very good question, since I believe the school was closed down not long after you finished. More importantly, Whatever can be the matter with father? Isla thought out loud. He is rarely angry with any of us, and when he is, we simply receive a stern lecture that hurts more than any ferule. Actually, I think he did mention something about sparing the rod, but it was only in passing. You might go up and talk to Sophie. Her feelings were dreadfully hurt, especially since she has done nothing wrong, Emily suggested. Of course I will, Isla said at once. Perhaps in doing so I can discover something of what might have happened to make father so angry. I cannot think that it could have been something that Sophie has done, since father absolutely dotes on her. Of all of us, I think she most closely resembles mother, Emily said. You might remember her better than I, since you were 10 when she died, and I was only 8. Isla nodded. I do remember. I went in to see her after Sophie was born, and was given into the arms of the wet nurse. Mother scarcely looked like herself, for her hair was wringing wet with perspiration. Her face was pale and gaunt, and the room smelled of sweat and blood, not of violets as it usually did. I am dying, she told me. The physician has put your father to bed with a sedative, so wild was his grief that he feared for him. But the midwife and the physician give me no hope. Something has torn inside me, and I am slipping away. You must be a mother to your sisters, especially little Sophia, who will have no mother save yourself and your sister. Do not leave her to be raised by the servants. That is what she told me. I remember you came out of that room, looking white as a ghost, and would only let me go in for a minute. All mother said to me was, "Be a good girl and mind your sister." She didn't say anything about taking care of you or Sophie, but I have done my best to do my part. You have done wonderfully, Emily. No one could ask for a better sister. Now, I will go up to Sophie and see what I can do to comfort her. Perhaps tomorrow father will explain to us why he is so upset. I do hope so, Emily replied. This is all very uncomfortable, Isla, so please do not sing or play any more unlucky songs. Play a sea shanty or something. Isla gave a rueful laugh. Emily, I am not at all sure that a sea shanty would be a proper song for any of us to sing. The one time that travelling performer came home with father and was supposed to perform, he hushed him right quickly when he started to sing a song about sailors. Do you remember any of it? Emily asked, both fascinated and repelled by the idea of a performer being hushed by their father. Not really. It had a jaunty tune and had a great deal of heave-ho and away-hey in it. There was a verse that mentioned the captain's daughter, and right then was when father forbade the fellow to sing any more of it and requested a proper Sunday hymn. Would a travelling performer who sang sea shanties know a hymn? This one did. A very sweet one, about rolling waves and wanting to return home. I would guess that sailing is not a very safe way to make your living. No, I should suppose not, Emily agreed. But we used to play at being pirates. I wonder if the song was one that pirates would sing. Something about this struck Isla as being extremely humorous, and she placed a hand over her mouth to stifle a giggle, especially since her next younger sister had been so proper and authoritarian only a few moments ago. Only you would think of pirates and sea shanties when you were worried about father. I am worried about him, Emily insisted, and I do think a sea shanty, however naughty, would be better than that bad luck riddle song. At this, Isla did laugh, but she struck the opening chords of a very old song. Pax vobis quod the fox, for I am comin' to town, she sang. Now, you are just being silly, Emily said. But will you look in on Sophie and see if you can discover the problem with father? I will, Isla promised, turning back to her harp. Chapter 5 18. 10. Oscar, age 20 years, Faintham Manor, his dressing room. Oscar struggled with his cravat. This was the 4th one he had tried, having ruined 3 others by misaligning the folds before getting this one settled properly. All he could think was that he would see Isla. He had not been able to ask his father's permission to wed Isla. The Duke had been shut away in his study all day and had only growled for Oscar to go away when he tapped on the door. Damien, again, no doubt. The morning mail had brought a note from the Duke of Glenwood, an official-looking letter stamped with several seals. She also brought the invitation to attend a ball at the Bulverton townhouse, which stood further in toward the centre of London. The Bulverton estates were at some distance from London, so the Bulvertons were forced to resort to renting a townhouse during the season. Duke Bulverton was probably trying to find a wife for his way-faced eldest son, but that was a matter of complete indifference to Oscar. Far more important was that it could be a chance to meet with Isla, dance with her, and perhaps gain some time alone without either of their fathers or the perpetual attendant servants, who seemed to be everywhere of late when he wanted to talk with his best beloved. Carefully, Oscar lowered his chin while his valet, McKnight, helped guide the formal folds of the starched fabric. They both sighed with relief when, at last, the material settled into the desired configuration, and the fellow could help Oscar shrug into his coat. "It is a fine thing that you do not powder your hair, my lord. It would be nearly impossible to keep the powder off this dark blue wool." "I am sure you would manage to do it, McKnight," Oscar replied absently. "Your ability to turn me out presentably is legendary. I will never forget the day that Isla and I played at the edge of the pottery barn and came back covered in clay. Only you could have rescued us from sure disaster." McKnight shook his head at the memory. "It was not easy getting the clay mud off you lot, for not only was it you and the young lady, it was Master Damien and Miss Emily besides. Fortunate that Lady Isla had the forethought to set Miss Sophie well out of it on her blanket for getting mud off a 2-year-old. Now that would have been a task." "Indeed so. I do recall that the pots we made were lopsided ugly things, but the potter fired them anyway. I wonder whatever became of mine." "I'm sure I would not know," McKnight replied. "Mrs. Carey, the housekeeper, might have some idea." "Probably thrown out into the dustbin. It was so poor a thing." "Oh, no, my lord. I am sure she would not have done so, since it was something that you had made. Master Damien's turned out better, as I recall." "So it did. He has a flair for making things. His sketches and paintings also turn out well." "That they do, my lord. Now, here is your handkerchief, and a spare, in case you have need of it. Never know when you might need to assist a lady in distress. Also your snuff box, and a bottle of smelling salts." "Why am I carrying smelling salts, McKnight?" "Because you never know when you might need to administer aid to some fellow human being, my lord. That fellow might even be a lady of great attractiveness." "I'm not sure that fellow and lady are an appropriate description for the same person, McKnight. But I take your meaning. Now, I must be off, for the Bulverton townhouse is near the centre of London. There is sure to be a murderous lot of traffic converging upon it, since I do believe that Bulverton has invited more than half the ton, if not all of it." "Quite so, my lord. May you dance with heels as light as your heart." "You can count on it, McKnight, and that should be some very high stepping, indeed, since Isla will be there." "Ah, your ever-present playmate and partner in mischief. How fortunate to have a sweetheart waiting for you, rather than having to seek one." "Isla will always wait for me, providing she does not come and fetch me, because she is tired of waiting." Yes, that is your Miss Isla. She is an impatient lass, but you will always know where you stand with that one." "Yes, indeed, for she has no more idea how to lie than little Sophie." "Who is not so little any more," Damien commented from the doorway. Even though she is not quite old enough to come out, she has shot up like a weed this year, or had you not noticed? He had not noticed, Oscar realised, because he had eyes only for Isla. Even Emily, who was closer to Isla's age and very nearly as lovely, was only peripherally at the edge of his awareness. For a moment, he stood in silence, contemplating this focused vision. "You did not notice," Damien commented wryly. "You are looking very fine, brother." "I am sorry that you will not be going, Damien," Oscar said. "I am not sorry at all," Damien replied honestly. "It will be a crush of the most immense magnitude. People will be lucky to find enough floor space to sway together, let alone dance. The sounds of the crowd will be too loud for civilized conversation. No, I think I have the better part of it, Oscar. Staying home by my own fire, drinking tea, and finally going to bed at a reasonable hour." Oscar laughed at his brother's description of the event about to take place. "Likely, you are right. But Isa will be there, and we will contrive some place to make conversation." "Of that, I have no doubt," Damien agreed. "The two of you have always been talking and talking. One wonders how you manage to always get us all in so much trouble." "Me? I seem to recall that one or two of those escapades were your idea, such as pretending that we were lost on a desert island and picking all of the apples." "They were good apples, and the orchard keeper did say that it saved him the trouble of picking them. We had apple pie that night, as I recall." "So we did. I will miss having you at my side tonight, Damien." "Not all that much, I wager," Damien said soberly. "It is so hard to keep myself in order in a crowd, Oscar. Truly, I am not sorry to remain at home. Go, have a wonderful time, and tell me all about it when you get home. Be sure to look about you at the things that people are wearing. Ask Isla to help you. She will remember, even if you do not. Better yet, you and I shall call on the Jenkinsons later this week, and you can ask her yourself," Oscar said generously. Damien laughed. "I am more likely to end up entertaining Sophie while the grown-ups have a conversation." "The time, my lord," McKnight diffidently reminded him. "Quite so. Well, I am off. I will try to be observant for you, Damien, and relay as much as I can remember when I return." Damien clapped him lightly on the shoulder, turned, and went down the hall to his own rooms. Oscar hurried in the other direction to the staircase that would take him down to the front door. As he exited the house and climbed into the carriage, he glanced up at the windows. A light burned in the window to his father's study. What could have so agitated him? Damien had been so good all week, only taking time out for a walk in the wood with Oscar where he could act the fool and get some of his tension out. It must be a very grave matter indeed for the Duke to be so upset. No matter. He would see Isla tonight. Hopefully he would get to dance with her. If only he had been able to ask his father's permission to formally apply for her hand in marriage. He had Isla's consent, but if he hoped to inherit, he needed his father's approval as well. As the carriage lumbered through the night, he remembered the very first time he had seen Isla. It had been a birthday party. He could not even recall whose birthday it was. There had been a dozen or more children, and Isla had them captivated from the very beginning. She had introduced some sort of elaborate game that involved having to keep a straight face, no matter what people might do. Before too many minutes, most of the children had given way to giggles. Only he and Isla had been left to see who could make the other laugh. Before the winner could be determined, the pudding and custard had been brought in, and they had all sat down at a child-sized table to eat their refreshments. Cumbric tea was served with the slices of pudding and custard. Isla had fed him a bite of her pudding that had a nut in it. It was a rich, plummy one with lots of raisins and citron, and he had returned the favour by giving her a bit that had lots of citron in it. Soon they were feeding each other, and had completely forgotten the rest of the gathering. Isla had been 8, He had been 10. Oscar leaned back against the thick upholstery of the carriage and daydreamed. Isla. She had grown from that inventive, energetic child into a young woman who had captured his heart. There would never be another Isla, not ever. With Isla at his side, there would be no doubt of his success, whatever he set his hand to do. She would be his helpmate in life, just as she had been his partner and inspiration in play. Or perhaps that was the other way around. Isla was not one to wait about for someone else to initiate action. Thunder rumbled overhead. It's raining. What are my chances of getting into the Bulverton townhouse before it begins to pour? While Oscar was not the kind of dandy who would have glass heels on his boots, he had taken some pains to be turned out well tonight. Would he impress Isla? He hoped he would. He hoped he could scribble his name on every dance on her card, even though it was the most wretchedly improper etiquette. Oscar had no fear of being blackballed by Lady Jersey or any of her set. He had eyes only for Isla. Chapter 6. 1810, Isla, age 18, years, Glenwood Manor, private drawing room. Her gown was a deep forest green that showcased her fair skin, dark hair, and deep brown eyes. Her hair was swept up on the top of her head and styled in what appeared to be an artless tumble of curls. In reality, Jane had spent nearly 2 hours carefully arranging the curls. They were tamed by a wide, embroidered ribbon that matched the trim on her dress, secured with a pair of carved wooden combs, and finally kept in place with nearly 24 wooden hairpins. The effect was spectacular, even though Isla felt as if every one of the hairpins was sticking straight into her scalp. Her dress was trimmed with bands of embroidery that Emily had given to her as a Christmas gift the year before. The bands were several shades of green, worked into leaf shapes with tiny red flowers tucked in at intervals. Sophie appeared at the door of her bedroom. "Oh, you look so pretty, Isla," she exclaimed. "Oscar is sure to ask you to marry him when he sees you in that gown." Emily pushed Sophie to one side so she could also enter the room. "Shush, Sophie. That is an extremely pushing comment to make. But you do look lovely, Isla." "I owe it all to the ribbons you embroidered," Isla said, smiling at her sister. "You look beautiful as well, dear sister." Emily laughed, her cheeks turning pink in response to the compliment. "It is not just the ribbons," she said, "although they do go well with the velvet. It is the lady inside the dress. You look radiant tonight, Isla, as if perhaps Oscar had already asked you and you're going to meet your beloved." Isla blushed to her hairline, the colour showing vivid against her dark hair and the deep colour of the fabric. She turned to pick up her reticule. "Be careful, Emily, or I might decide that you are too young to go to a ball and leave you at home with Sophie." "Ha ha!" Sophie exclaimed. "On the mark, Emily. She's not saying anything, but I think you have hit upon something. If he has not asked, they have at least come to an understanding." "Our fathers have not been asked," Isla said. "Besides, you both know that when I was 8 years old, I informed Oscar that he would be my husband. He has never said anything to make me think otherwise." Just for a moment, Emily looked troubled. Then she brightened. "I am sure he will ask them soon. What fun it will be when you are wed and living right next door. Although I am not sure it will be much different from the way it is now, for Oscar has always been like a brother to us." "To you and Sophie," Isla said with a smile. Then she said nothing further. Instead, she let Jane carefully settle her cloak around her so the loose hood would not crush her curls, then watched as their maid did a similar service for Emily. They both kissed Sophie on the cheek and went down through the house to the carriage where their widowed Aunt Cecily, their mother's only sister, was waiting for them. The footman handed the young ladies into the carriage, where their aunt's maid helped settle the folds of their cloaks and gowns. "From what I could see in the torchlight, you look lovely, nieces," their aunt said. "I should have come earlier so I could have seen you by candlelight. but it is so hard for these old bones to get up and down the carriage steps these days. Thank you for agreeing to be our chaperone, Aunt Cece. Isla pronounced it Cece, just as she had when she was too young to say Cecily. Father would not have let us go to the ball otherwise because he is busy with something. Think nothing of it, her aunt said. I was going anyway. A dear friend of mine will be there, and we intend to pass the evening playing cards. I hope you don't mind if I do not hover and play the proper gooseberry. Isla giggled. You never hover, and you are certainly not a gooseberry, she said. Gooseberries are horrid mammas or aunts or grandmothers who are practically glued to your side throughout any occasion, Emily added. But you may be sure we will retreat to the card room if either of us feels uncomfortable for any reason, Isla assured her. That's my dear young ladies, always so sensible and discreet while taking care of each other, which is why I do not have to hover over you because I know you will always do the right thing. We will try to deserve your trust, Aunt Cecily, Isla said formally. It is a precious thing to both of us. Tush, her aunt said. Do not try to cousin your old aunt. But Isla could tell that she was pleased in spite of her dismissive tone. Who do you think will be there? Her Aunt Cecily thought for a moment. Why, I am not quite sure. I am certain that it will be a great crush. I do know that Lord Bulverton is hoping his son will develop a fancy for someone fairly soon. I believe he is quite looking forward to the boy setting up his nursery in the not-too-distant future. Isla giggled. One rather thinks that he needs to at least speak to a lady or two before that can happen. At the last ball I attended, he stood near the punch bowl and ate all the sweet biscuits that were on a table nearby. You could help him out a little, Aunt Cecily suggested. Oh, heavens, Aunt! I would as soon invite the stable boy to dance. Rather, actually, for he would at least tell me about the horses. The one time I asked James to dance, he looked at me as if I had grown two heads. He stepped on my toes, tangled his feet in my gown. No, I don't believe I shall. Thank you. Emily giggled, which made her dark curls dance. I think you scared him, Isla. The stable boy is not afraid of you because he has helped you sneak out to ride so often that he knows you very well. Stuff and nonsense, Isla declared. I am surely not that intimidating. Oscar does not find me so. That is because Oscar knows when to let you boss him around, when to tell you no, and because he worships the ground you walk on. Aunt Cecily clicked her tongue. It is bad luck to discuss a boy when the nuptials have not been announced, she said. There is many a slip twixt the cup and the lip. Not for me, not for us, Isla declared. Emily can tell you. Oscar and I have been betrothed since I was 8 years old. I have no fear of his intentions. Have a care, Isla, her aunt said. She might have said more, but the carriage pulled up at the Bulverton townhouse. Their carriage was only one of a long line of carriages that were dropping off passengers. Their footman dropped off the stand at the back of the carriage, opened the coach door, and dropped down the steps. He helped the ladies exit the carriage one by one, and the maid assisted them with straightening their gowns. As the three ladies entered, their aunt stopped them in the foyer. Let me look at both of you before you run off to romp. Very fine, nieces, and a good choice of colours. Isla's green and Emily's plum are perfect foils for each other. You could sit for a portrait wearing those dresses. Thank you, Aunt Cece, Emily said. You are looking very fine yourself. Their aunt was, indeed, attractively gowned in dove-grey wool, with a matching linen cap that had the tiniest edging of lace about its brim. She had been widowed long enough to have put off her widow's weeds, but she still dressed in quiet colours. There is my friend, Aunt Cecily said, hastening to meet another older lady who was tottering along with the use of a cane. Enjoy yourselves, my dears, and do not forget to see me at supper time. Of course, Aunt, Isla said. We will. Come on, Isla, Emily said. I think I hear the musicians tuning up. The two young ladies made their way towards the ballroom, while their aunt and her friend strolled off towards the card room. It was certainly an immense crush, with scarcely room to stand around the dance floor. Metal stands held up velvet ropes that sectioned off enough floor space to give the dancers room to move. They had arrived just in time for a new set to be forming on the dance floor. It was a simple country dance, with couples facing each other. Oscar pushed his way through the crowd, moving towards them. "Isla," he exclaimed as he came up to them, "I had begun to worry that you were not going to be here." "We had to wait for Aunt Cecily," Isla explained. "She and Emily have been trying to foist me off on James Bulverton." Oscar grinned. "A sad and merry dance you would lead him. You and I are far better suited, I think." Isla took his arm. "Yes, to be sure," she said, smiling happily. Emily frowned at the two of them. "You know, I think I'll go chat with James for a little while. He looks completely lost over there, as if he has no idea what to do with himself." "He probably does not," Oscar agreed soberly. "He is a rather retiring fellow, usually the last man to be picked for teams at school. That is a kindly thought, Emily." She nodded, dark curls bouncing. Isla looked at her with a small pang of envy. Emily's curls needed no embellishment to shape them into a lovely Grecian knot, so she was spared the pins and other contrivances to which Isla was forced to resort. When she turned, Oscar was looking down at her quizzically. It was only in the last year or two that he had shot up tall enough to do so. For the longest time, they had been nearly the same height. Indeed, for a very short while, she had been the taller of the two of them. "What are you thinking?" he asked. "That my sister is the kindest person in the whole world," Isla replied. "I would not have the charity to go rescue James from standing alone in this crush." "I am glad that she is willing to do so, and that you are therefore not called to do it," Oscar replied. "For if you were bent on rescuing him, then I would have to go participate in the rescue, and I think it would become more than a little awkward." Isla laughed. "To say nothing of his becoming a most inconvenient chaperone." "Precisely," Oscar agreed. "May I have this dance, Lady Isla?" "You may," she returned, placing her hand on his outstretched arm. Together, they passed through the opening in the velvet rope barrier and joined the other couples who were forming up. As they did so, Isla could see that Emily had greeted James, and that the two of them were chatting as if they were old friends. That is very kind of her. He is such a long, lean creature, and I believe he is broken out in spots. But then the dance began, and Isla had no more attention to spare for her sister or the Bulverton heir. Chapter 7. 1810. Oscar, age 20, Bulverton Townhouse, Autumn Dance. Oscar gazed down into Isla's brown eyes. They seemed very dark tonight, full of mischief, and something more. Something undefinable that always lurked beneath the surface when they were together, but seemed about to swim into the open tonight. Isla had never made a secret of her regard for him. They had been partners in many childhood escapades and had only grown closer as they grew into young adults. He admired the way she spun through the figures of the dance, whirling away down the line of couples, then coming back to him. They formed a star with the couple across from them, danced solemnly in a circle, then finished with a bow. When Oscar glanced around, more for form's sake than for any desire to discover Isla's sister, he did not see either Emily or James. Probably gone out for some air. With 2 fireplaces and all the people, it is fearfully warm in here. Isla might almost have read his thoughts, for she said, "I do not see Emily. She must have stepped out for some air or gone to speak with Aunt Cecily. Why don't we find some place where we can get a breath ourselves?" "Gladly," Oscar said in a gentle tone, clearing a way through the sea of people. In a few minutes they came to a hallway where there were not quite so many people. Doors were open at both ends of the hall, and a chill wind blew down through it. It felt good to Oscar, who was wearing a broadcloth dress coat, but he was concerned that it might be too chilly for Isla. "Are you warm enough?" he asked. "Quite," she replied. "It was so warm in there. It feels good to have a bit of a breeze. I could suffer through being a lot colder than this for the chance to move freely without fearing that I would poke an elbow into someone." "Do you not enjoy a crush such as this?" Oscar asked, thinking that he probably already knew the answer. "Not especially," Isla replied, "but it does afford us the opportunity to escape the close scrutiny of our ever-present chaperones. Aunt Cecily is deliberately unobservant, but do not think that she will not have an ear to any gossip. She has already cautioned me not to be oversure of our future." Oscar sighed. "I should have asked Father last night, but he was in a great taking over Damien's last outburst. I think I glimpsed Lady Underwood, so it is probably just as well that he did not attend." Isla laughed. "Is she wearing the lace gown?" That sally tickled Oscar's sense of humour. "Indeed, she is not. Instead, she is wearing puce velvet that is studded with paste and glass gems." "She has been to visit the village mantua maker," Isla commented. "I was offered a similar design, but prefer my sister's beautiful embroidery. It is more honest and was made with a great deal of love." "To say nothing of being beautiful," Oscar added, although he only noticed the embroidered bands when Isla drew his attention to them. "Your sister is extremely talented." "She is. I find that I have a hard time sitting still long enough to do such fine work, but I enjoy creating tapestries that depict battle scenes and famous moments in history. It is no less tedious, but watching the picture take shape as I stitch is significantly rewarding." "I can see how that might be. What is your favourite scene?" "I have a very fine one that depicts Queen Boudica in her battle chariot, surrounded by her loyal soldiers. Father will not let me hang it outside our chambers, and Emily finds it too violent and bloody, so it is rolled and stashed in my trousseau box." "Will you let me hang it?" "Of course," Oscar replied. "You may hang it and as many other violent tapestries as you like. You have always been devoted to warlike scenarios. Only as art," Isla qualified the statement, "conquest and conflict are fun as play or in books, but I suspect they are not as enjoyable as real events." "I dare say you're right," Oscar said soberly. "I always take care to contribute to the beggars' cups of soldiers and sailors. They are frequently unwilling participants in the conflicts of their betters, pawns on the chessboard, as it were. Yet a pawn can become queen if placed on the back row of the chessboard." Isla had her stubborn face on, an expression Oscar knew very well. "Or king if playing draughts," he added, hoping to divert his love from a favourite rant. "Indeed," she said, beaming up at him, "you always know what I am thinking." "That is because I listen, and because I have observed you thinking for many years." "Oh, Isla, you are my very favourite person in all the world. It would be a great tragedy if we were separated." "Then it is very good that we are of one accord on spending the rest of our lives together," Isla agreed, simply leaning toward him. "I hear a waltz starting. Should we join in?" "Why go in?" Oscar smiled down at her. "There is plenty of room here, and we need not worry about our elbows, toes, or ribs." "Truer words were never spoken," Isla agreed. "Therefore, Lady Isla, may I have this dance?" Oscar asked, bowing before her. Isla curtsied and held out her hand. "With pleasure, Lord Oscar." Oscar took it, and with one hand held behind his back, began the stately measures of the Viennese waltz. The orchestra must have felt that the dancers were losing interest, or perhaps they were bored with the stately measures, for within a few minutes they picked up the tempo. Isla caught Oscar's arm to keep her balance as she spun through the steps, and he lightly placed one arm about her, his hand spread against her back. Isla must have taken this as a signal to abandon decorum, for she used his strong arm almost as a dance bar, spinning, twirling, and giving daring skips in time to the music. The musicians must have tired, for they once again slowed back to the stately initial rhythm. Oscar continued to support her with the hand upon her back, while clasping the other, his feet moving automatically through the figures of the dance. At the same time, his mind and emotions were completely consumed by Isla as she moved through poses that would have done credit to Lady Hamilton. She was so beautiful in her wild abandon. He felt as if his heart would burst with pride and his deep love of her. As the music slowed and she leaned heavily against his supporting arm, he unthinkingly drew her in close until they were nearly touching. "Oh, Isla," he murmured, "I love you so much. Will you indeed become my wife?" "I will," Isla affirmed, "willingly and with great joy, for I love you too. Even if our fathers do not consent, I will wait for you until we are of age and can do as we please." "I would not do that to you, dearest. Besides, our fathers have been friends for years. What possible reason would they have to deny us this boon?" "None that I can think of," Isla said confidently. "I am sure that asking will be no more than a formality. Doubtless we can be wed before the year is out." "Would you like that?" Oscar asked. "Above all things, I would adore having a Christmas wedding. That would be the easiest time to have all our friends and family together, for they would gather for the holiday." "That is an excellent thought," Oscar agreed. "The only thing that could be better than being married to you would be having a great feast as our wedding supper." "Oh, Oscar, it would be just like all the times we played at being king and queen, being married and establishing our shared kingdom. Only it would be in actual fact, for both our duchies would be joined, and could then become one." Oscar was amused by her artless honesty. "Is that the only reason you love me? To join our estates?" Ayla looked up at him, eyes wide with horror. "Oh dear no, Oscar. I would wed you even if it means that we must run away to Scotland and live in a cottage. You are my dearest love and always will be. If I cannot be married to you, then I will marry no one at all." A vision flashed through Oscar's mind. It was of Isla, alone and weeping beside his grave. For he could imagine no other reason why they should not be wed. "Isla, no matter what happens, I want you to be happy." "Does this mean you are not going to ask your father?" She pouted prettily. "Not at all. I will ask him tonight. He will want to hear about the ball, who attended and how big a crush it was. It will be the perfect time to bring it up." "Then you will ask my father?" Isla leaned against his shoulder, adoration shining from her face. "I will, very first thing tomorrow morning. That will get us all squared away to start planning our future." "Yes," Isla said contentedly, laying her cheek against his coat lapel. "I would like that very much." Oscar inclined his head and kissed Isla's hair, and then her lips as she turned her face up toward his. She tasted like berry wine. Her breath was soft and sweet. An intoxicating sensation flowed through him. He felt as if each kiss was a sip of wine. He felt light, energetic, as if he could climb mountains or swim deep oceans. This was not play or teasing, which he had sometimes thought was Isla's intent. This was real. She had said yes, and she was real, solid, warm, and lithe within his arms. More than that, she was kissing him back, not just passively accepting his kisses, but eagerly seeking them, participating. Oh, life was wonderful, and would be more wonderful when they were formally joined. He felt as if he would burst out of his skin with anticipation. "Isla!" The sound of Isla's name startled them both out of their passionate activity. They broke apart and looked about them. Emily, accompanied by James, stood in front of them, glowering. It is a very good thing that I came to look for you instead of Aunt Cecily. She would be so shocked we would have to go home immediately. And look at you, Isla. Your hair is tumbling down. Let us retire to the small chamber where the ladies' cloaks are laid out, and let me see what I can do to repair the damage. Isla laughed, a little embarrassed at having been caught out. Listen to you scold, Emily. Anyone listening would think you were the elder. In this, I think perhaps I am. Come along, let us set you to rights. The young ladies hastened off, leaving Oscar and James to stare at each other. That is just amazing, James said. How do you get a girl to kiss you like that? Oscar felt his colour rise, but he held in his temper. This kind of question was very similar to those Damien was prone to ask. First, he said, keeping his voice even and calm, you meet the girl at a birthday party when you're both very young. You spend time with her throughout your growing up years, and then you fall in love with her before you're both out of your teens. Then you count your lucky stars that she seems to love you as much as you love her, and that your parents have been friends forever. James sighed. I do not think I can remember a single girl from when I was younger, certainly not one for whom I gave 2 figs. There was one time I danced with Isla. Oscar felt a pang of jealousy flash through him. I'm pretty sure I upset her, James went on. I stepped on her toes, tore her flounce, and when I went to get some cake for her, I was so nervous I tipped it over into her lap, and the frosting got all over her. Oscar chuckled. Jealousy vanished. She told me about that. Did she? James asked reflectively. Well, anyway, because of that I asked Father if I could take dancing lessons. He had offered before, but I did not want to take him up on it. I'm glad. Chapter 8. 1810. Isla, age 18. Emily, age 16. Bulverton Townhouse, autumn dance. Isla allowed Emily to pull her away to the room designated for ladies' privacy. The big bed in the centre of the room was piled high with ladies' cloaks. A polished steel mirror in an ornate frame was fastened to one wall. Isla caught sight of their reflection in the mirror. Emily was right. Her hair had tumbled out of its pins. It was clear that she had been romping, at the very least. I will never be able to build your hair back up into the pile of curls that Jane created, Emily mourned. But you cannot go to supper looking as if you had been tumbling about in a haymow. At least there is no hay in my hair, Isla replied, looking sadly at the tumbled ruin of Jane's careful work. One must be thankful for small blessings, Emily remarked with some asperity, taking out a small wooden comb and beginning to rearrange the curls into something approaching respectability. After several minutes, during which Isla was sure that Emily had stabbed every pin directly into her scalp, Emily said, There. That is the best I can do. At least you're presentable now, and Aunt Cecily did not get that good a look at you, so she will not know the difference. What were you doing? Waltzing? Isla felt her face flush. Actually, yes. Emily shook her head. Honestly, Isla, there are times when I do not believe you think things through. Waltzing, and in the hall where the chaperones cannot see. We are going to be married, Emily. All that remains is for our fathers to say yes. Then we can begin to lay plans for the ceremony and reception. Oscar asked you? Oh, Emily, he did. And so very nicely. And of course I said yes. Emily laughed. Oh, Isla, you've been asking him for years now. What a relief that Oscar has finally made the request. Do you have any idea when you want to be married? We think perhaps at Christmas time. The family will gather for the holidays. It will be ideal. Then, afterwards, we can enjoy all the winter celebrations as a newly married couple. That is wonderful, Isla. I am so excited for you. But please, no more dancing in the hallway, lest everyone talk. Oh, let them, Isla said carelessly. Tell me about you and James. Emily blushed. There is nothing to tell, really. He is a nice young gentleman. He says that you inspired him to take his dancing lessons seriously, and that he now knows how to steer a lady around the dance floor without getting tangled up in her petticoats. That is a good thing, at least. I'm glad the experience was not wasted. But you've not developed a tender for him? Not him or any other, Isla. I have no plans to get married at any time soon. Besides, you are the older sister, and should get married first. True enough. That is the usual way of it, Isla agreed. Am I sufficiently presentable that we can have the gentlemen take us in to dinner? They're probably both wondering if we have cast them aside. When the young ladies left the cloakroom, however, they found Oscar and James waiting for them. There you are, Oscar said. Your aunt has sent us to look for you. I fear she is becoming increasingly anxious that all of the chairs for the supper will have filled, or else that all the food would have been eaten by the time you emerged. You are both looking very fine, James added gallantly. Well worth the wait. Oscar, realizing he perhaps should have said something similar, added, Shall we go find your aunt? We should not cause her further anxiety. Of course, Isla replied. No doubt she and her friend have worked up a great appetite with their card play. They can go at it for hours, simply playing for points, neither of them really caring about winning. Why do they play then? James asked. Simply for the pleasure of each other's company, Emily replied. They have been friends since they came out together, so many years ago that Aunt Cecily will not say how long. Our mother was Aunt Cecily's older sister. I remember her coming to stay with us sometimes, Isla added. We always had such good times. She taught me to play cribbage because I wanted to learn. Then I let Oscar refine my technique. You mean you tricked me into soundly trouncing me on more than one occasion? Oscar put in. Do not play cribbage against her, James. If you do, be sure to place bets on her to win, if you hope to regain any investment in the game. James laughed shyly. I will take pointers from both of you. I am but an indifferent cribbage player at best. Do you have a favourite game? Emily inquired politely. Rowing is my preferred sport, and I would rather read than play cards, James explained. Would you really? Emily asked, interest kindled in her eyes. No doubt they would have continued this conversation in like vein, but Aunt Cecily and her friend appeared. There you are, Aunt Cecily said. I had nearly made up my mind to send a footman to look for you. They are holding places for all 6 of us at the supper table, but we would be wise to get there quickly before our host gives our servings away to the beggars at the back door. There was little danger of that, for they found when they entered the dining hall that it was just beginning to fill up. Their table was nicely balanced with 2 older gentlemen, both of whom were unknown to Isla, making it a seating arrangement of 8. The Underwoods were seated at a table several yards away, and Lord Underwood was glaring daggers at Oscar. Lady Underwood was dressed in a puce velvet gown, abundantly studded with paste rosettes and sparkles of cut glass. I say, James remarked, staring at Lady Underwood's ensemble. Pray, do not, Oscar cautioned him quietly. My brother, who has no bridle on his tongue when he has an opinion, said a great deal too much at the last dinner party we attended together. Father has not yet forgiven either of us for the remarks he made. It does look as if some of his advice was taken, Isla observed. Please speak more quietly, Emily nearly whispered. The lace gown completely unravelled and had to be given up. Isla noticed that Oscar stifled a laugh. Truly, it is not funny, she reproved him, and you have my sympathy for your situation. Let us speak of something else. What should one wear for a Christmas wedding? For a short while, the young folk chatted among themselves, while the older diners held a different conversation at the other end of the table. Yes, quite packed up, one of the older gentlemen said. I don't understand it. Why, now? The 2 older gentlemen and the 2 older ladies looked at the youngsters, happily chattering about the proper decorations and clothing choices for a Christmas wedding. Isla heard a scrap of their conversation. "Does she know?" Aunt Cecily's friend asked her. Aunt Cecily shook her head. "I only learned of it shortly before she entered the carriage to come here." The other older gentleman gently touched the lace on her sleeve. "Not now," he said. "Someone is listening." Aunt Cecily gave a glance at Isla and changed the subject. Isla went back to the inconsequential discussion of whether holly boughs with their green leaves and bright red berries would be lucky or unlucky as wedding decorations. But a small, nagging worry began to develop in the back of her mind. Who was completely packed up? Why were they packed up? She turned back to hear Oscar say, "We could always just decorate with plain evergreen boughs. Holly is not essential to the season." "But there should certainly be mistletoe with plenty of berries," Emily put in, "and we should make sure to get Isla and Oscar under the bough as often as possible." "And a few other people besides," Isla said, giving Emily and James a speaking look. "I am fairly certain that I am not the only one who would enjoy a kiss or two." At this, her sister blushed a flaming red all the way to her hairline. "Isla, stop teasing," she protested. Isla laughed. "Very well, sister dear, I won't tease you. But I do believe we should plan so that under the mistletoe will be a popular place. Don't you agree, Oscar?" "Absolutely," he said gallantly. "The mistletoe should be above a doorway, or perhaps hanging near the punch bowl, so that no victim could get away unscathed." Isla tapped him lightly on the arm. "Oh, you," she exclaimed, and everyone laughed. "Already ruling the roost?" James made a tentative attempt at teasing. "Always," Oscar agreed. "I can assure you my life has run best when she steers the ship." "Always?" Emily's eyebrows rose. "What about the apple pie incident? The pottery escapade, trying to train the donkey? Oh, and let's not forget trying to save the lambs from losing their tails. I believe every one of those things was Isla's idea." "Not everyone," Isla protested. "We tried to save the lambs' tails and fasten them back on because you cried in response to their piteous bass when it was done." "I do recall that the shepherd was careful to explain to us that if the tails were not docked, the sheep would soon have manure-infested mats that would attract flies." James put his hand over his mouth. "Could we discuss something else? Some of us are trying to eat." Isla laughed. "We are so sorry, James. But that really was what happened." When he finished explaining, Emily decided that it was all right to remove the little lamb's dangerous appendages. "Amazing world where little lamb's tails can be viewed as dangerous," James remarked. "I suppose there are many things that can seem harmless that turn out to be harmful." "Quite so," Oscar agreed, equably helping himself to a cucumber sandwich. "Emily, you must encourage James to be more like Oscar. You will observe that the subject has not affected his appetite at all," Isla said, unable to resist teasing her sister. "What makes you think I can influence James?" Emily asked tartly. "We have just met and have spent one enjoyable evening talking and dancing, unlike you and Oscar, who have been lifelong friends. Perhaps we should question who is influencing whom." James gallantly joined the fray. "I am sure I feel as if I have known Emily forever. She is so easy to talk with. Thanks to you, Emily, this has been a most enjoyable evening. I will own that I was quite dreading it." Isla saw an expression she had never seen before on her sister's face and immediately relented. "I'm glad that this could happen for you, James. Emily is not as fond of attending these overpopulated parties as I. If I am not mistaken, you have helped her have an enjoyable evening as well?" Now both James and Emily blushed, which was not what Isla had intended at all, but it told her a great deal about what the two of them were feeling. Wisely, she dropped the topic and turned to Oscar. "Is the sandwich to your liking?" Oscar quickly understood Isla's intent. The bread is light in the middle and crusty on the edges. The butter is sweet and thinly spread, just as I like it. The cucumber slices are crisp and lightly salted. I would say that it is a good sandwich." He then underscored his opinion by taking another bite. "Perhaps I should have one too," Isla commented, picking one up and nibbling off a corner. "I shall keep your preferences in mind for when we set up housekeeping." Chapter 9. 1810, Oscar, age 20, Bulverton Townhouse, end of the dance. Setting up housekeeping. Oscar liked the sound of that, especially with the matter-of-fact way that Isla delivered the sentence. As the party drew to a close, people began collecting their cloaks and going out to their carriages. Oscar and James walked the young ladies to their carriage, then stood back as Lady Cecily's dinner partner handed her in. They watched as the maid fussed with lap robes and the like, then waved cheerily to the departing vehicle. "Do you think we might become brothers-in-law?" James asked ingenuously. "I do not have a crystal ball or a newspaper that writes tomorrow's news, but I believe that it might be a possibility if you wed Emily," Oscar said judiciously. "Do you have it in mind?" "As the lady said, a single evening scarcely makes up for a lifetime of acquaintance and friendship, such as you have with the indomitable Isla, but I am inclined to favour Emily." Oscar nodded. "You could certainly do worse. I will own that I always found her to be a pale shadow beside Isla, but that does not mean she is insignificant. You might suit each other very well." James smiled at him. "Thank you for the encouragement. I shall certainly keep it in mind." "Excellent," Oscar replied absently. His mind was already on how he would ask his father if he could marry Isla. He could simply go on with the deed and present it as an accomplished fact. No, he would need his father's permission if he wanted to retain his inheritance when he married Isla, for he had already made up his mind about what was to be. "Ah, here is my carriage, James. Can I drop you anywhere?" No, I do not require a ride," James answered. "I live here, remember? I should go in and help father and mother finish saying goodbye to the remaining guests." "Understandable," Oscar commented. "Well, enjoy the rest of your evening." He did not hear what James replied, for his mind was already elsewhere. When Oscar arrived at his home, he was surprised to find the house ablaze with light. Fearing that there might be some sort of emergency, he hurried in. After inquiring of a servant or two as to where his father might be, he located him sitting in his study with a large ledger before him. "Good evening, father," Oscar said. "I am surprised to find you still up, but I am glad, for there is something I would like to ask you." "Is it something good?" his father asked, "for I could use some good news." "I think it is," Oscar replied. "Father, I would like permission to pay court to Lady Isla. I have spoken with her, and she is willing. Then he stopped, for his father was slowly shaking his head. "No, Oscar, I am sorry, but something has occurred that will separate our families forever." "But why, father? You and Edmund have been friends forever, and—" "I love Isla," Oscar burst out, desperation colouring his voice. "You will have to give that up, Oscar. I am sorry, but Edmund has made a declaration that I cannot brook or allow. You will be going to Sidmouth, where my sister is currently in residence." "Aunt Clarissa? We are going to live with Aunt Clarissa. But father, she has a yappy pug, a horrible parrot, and she always smells of snuff. Why are we going there?" "We are not going," Duke Henry said. "You are going. You must be separated from the girl." "Why, father? We have always intended to be wed. What has caused this sudden change?" "I have just learned what a horrible, selfish, backstabbing man Edmund Jenkinson is, and always has been. No, you cannot pay suit to Isla Jenkinson. She is not, and never will be, a suitable bride for you." "But father, why? We have been friends all our lives. Our mothers were friends, and I thought you and Lord Edmund were friends. What can possibly have changed in the course of one day? There are many things you do not know, Oscar. This is a thing that I thought long buried, but it has come to light at this most unfortunate time. Or perhaps at a fortunate time, since you are not yet formally paying suit to the girl, nor are you married. But father, Isla and I have always been destined for each other. I do not understand. Why are you saying these things? Why are we moving? His father grew red in the face, choked, gasped, sputtered, then roared. No, you do not understand, nor shall you. Some things are the way they are because I say so. You are moving to Sidmouth, and that is the end of it. Father, I do not wish to move to Sidmouth. I wish to remain here, marry Isla, and join our two estates. And that is exactly why you are moving to Sidmouth. Do you not understand me? The girl is not suitable. The family is not of old stock. They are newly made nobility. The bloodline is only a few generations away from being common yeoman stock. They are not peasants, father. Why, Edmund was honoured by King George IV himself long before the king took ill. His father served in King George III's court, and his father was a famous admiral. What can possibly be wrong with this bloodline? Nothing and everything. There are things you do not know, my son, things you should not know, things I will not tell you, and you will do as I say. Now get out of my sight. Shaking, Oscar left the room. He had to see Isla, and he needed to see her soon, before his father could insist that they leave. It occurred to Oscar that he could simply hide and not go. But what would he then have to offer Isla? It was a pretty fancy to say that she would run away with him and live in Scotland, but the truth was, it would be a hard life. They could board a ship and go to one of the colonies, but that would not be an easy life either. Back in his own rooms, he stripped off his evening wear and slipped into a plain linen shirt and a pair of worn day trousers. He rummaged in his wardrobe and found an old brown coat so shabby that it was nearly grey. It would do. He would blend with the night and look almost like a servant who had stepped out of the house for some air. He had just turned about from taking the coat from its peg and came face to face with Damien. "Where are you going?" Damien whispered. "To speak with Isla," Oscar whispered back. "What has father so in the wind? Do you know?" "Not really," Damien replied, still speaking in a hushed voice. "Something came in the mail that upset him almost beyond bearing. He has been alternately weeping and shouting since shortly after you left. Sometimes he calls out a woman's name, Eliza, he weeps, and he wishes that he had never been born. Then, and this is the most terrifying of all, he wishes that we had not been born. Oscar, I beg of you, do not leave me alone with him. I think he is truly losing his mind and might do me harm. Do not worry, Damien. I will not leave you, but I must speak with Isla. Tonight, I asked her to marry me, and she said yes. She needs an explanation. I owe it to her not to simply leave like a thief in the night. I understand, Oscar, but please take me with you, or at least let me go hide in the stables while you are gone. He is raging like a madman, and I truly fear for my life." Oscar considered how his father had been carrying on before he sent him to his room. "Very well, Damien. You can come with me to the neighbouring estate. But for heaven's sake, keep firm control of your tongue and simply wait quietly for me. Telling Isla that we cannot be wed this year is going to be the hardest thing I have ever done." "I know, Oscar. I am sorry to be such a coward. I know you love Isla, but brother, I do not think I will be alive in a year if you leave me alone with father." Oscar realised that this was not simply Damien's usual hyperbole. His brother was truly afraid. "Come on then," he said. "We will slip out the back way, for I will not simply leave Isla to wonder what has become of me. Father might be able to make me into a faithless cad, but he will not make me seem deceitful as well." The two young men slipped down the servants' entrance. The house was quiet, for no one wished to cross Duke Henry in this mood. Together, the brothers walked out through the garden and slipped through the gap in the hedge. Although the night was dim, there was moonlight enough for them to make out the familiar path they had trod in merrier times. Carefully, they made their way across the slippery bridge by the spring that became a brook that divided the two estates. Then they continued on toward the house. To their amazement, it was lit up almost as fully as their own had been. It was their good fortune that they found the stable boy pushing a wheelbarrow out to the stable midden, with one last load of soiled bedding. Oscar beckoned to the lad. When he came over, Oscar asked, "Can you get a message to Lady Isla?" "I can try," the stable boy said, "but something happened up there in the manor house. I heard that the Duke is in a rare taking over something." "I have no money. I cannot pay you," Oscar told him, "but I will owe you a favour that you can collect one day." "Nah, don't worry yourself," the stable boy said. "I would do it for Lady Isla. Doing for you is like doing for her. I know how you feel about her and how she feels about you." "Thank you," Oscar said gratefully. "I will still consider that I owe you a debt." The brothers waited in the shadows by the stable as the stable boy made his way up to the kitchen. A back door opened and yellow light spilled out. The door closed and the light vanished. The stable was dark and dusty, smelling strongly of horse and dog. The old hound who slept in the tack room came up to Oscar and Damien, wagging his tail and asking to be petted. Absently, Oscar stroked his head, never taking his eyes off the door. It seemed like an eternity before the door opened again and a woman's shape appeared against the yellow light, and then was again obscured by the gloom as the door closed behind her. "Wait, here," Oscar whispered. He could not hear Damien, but he thought that he nodded, waiting there in the dark. The hound left Oscar and crouched beside Damien, offering sympathy in that strange way that dogs seem to have of knowing when things are amiss. Oscar met Isla in the shadowed edge of the forest just below the midden. She put out her hand and clasped his as he stretched it to her. Her fingers were like ice, and they trembled. He drew her deeper into the gloom under the boughs. "Isla, I have bad news," he said. "When I started to ask Father for permission to court you, he flew into a rage. He is sending me to live with one of my aunts. She is a horrible old woman. I will not grace her with the title lady. She has this yappy pug dog and a parrot who calls names. Plus she always smells of snuff and worse things." Isla leaned against him. "Whatever shall we do? My father threw a similar fit and forbade me to see you. Emily and Sophie are to tell him that I have gone to bed and cried myself to sleep. If he discovers that I have met with you, I am not certain what will happen." "Oh, Isla," Oscar sighed, holding her close. "I have no idea what to do. It will be another year before I am of age. Until then, I have no income. We cannot live without funds, and I have no idea how to take up a trade. I will not resort to thievery or similar occupations. The army is not an answer because I am the oldest son. I would be sent home straight away. Besides, the recruiter is a friend of my father. Nor can I see you as a camp follower. Your father would skin me alive for exposing you to that, and rightly so." Isla gave a soft sob. "I will not give up, Oscar. I will not. You have been mine ever since I found the crown in the plum pudding, and I yours." "Yes, I know," Oscar said. "I should have asked sooner." Isla shook her head, rubbing her face against his coat. No, I do not think that would have answered. I think they would simply have separated us sooner. But I will not forget, Oscar. I will wait for you because I know you will find a solution and that you will come for me." "I will," Oscar promised. "You are my heart, my pirate queen, my princess, my beautiful lady, and I mean to make you my wife. Just be careful, Isla. No foolish charitable visiting or anything that would take you from me forever." "I promise," Isla returned. "I will wait for you until I am old and grey, if that is what it takes, my handsome pirate king." Oscar bent his head to her, and they kissed passionately and desperately, with all the longing in their young hearts. They were both crying, their faces wet and salty with tears. It lent a deep poignancy to their desperate kisses. "Psst," Damien hissed in the darkness. "Someone is coming." All three of them melted a little deeper into the forest. They relaxed when they heard Sophie call softly, "Isla, father is looking for you." "I must go," Isla said. "I cannot get my sisters into trouble. But remember me, Oscar. Do not forget. Oh, by all that is holy, please remember me." Reluctantly, Oscar let her slip out of his arms and watched as the sisters hurried away, two dim silhouettes keeping to the shadows. His heart heavy within him, Oscar followed his brother down the well-worn trail, across the slippery bridge, and back to the Smith residence. His life, as he knew it, was over. All his dreams had walked into the Jenkinson house, and the door had closed over them. Since he did not want to endanger either his darling Isla or his beloved brother, he saw no choice but to do as his father asked. But he was glad to have had this one last conversation, this chance to let Isla know that his absence was not his doing. No matter what happened in the future, he would always love Isla. No one else had her wit, her beauty, or her zany imagination. When he thought of the future without her, even if it was only for a year or two, it was as if he was walking into a yawning, black chasm with rushing water and jagged rocks at the bottom of it. "Mind your step," Damien whispered. "It is slippery here." "I know," Oscar whispered back, but it was not the wet paving stones beneath their feet that he had in mind. 10. Isla, age 18, her bedchamber. Isla had no clear memory of how she got back inside that night. She had been in her room and under her covers no more than a few seconds when she heard her father's voice say, "I want to see that she is here." When the door to her room opened and closed, she feigned sleep and was extremely grateful when the door closed again and she was alone. She had gone from delirious happiness to despair, all in the barest of moments. Clearly, there was no hope. There would not be a Christmas wedding, nor even a cottage in Scotland. There was just going to be loneliness until both she and Oscar were old enough to marry without their father's consent. She turned, her comfortable little bed as confining and hard to her as a pallet in the poorest of domiciles. She flipped her pillow over, trying to find a part of it that was not soaked with hot tears. Isla was no longer sobbing, but the salty drops continued to run down her cheeks. She felt sick, as if something she had always counted on had been yanked away from her. Well, had it not? This was not her choice or Oscar's. It was some obscure thing between their fathers, and it was driving a wedge between them as surely as a wedge could be driven through the trunk of a tree. She felt raw, wrenched, as if she was that tree and half of her had just been cut away. She could not imagine a future without Oscar, but she had promised her mother as she lay dying to take care of her sisters. "That will be my future," she said aloud into the darkness. "I will wait and wait, taking care of Emily and Sophie, and if Oscar is forever gone from me—" Here a sob welled up in her throat and burst out despite her best efforts. "If he is forever gone from me," she continued on steadily, "then I shall devote myself to my nephews and nieces. I shall be the best aunt that has ever been, and I shall care for everyone so that when Oscar returns, he will see that I have always been the best person I could possibly be." With these last words, she burst into a fresh storm of sobbing. This was not the pretty kind of crying that is done for an audience. Each raw gasp felt as if a chunk of her soul was being ripped out and clawed into pieces. She was beyond words, beyond coherent thought, her world fragmented. The pain contracted her chest, sunk claws into her belly. She cried and cried until sheer physical exhaustion won out, and she fell asleep on her sodden pillow. When morning came, her head ached and her chest hurt, but she had discovered a new resolve to understand why she and Oscar were being torn apart. She rose, washed her face with rose water. She checked it as carefully as she could in the old mirror. Well, if her eyes were red from crying, it was not to be wondered at, and no help for it. She dressed sensibly in a dove-grey morning dress, combed her hair and did it up in a simple twist that only required 2 wooden hair sticks to secure it. Calmly, she descended the stairs and went into the breakfast room. The usual spread was laid out for the household, but only Sophie sat at the table. "Where is Emily?" Isla asked. "In her room," Sophie replied. "She will be down in a minute. She had something she needed to attend to." Isla nodded. "And father?" "In his study. I think he is drinking spiked tea. And it is not even mid-morning." "I need to speak with him," Isla said calmly. "I need to understand why he is pulling my life apart in this way." "I wish you luck," Sophie said. "He is not in a good mood." "Neither am I," Isla snapped. Sophie's eyes widened and she jerked as if she had been slapped. "I am sorry, Sophie. I did not mean to be rude to you, dearest little sister. None of this is your fault." Isla went around the table and put an arm around Sophie. Sophie leaned against her. "Of course it is. If I had not been born, or not been so stubborn about being born, you and Emily would still have your mother, and maybe none of this would have ever happened." "Sophie," Isla held her sister and stroked her hair, "none of us choose how or when we are born. We cannot even choose when we will walk and talk. There is no way in all the world that father's bad mood can possibly be your fault. Even if mother were still alive, there is no knowing whether she could have changed his mind." Sophie sighed and hugged Isla. "Thank you, Isla. You are the dearest sister in all the world, the best and the most kind. I would be lost without you, so pray do not do anything foolish." Isla kissed the top of her sister's head. "Of course not. I promised mother to take care of both you and Emily. It is my last memory of her, and I could not possibly betray that trust. But I made a promise to Oscar too, and I will not betray that one either." "I know," Sophie said. "It can be really hard to know what to do." "Yes, it can," Isla said. "All we can do is to follow our heart with loving kindness and hope for the best." "Will you eat something before you talk to father?" Sophie asked. "You did not eat much at the ball last night. You are bound to be famished." As if on cue, or perhaps it was the suggestion, Isla's stomach rumbled. She laughed ruefully. The world could be coming to an end, and our stomachs would still demand to be fed. I'll take a little tea, and perhaps some toasted bread. "Add some butter and jam," Sophie urged. "You will do better arguing on a full stomach." Isla was not so sure about this, but food did take away some of her light, hollow feeling. She could not decide whether she was glad about that or resentful that the mere act of eating could make her feel better. She pushed back from the table and went up to her father's study. She tapped lightly on the door, and at her father's soft, "Come in," she entered. "I've been expecting you," he said heavily. "Do not think that you will change my mind. No daughter of mine will marry a son of Henry Smith. Perfidy is bred in the bone and taught by example. I will not expose any of my daughters to such behaviour." "What behaviour, father? Oscar has never been anything but kind to me. Nay, more than kind. I could not ask for a better friend. I cannot imagine he would change when he becomes husband and lover." "That last is never going to happen," Duke Edmund said firmly. "I have governed my estate in such a way that you will always have a competency. In fact, each of you has an invested portion that is untouchable by any lover or husband. Even so, I will not expose you to the possibility that you will be badly used. Oscar would never misuse me in any way. We have been friends since we were children and played in the gardens while our mothers talked. What can possibly have changed to cause this rift between our families?" Duke Edmund sighed heavily. "It is an old, sordid story which I have promised not to share. In truth, it is Oscar's father I mistrust, but the father does influence the son. As the twig is bent, so grows the tree. I am not doing this to cause you pain, Isla. Rather, I am doing it to protect you. You are not to go anywhere near Faintham, converse with anyone who lives there, or otherwise attempt to contact Oscar Smith. Do I make myself quite clear?" "Your directive is clear, father. Your motives are not. My feeling is that when we come to the end of this dreadful tangle, you will feel extremely foolish. However, I have a responsibility to my sisters, and I will fulfill it." With that, she quietly turned and went out of her father's study. She moved as if she were wrapped in a grey fog. She went to the back drawing room, a space favoured by her and her sisters, because it had excellent light quality, even in winter. She sat down at a tapestry where she had started, a needlework hanging that would depict Queen Bee Boudica at the head of her army. She threaded her needle with scarlet and began working the blood that dripped from the head that the Celtic queen dangled from one hand. Nothing mattered but working those drops of blood so that they shone bright against the background of the unworked canvas. Stitch by stitch, she filled it in, the blood dripping from the head, the bodies of the fighters beneath the ancient queen's chariot, and coating the fighters' swords. It was morbid, but she was angry, hurt, and confused. No doubt, from the old tales, Boudica had felt the same way. Emily had looked in on her once. "Would you like some luncheon?" she had asked. "No," Isla had replied, continuing to stitch. By the time it had grown too dark to see, and a maid had come in and lit the lamps, not only was all the blood done, but so was most of Boudica. Isla felt cramped from sitting, and her fingers had several places where she had bandages to keep from dribbling real blood onto the picture. Emily came in again. "Please, Isla," she begged, "you must come eat something. You will make yourself ill." Silently, Isla rose and followed Emily down to the dining table. Their father was sitting at the head of it. She turned a face completely devoid of emotion toward him and said, "Good evening, father." "Good evening, Isla. Are you well?" "No," she replied, "nor do I expect ever to be well again. But I am not at death's door, or likely to harm myself." Duke Edmund nodded, looking as if he was grateful for this news. "Then I will leave all of you to your repast." He turned to the butler. "I will have my dinner in my study." With that, he withdrew, leaving the sisters to dine together. The cook had outdone himself with the evening meal, but Isla scarcely tasted it. She could have been eating plain oatmeal with nothing on it for the pleasure it gave her. She washed it down with a moderate amount of watered wine, determined not to give in to the common pattern of drowning her sorrow in wine or laudanum. No, she would keep herself healthy and whole. When Oscar was able to return, she would be in good health, ready to take care of his household. A little wine tonight would help her sleep. She would need sleep. It was a silent meal, Emily and Sophie respecting her silent grief. They, themselves, clearly were shaken by the previous day's events. When Isla had finished her fruit compote, a dessert she normally enjoyed, she went to each of them and gave them a hug. "Good night, sisters. Sleep well." "Will you want something to help you nod off?" Emily asked. "No. The wine has taken the edge off. Laudanum will only give me bad dreams. I will be fine. We will go on. Life will go on, and one day Oscar will return. He will not always be 20. Time will pass." "Of course it will," Sophie said brightly. "It always does." "You can talk to me any time," Emily added. "I will always have a listening ear for you." "I know," Isla said. "And I will have one for you. Time heals all wounds. I just need some sleep now. I did not sleep well last night." The sisters said goodnight to each other again, and Isla went to her lonely bed, trying not to contemplate the many lonely nights ahead of her when she had held such. Chapter 11. 1810, Oscar, age 20, Faintham Manor. It was still dark outside when Oscar's valet roused him from sleep. "Your father wants you, Lord Oscar," McKnight said. "He has asked that you come down to breakfast right away, and that I should finish packing for you. Do you have any particular requests for the items you will want?" "The contents of my writing desk. Be sure to get all of it, and do not let my father catch sight of my letters from Isla. Are you being allowed to go with me, McKnight?" "I am, but I have strict orders not to mail any letters or to accept any from the lady." "I would guess, then, that I am not to be allowed to say goodbye." McKnight shook his head. "You can ask your father, but I am under strict instructions that you are to go directly from your chambers to breakfast, and from there to the carriage. And Damien? Damien is not to go. He will remain here with his tutor while your father escorts you to your aunt's home." That is fairly high-handed of father, and this is all because of some nearly forgotten thing that has only recently come to light. This is unbelievable. Besides, my brother was extremely anxious last night about being left alone with my father. His valet clicked his tongue against his teeth in sympathy. "It is difficult, my lord, but when you are young, you are under orders from your parents, and this is usually for the best. If you go against your father's orders, he would be within his rights to disinherit you, which would make Damien his heir. I scarcely think your brother would be able to run the estates. I think he might surprise you and everyone else, but your point is taken, McKnight. If I wish to inherit, then I need to toe the line. I only wish I knew what occasioned this upset. Father has never objected to Isla before, but now he tells me that she is not a suitable bride. I cannot imagine what has caused this attitude on his part. People do change, and circumstances can change quickly, McKnight said. I will pack up your things and make sure that all the contents of your writing desk are included, even if I must pack some of them in my own valise. That is kind of you, McKnight. Now, if we can put the finishing touches on my cravat, I will go down and see what my father has in mind for me and for Damien. My brother was exceptionally distraught last night, and I am loath to leave him in such a mood. That reminds me, my lord, Master Damien will be down to bid you farewell, although I do not believe you will have time alone with him." Oscar clenched his teeth together, but made no other sign of his inner turmoil. So, he was to be separated from Damien, on top of being ripped away from Isla. He only hoped that he would not regret leaving his brother behind. Stony-faced, he descended the stairs to the breakfast room. A veritable feast was laid out, and his father, already there before him, was sitting before a well-laden platter. "Eat heartily, my son. I have had the cook put up a basket of cold foods that we can eat along the way, because goodness knows what might be available at the rest stops. We have a long journey ahead of us today, but if we are off at first light, we should be able to reach your aunt's house before nightfall. I hope your valet is making quick work of packing up a few last things for you. If you miss something, I can send it along by post a little later." Oscar took a slice of bread, a scoop of eggs, and a cup of black India tea. He sat down and stolidly began to eat, making no pretense of enjoyment. "What I do not understand, Father, is why we are doing this at all. Isla and I have been friends and companions since she was 8 and I was 10. We were meant for each other." "I am sorry you got that impression, Oscar. I regret causing you pain, but I believe this to be in the nature of a necessary surgery to prevent greater injury later on." "And my brother? Is there a reason why you're separating us?" "Yes, there is. Damien has become dependent on your protection when his mouth gets him into trouble. In your absence, he will have to rely on his own self-control." "You frightened him yesterday," Oscar said. "Good. Perhaps he will respect my directions if he fears that there are consequences. Something that I would like to point out to you is that if you want to see your brother now and then, you will respect my wishes. If you won't follow my orders, I will see to it that not only are you separated from the girl, you will never see your brother again either." Oscar carefully put down his spoon and stood up from the table. "If you are trying to drive me away from you, Father, then you could not have chosen any better way to do it. At this point, I am nearly convinced that Damien is right and that you are half mad. If I find you have harmed him in any way, I will put my scant study of the law to work, and I will have you set aside. It can be done. There is precedent for it. If you are referring to His Majesty and the Prince, then you have not chosen a particularly good resource." "I can assure you there are other legal precedents," Oscar said ominously. "I will scour the law libraries until I find them all." "If it keeps you occupied, then do go ahead. You can only gain from reading legal tomes. Knowledge of what has been done before will be of benefit to the estate when you are holding the reins." With great effort, Oscar kept himself from snarling. "You may rest assured that I will do so, Your Grace." "You will also treat me with respect, young whelp. Your attitude is moderately entertaining today, but I do not think it will be tomorrow. Enough. Go say goodbye to your brother and present yourself at the carriage within the hour." Without a word, Oscar turned away and went to find Damien. Damien was miserably staring out of the window at the carriage below where a large trunk was being loaded on top and boxes were being stored in the boot. "Damien!" Oscar started. "I know," Damien replied. "He told me this morning when I met the tutor. The only good thing out of all of this is that he seems to be a cheerful fellow who is unlikely to drive me wild. You should meet him before you go." Damien raised his voice slightly. "Mr. Jacobs, would you mind meeting my brother before he leaves?" A tall, lanky man who did not seem to be much older than Oscar entered the room from their previous tutor's quarters. "I would be delighted," he said. "I have already heard so much about you, my lord." Oscar put out his hand and Mr. Jacobs came forward and shook it. "A pleasure, my lord, a pleasure, I can assure you. It seems you must stand as a proxy for my brother's care in my stead," Oscar said. "Rest assured, I will look after him carefully, Lord Oscar. I am already impressed with his knowledge of Latin, and anticipate many pleasurable days reading together. Have no fear for his health or safety. I will stand surety for both." "Thank you," Oscar said soberly. "I have no desire to depart upon this junket, but since my father wills it, I must go." "Oscar!" Their father's voice came up the stairwell. "And that would be my summons." Oscar pulled his brother into an embrace. "Write to me," he whispered in his ear. "Give me the news, but do not put yourself in father's sights to do so." "I will, and I will. Take all precautions." Oscar left Damien almost as reluctantly as he had left Isla the night before. With heavy heart, he stumped down the stairs and followed his father to the carriage. McKnight followed them and clambered up to the top of the carriage to sit with the driver. Once they were within and the door closed, Duke Henry said to him, "I know it seems hard now, my boy, but in the long run, you will thank me." Oscar said not a word, but only looked out the window. If he craned his neck slightly, he could see Damien looking out. Tears welled in his eyes, and he blinked furiously to keep them from falling. Being largely unsuccessful, he took out his pocket handkerchief and mopped at his face. "Pa," his father remarked, "you are as missish as a girl. Your aunt will soon have that out of you. Your Aunt Clarissa is a stern lady of firm resolve." Oscar turned away from the window to face his father. "Is she? Or is she simply a slovenly old woman who keeps a succession of pugs and that terrible parrot? She needs 2 maids just to keep up with the mess from them. Your aunt has excellent social connections, and she will find a proper wife for you. Spend this time learning, my son. By and by you will see that I am right. You need a young lady who is impressionable and malleable, with excellent connections. I have never liked the way Isla led you around like a little puppy dog on a string. Be guided by your Aunt Clarissa, and you will be master in your own home." "As I am master now? I doubt that such is your goal, or hers either. I was never a pet, but a willing partner with Isla. What will I be with a woman selected by Aunt Clarissa? Shall I take up keeping lapdogs as she has done? Or perhaps I should get a parrot and forget about ever getting married? No doubt that would please you enormously." "No, no, my son," Lord Henry exclaimed. "Not at all. You must wed a suitable bride who will bring value to the estate." "I had found a suitable bride," Oscar growled from between clenched teeth. Then, relaxing his jaw enough for clear speech, "I am travelling away from her with every turn of the wheels on this carriage. How am I to know if I should ever find anyone who comes even close to Isla's like, that you will not snatch her away from me too? Be guided by your Aunt Clarissa. She has more social acumen than you give her credit for. She will find several suitable young ladies from whom you may choose." "I bet they will all keep pug dogs and parrots," Oscar muttered, turning back to the window. "I could consider that insubordination and that you are in violation of our agreement," Duke Henry said. "But I recognise that you're grieving for your lost youth, and I will let it pass this time. Hereafter, however, I expect you to keep a civil tongue in your head and speak to me with respect. Such remarks as that I would find more likely to be uttered by Damien." Inwardly, Oscar seethed, his emotions in extreme turmoil. On the one hand, he did not really care that much about inheriting. But, on the other hand, a wife has a right to expect a reasonable level of income and support from her husband. In addition, Isla was still young enough that they would have difficulty marrying without parental approval. Duke Henry continued talking about how reliable his Aunt Clarissa was and always had been. How if he had listened as a youth, he would have found a more suitable mate, and that Oscar should not be put off by her ear trumpet, that she really heard very well, but found it to be a useful social affectation. "Probably went deaf listening to you," Oscar thought. "I wish I could manage to emulate the condition. Yes, it is perfectly clear where Damien gets his proclivity to blather on. At least when Damien says something, it is interesting or funny." After a time, Duke Henry's one-sided conversation became stentorian snores. Oscar leaned against the leather seats and wished he had brought something to read. It was going to be a long journey. Chapter 12. 1810, Damien, age 14, Faintham Manor, October. Damien did not mind his new tutor, or at least not as much as he had feared he would. Mr. Jacobs was reading to be a clergyman, but he did not seem to be infected with the usual need to impose upon him any more than the ordinary religious forms. The tutor did say a prayer at the beginning of each day of learning, grace over meals, and another lengthy prayer at the end of the day. In between, he was more likely to share chemical formulae, the relative merits of various horse breeds, and the more exciting parts of Greek and Roman history. He did insist that Damien memorise all the English rulers, starting with Egbert. He then asked him to practice his penmanship by writing one paragraph about each, listing his merits, accomplishments, and defeats, as well as shortcomings. When Damien asked whether it was permissible to criticise kings, Mr. Jacobs just laughed. "Make sure they are dead first," was his reply. That struck Damien as funny. He laughed and repeated, "Make sure they are dead, make sure they are dead," over and over, giggling between repetitions. "Hold up there, my friend," Mr. Jacobs said. "My joke was not that funny." "I know," Damien replied, giggling and repeating the phrase again. "Make sure they are dead." Then he added, "I just can't stop. It has gotten into that part of my brain and it just sticks. Make sure they are dead." "Aha," Mr. Jacobs said. "That is what everyone is talking about and why they close up their mouths when I ask questions. We are going down to the old armory where the walls are thick. Put your hand over your mouth and think, 'I'm boxing up these words. I'm boxing up these words.'" Damien slapped his hand over his mouth and between phrases he inserted, "I am boxing up these words." By the time they had reached the armory, he was repeating, "I am boxing up these words. I am boxing up these words." Once they were inside the old armory, which was simply a bare, dusty room with narrow slit windows and a thick door, Mr. Jacobs said, "Now then, Damien, let your words loose." And Damien did. First he said, "Make sure they are dead, make sure they are dead," flinging himself wildly, pantomiming stabbing someone. Then he shouted out, "Look at that dress! Just look at it! No more fabric than a fisherman's net. Someone ought to be shot for letting her go out like that." Net, 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 net. He ran around the room, one arm outstretched as if he were trailing a cape or a net of some sort. Then he spun to Mr. Jacobs and said, "They took my brother and gave me you. They took my brother and gave me you." He spun away and punched the wall. That apparently hurt, for he shook his hand and kicked the wall as hard as he could until he collapsed against it, sobbing. "Father took away my brother, and he wishes that I were dead. He wishes that we both were dead. He said so that first night after he read the mail. How could something that came in the mail make my father into a monster and make him take my brother away?" "Shh, shh, Damien. I am not sure what happened, but sit down here on the floor and tell me what occurred. What happened? What do you remember?" So Damien sat down on the dusty floor beside Mr. Jacobs and told him everything that had happened, how the mail had come, and father had taken it to read. There had been an invitation to the Bulvertons' ball, and some other things, including a letter from Duke Edmund. "But I don't see how that letter could be the problem," Damien said. "Our father and Duke Edmund have been friends forever, and our mothers were friends. Now it is all a tangle. Oscar is far away and not even supposed to write to me, or me to him. Father thinks he is a bad influence on me. I'm not allowed to speak to Isla, Emily, or Sophie, because they are supposed to be a bad influence. Or maybe I am the bad influence. I can't really tell. Anyway, they are too old to visit without a chaperone now, even Sophie." "You miss them," Mr. Jacobs said sympathetically. Damien nodded. "I do. I miss all of them, but especially I miss Oscar. We've never been apart. I feel like a big, important part of me is missing." "I can understand that," Mr. Jacobs assured him. "I had a brother once. The smallpox took him when he was 12, along with all my sisters and my mother. I was away, learning to become a clergyman. My father is a ship's captain, and he was away on a voyage. So now it is only the two of us." "Oh, Mr. Jacobs, I am so sorry," Damien said. "That is awful." "It is," Mr. Jacobs agreed. "I wept until the headmaster at my school sent for a physician. It was my good luck that the physician understood my situation, since he had many other patients in similar situations under his care. It was a terrible year. Between the headmaster of the school and the physician, I learned to control my outbursts of grief. They seem to come at the oddest times and could be extremely inconvenient. So, if you are studying to be a clergyman, why are you here as a tutor? Well, that is part of the story. You see, smallpox does not care about your rank or station in life. I had an older cousin who was a vicar. I was to be his curate, but he was one of the early victims of the disease. Fortunately, I was in my last year of study, and he had already paid for it, so I was able to complete my education. But that left me with no place to be of service. Thanks to a short posting to fill in for another student, I have found that being a tutor suits me very well, perhaps better than being a curate might have done. Damien mopped at his face with his sleeve, and Mr. Jacobs handed him his handkerchief. Thank you. I think I'm glad you decided to be a tutor. No one ever told me that I could say the words and let them out. They have only told me, "Hush, Damien. Not right now, Damien. And why can't you control yourself, Damien?" Helping people who are grieving is part of what a curate learns to do, Mr. Jacobs said. Crying, yelling curses, even saying things for which you are sorry later is all part of it. Sometimes the things we feel get packed in so tight they have to have some place to go. Damien wiped his face, then blew his nose. "I think I've made a mess of your handkerchief," he said. Mr. Jacobs smiled. "On the first day of my studies, a wise teacher said, 'Always carry several spare handkerchiefs. We will put that one in the dirty linen hamper and let the laundress take care of it.'" "All right," Damien said. "Meanwhile, I'll lend you some of mine. I have a whole stack of them in my room, and I never use them. I guess I'll start carrying one or two from now on." "There, I knew you were quick to learn," Mr. Jacobs said. "I think you will find that to be a far more valuable lesson than memorizing dead kings." "Does that mean I do not have to complete the exercise?" Damien asked. "Not at all," Mr. Jacobs admonished. "It means that you will have enough handkerchiefs about you to wipe your hands when they become smudged from writing. Who knows what else you might learn while reading about these dead kings?" Damien gave a shaky little laugh. "I might have known you would not let go of that one." "I will, however, give you a break from it," Mr. Jacobs said. "I have been wondering if there are any good places to go fishing." "There are," Damien said enthusiastically. "There is this splendid bridge just above the mill pond. And any place where we can get some hooks and sinkers. That too," Damien added. "It is in the village. So all we need is permission from my father and some money, so we can go get some." "As it happens, I have both," Mr. Jacobs said, "but I think you should wash and we should have some luncheon before we go." Damien gave a shaky little laugh and went away to wash up. He was surprised to find that he had an appetite. After they had eaten, they had a pleasant walk down to the village. Damien loved the village. It was a little pocket of shops and houses nestled across the border of the two estates. It provided housing for day servants as well as small stores, where produce and other things from the estates were sold by various shopkeepers and businessmen. Even though the estates were on the edge of London, this spot was quite separate from the city and almost seemed like part of a country estate. The smithy, which shared space with a saddle and tack shop, turned out to have everything they needed for a pleasant afternoon fishing, except bait. A trip to the butcher's shop proved to be the answer to that. The butcher was just getting ready to discard a piece of bacon fat that had become just a little too ripe for humans to eat. He was more than happy to trade it to Damien and Mr. Jacobs for a chance to say that Duke Henry's second son had been there. From there, Damien guided Mr. Jacobs to the bridge above the mill pond. He was surprised to discover that someone was already there. Sophie was standing on the Jenkinson side of the bridge, already had her hook in the water, and was keeping a close eye on a wooden bobber. "I'll go," she said, preparing to pull in her line. No, Mr. Jacobs said. "I understand that this might be awkward, but I will stand between your stations, taking the space in the middle, as it were. We are all here to do a little fishing, each on our own side of the bridge, nothing more and nothing less." Are you sure? Sophie hesitated. I am, Mr. Jacob said firmly. For the better part of 2 hours, the young lady and young gentleman stood at opposite ends of the bridge, while Mr. Jacob stood in the middle. As the sun began to dip toward the horizon, the cook's youngest daughter came to tell Sophie that she was wanted at the house. Thank you for a pleasant afternoon, Mr. Jacob said. It is always good to meet a fellow angler. Sophie curtsied. The pleasure is all mine. I do hope you catch a few more fish. They seem to be biting better now that the sun is westering, but it would upset my older sister if I were to stay much longer. It is good to see you, Sophie, Damien put in. Give your sisters my best wishes, but perhaps you should not mention to your father that I was here. Oh, have no worries on that score, Sophie said firmly. I like fishing, and I like fresh fish. Were I to mention this afternoon to father, my fishing days would be very few indeed. I am glad to see you looking well, Damien. There were rumours in the village that you had been ill. Only saddened that my brother is gone, and not likely to return very soon, Damien replied. Just then he felt a strong tug on his fishing line. By the time he had pulled in his catch, Sophie was gone. That is a fine fish, Mr. Jacob said admiringly, and she is a lovely young lady. Are you intent upon doing a little angling of another sort? Forbidden waters, Damien said somberly. My brother was sent away because he and the oldest daughter are in love. None of us is quite sure what happened between our fathers, but we are all forbidden to see one another, even though we played together and were as close as sisters and brothers most of our lives. Ah, that's Sophie, Mr. Jacobs said. Perhaps we should find a different fishing spot, so as to leave this one for the young ladies. Lady, Damien corrected. As far as I know, Sophie is the only one who likes to fish, but her catch will go to the cook, and it will be shared among the sisters and their immediate servants. Even so, Mr. Jacob said, I would not want to deprive her of her fishing spot. I am sure there must be another. I will make some inquiries. Damien nodded, but he looked out over the mill pond thoughtfully. This is the best place, but you're right. Sophie will not be allowed farther from home. Chapter 13. 1811. Isla, age 19. Glenwood Manor, November. Private drawing room. Isla stared out the window of the back sitting room and watched drops of rain dribble down the bubbled and rippled old glass. The front sitting room had better windows, but this was the Jenkinson sisters' favourite place to sit, do their needlework, and talk among themselves. Rainy days make me feel melancholy. It is so hard to find something interesting to do. Isla leaned against the window frame and laid her cheek on the cold glass. With one finger, she traced the passage of a single drop as it coasted down toward the old leading between the square panes. Foolish to feel so downhearted, but they had all wished to walk in the woods behind the kitchen garden. The woods had always been their favourite place, with its venerable oaks, soft carpets of moss, wild flowers in spring and colourful leaves in autumn. It was a place of ceaseless wonder, almost magical. Oscar and Damien had often joined them for their make-believe play. Since they were 3 young ladies and 2 young gentlemen, Isla, who was tall, slender, and dark-haired, sometimes had taken on the role of protector for the 2 younger girls, who might have been princesses or milkmaids or whatever their particular fantasy of the day might have called for. But in all their plays, she was either joined with Oscar as his queen or played his opposite, a rival protecting the younger children, so that they were always the most important figures in those fantasy realms of their childhood. Isla sighed. It would be so easy to find something to do if Oscar were here. We could go up into the attic and rummage out the old trunks, finding costumes, plenty to create a play and give adult grace to imaginary playtime. Or we could play cribbage, as Oscar taught me to do. Even now I miss him so much. Another melancholy sigh escaped her lips. Why so sad, Isla? Emily asked, looking up from her embroidery frame. I am so bored with staying inside, Isla replied. I particularly wanted our walk in the woods. I feel cramped and pent up. What about your book? Sophie asked. Finished it, Isla replied. It was silly anyway. The heroine was a complete mooncalf. You've not finished your tapestry? Emily ventured timidly. I have run out of silver thread for St. John's armour, and the grey silk is just not the same. Then what would you like to do? Sophie rejoined. That is just it. You would think that by now I would know how to amuse myself, since we have lived here all our lives. Perhaps that is the problem, Emily suggested. Sometimes it would be wonderful to go somewhere new, or do something different. I agree, Isla said, and I am mercilessly bored. I don't suppose I could coax either of you to play cribbage with me. Her sisters groaned in unison at this suggestion. You only like the game because Oscar taught you how to play, Emily objected. And because you always win, Sophie added. Not at all, Isla replied. I find it mentally stimulating. Both her sisters burst out laughing. Somehow, her sister's laughter brightened the afternoon, and Isla took up her tapestry and began working on the flowers that were scattered beneath the saint's feet. Sophie found a travelogue they had only read twice before, and read it aloud to her sisters, interspersing the written words with made-up dialogue between supposed travellers. Her proposed conversations were so drolly absurd that Isla was soon laughing so hard that she found it difficult to thread her needles. When the afternoon had dwindled down to evening, and long shadows began to steal across the lawn, the light became too dim for embroidery or tapestry work. Isla went back to the window, staring out across the lawn to the yew hedge that divided the Jenkinson estate from the Smith estate. I wish Oscar were here. I wonder what he is doing now. Is he reading law as he always said he would? Or did he give all that up to become a frivolous young nobleman, the kind he always poked fun at? She blinked back tears as she stared at the shadows gathering under the yew trees. The slight divot in the hedge was still there after all these years, worn by their feet when they were all much younger and more innocent. She sighed again. Their father tapped at the door. Edmund Jenkinson entered the small sitting room. Here are my girls. What have you found to amuse yourselves today? His large body, once spectacularly fit, but now running a bit to chubbiness around his middle, seemed to take up all the space and even perhaps push the walls back a little with his bluff, hearty goodwill. We are immensely bored, father, Sophie announced artlessly. Emily worked on her embroidery all afternoon, while Isla stared out of the window and sighed. I am completely exhausted from watching both of them. Oh, now, my little periwinkle, their father commiserated. We cannot have that. Why, I can remember when your sisters could keep you amused for whole weeks at a time. Why can you not enjoy a single afternoon indoors? Because we are getting older, father, Isla commented, avoiding the answer that was in all their minds. We are no longer amused by playing patty cakes or serving tea to our dolls. We require... But what it was that they required remained a mystery, for the maid came in to announce that dinner was ready. Allow me a short while to change into my dinner jacket, Duke Edmund said. To be sure, Isla replied, turning to shepherd the two younger girls out of the room. We should also freshen up. As they went up the staircase to their rooms, Isla heard her sisters whispering to each other. Sophie giggled and said in her all-too-carrying adolescent voice, She's pining after Oscar again. That's why she cannot think of anything to do. Isla sighed once more, this time in mild exasperation. She did not correct her sisters. It was, after all, no more than the truth. But even if they had gone to the wood today, the person she most longed to see would not have been there. She remembered his arms about her, his lips on hers that last night when he had stolen away from his father's house to tell her goodbye. She remembered his promises to her, and those memories filled her with longing and despair. Would he keep his promises? Would he even remember her now, that so many years had passed? Oscar had been deeply woven into the fabric of her life. She remembered their mothers sitting together in the garden, sorting rose petals or embroidering on their fancy work. Bees had hummed, working their way through the fragrant flowers. Butterflies hovered among the colourful blossoms, sipping at nectar and then flitting away. It had only been Isla, Oscar, Emily and Damien then. Sophie had not yet been born, although Isla remembered the shapeless gowns her mother had worn towards the last. How Isla longed for the peace, security and happiness of those days. As soon, she should wish for the moon to descend and become a grand chariot. Isla entered the suite of rooms she shared with her sisters, and then went on into her own chamber. Jane, their maid, had laid out her third best dinner gown. It was a simple garment made of pale grey linsey woolsey, woven by their own weavers and trimmed with lace that Isla had knotted herself. It had no train, the hem brushing the vamp of her kid boots, making it barely long enough for decency. The round neckline was unfashionably modest. No doubt her father would decry it as dowdy, but it was comfortable, which was far more important to Isla than attractiveness. Isla slipped out of her day dress and gathered the dinner gown's folds so that she could easily put it on when Jane appeared and helped her drop it over her head. "Sorry to be late, my lady, but Miss Emily is fussing over what to wear when she goes out walking next. Since the lot of you walk in our wood, I can scarcely see how it would signify." Isla laughed. "I think she had in mind to take the carriage into town and walk in the park. I think she was hoping that James Bulverton might be there." "Tisk," Jane clicked her tongue. "You will need to keep a close eye on her. Walking in the park can lead to a great many other things." Isla nodded. She had never needed to take a carriage ride to walk with Oscar since their family estates lay next to each other, but that was when their fathers had been on good terms with each other. Isla obediently held still while Jane did up her laces, lost in thought and in the familiar routine. She let Jane's chatter about courtship and babies, and who was speaking with whom in the village, flow over her like the tide over sand. So very little of the things around her mattered anymore. The light had been taken out of her world, and it was unlikely to ever return. "I suspect you might have a visitor in the upcoming week," Jane was saying. "His Grace was talking to Mrs. Abel about preparing the front sitting room for a guest that he thought might be of special interest to you." Isla's breath caught in her throat. Could it be? Could Oscar be returning and coming to visit her? It had been so long. But her hopes were dashed with Jane's next words. "It is some person or other your father wishes to influence. He always comments to any who will listen that you are the best of his 3 daughters to act as his hostess. I think he has given up on ever marrying." "I shall endeavour to be astonished," Isla said dryly. "He hates to have his surprises spoiled." "Indeed, he does," Jane commented, tweaking a bit of lace so that it lay properly. "There you are, my lady. Fine as 5 pence. Now I'll go see Miss Sophie, for she has mislaid her shoelaces as well as the ribbons for her hair. Moreover, she keeps returning to that chalk drawing she started, and complaining that there is not enough light in her room to draw." "Of course there is not," Isla said. "Night has fallen. Do you require my help with speaking to her about it?" "If you could, please," Jane said gratefully. "I scarcely know what has come over her tonight. She is being so flighty." Isla sighed. "Who can say? There are new puppies in the stable. The rat terrier whelped a month or 2 ago. The red setter has puppies, and she is deeply enthralled with the pony father purchased for her. It is difficult to say just what has engaged her attention. But I will see if I can discover the problem. This is the shape of my life, so fixing things for others since there is no hope of regaining my own lost dreams." It seemed that there was a good chance that The puppies were exactly what was on Sophie's mind. At the age of 15, she was enchanted with nearly anything that had 4 feet and fur. When Isla entered her room, Sophie emerged from under the bed with 2 hair ribbons and 1 bootlace in her hand. "Jane has gone for the broom so we can sweep under the bed," Sophie said. "I told her that it would do no good. One of the older puppies ate the ends off my other bootlace, but they are so darling that I simply could not be angry with the cunning little thing. Do you think Father would let me have one?" "I'm sure I don't know," Isla said. "I suppose you can ask him. But Sophie, this is the 3rd pair of bootlaces you have ruined this week. Whatever were you thinking? That puppies are adorable, and I want one." Sophie gave her sister an impudent smile. "Can you ask Father, please? He is so worried about you that he will say yes to almost anything if you ask." "Yes to everything, except the thing I want most," Isla thought. "I will give you a pair of my bootlaces," Isla said, "but you will have to do your own asking for a puppy, and you will need to be the person who takes care of him. No foisting off walking him on the footmen, or having Jane clean up his messes. Hurry up now, you know how Father gets into a taking when he has to have dinner held back." But Isla need not have worried about her father's response to a late dinner, for just as the sisters were descending the staircase, their father was greeting 2 handsome young gentlemen at the front door. "And here are my daughters. Isla, Emily, Sophie, I know that you are all acquainted with Lord James, but I would like to introduce you to Count Pyotr von Gravwanek. He is touring England and is spending a few days in London." "How extremely fascinating," Isla said. "How do you find our fair city, Count Pyotr?" The Count clicked his heels together and bowed. "Cold, wet, and foggy, but today it is looking far more beautiful." "Please allow the butler to take your coat and hat, my lord," Isla said. "We were just about to all go into dinner. Have you dined? I shall send word to the kitchen to lay another place at the table." "Already taken care of," Duke Edmund said grandly. "I hope you will forgive our humble offerings, my lords," he said. "We usually dine informally unless there is an extreme reason for adding a little pomp. Yes, like introducing someone you hope will be a potential suitor," Isla thought. Properly speaking, Sophie should be eating in the schoolroom with foreign gentlemen dining at our table. Isla carefully did not extend her hand to the visitor. "Count Pyotr will be staying the night before continuing his tour," Duke Edmund said grandly. "I have offered him our hospitality. I shall be certain to lock the door to our suite tonight. I will not have him accidentally finding his way into our rooms." "Will you be staying also, Lord James?" Isla asked smoothly. "I will," James Bulverton replied. "I'm looking forward to an evening of cards and other games, since we have the numbers." "I am sure something can be arranged," Isla said. "But if we do not go into dinner very soon, everything will get cold. Then tomorrow I will have to console the cook and remind him of all his triumphs. You do not wish to put me through that, do you?" "No, indeed. I am quite looking forward to a dinner that your cook has prepared. He is truly nonpareil in the kitchen." "Then let us not keep him waiting," Duke Edmund said. "I am sure he has outdone himself for the occasion, since I sent a runner home earlier today to apprise the household that we would have guests." He gave Isla a pointed look, which she just as pointedly ignored. "Since I have no intentions of entertaining any offer from this foreign gentleman, nor do I intend to put in too much time entertaining him, what I am wearing will suffice. Father will simply have to look elsewhere for an heir to his holdings. Since he and Lord Henry have forced Oscar and me apart, I see no need to put myself forward as being on the marriage mart. Rather, my role shall be evaluating this April squire to see if he is genuine nobility, or if he is simply a mushroom planning to take advantage of my father or my sisters." One by one, the family and guests filed into the dining room. As they went, Isla noted a certain telltale shininess to the Count's coat elbows and trouser knees, indicating wear. They could simply be his favourite clothes, but she felt it was more likely that these worn places were an indication of wear brought on by poverty. He would bear watching. Chapter 14. 1811. Oscar 21. Home of Clarissa Alderwaite, sister to Henry Smith in Sidmouth, November. Oscar walked along the edge of the sand, watching the tide roll in and slowly engulf the lonely footpath. He found it symbolic for the way fate had rolled in and eaten up his planned future. Beside him, his Aunt Clarissa's fat pug waddled and puffed, an idiotic expression on her squash-nosed face. Her bulging eyes and floppy ears gave her a perpetual look of downhearted amazement. "You really are not such a bad old girl, are you?" Oscar asked the pug. "It is not your fault that nature gave you a barrel-shaped body and stubby legs, and you do not smell so bad if someone takes you out for a walk now and then. I suppose we could become daring and give you a bath in the sea." The pug, whose name was Gertrude, sat down and panted. Her little pink tongue lolled out of her mouth. "Yes," Oscar continued philosophically, giving the elderly dog a chance to rest. "You and I have a lot in common. Neither one of us asked to be here. Yet here we are, trying to make the best of it." Oscar picked up a rock that had been tumbled smooth by the waves. 3 years and not one letter, not a single word, not even a word of mouth message from an acquaintance. He flung the stone as far and as hard as he could. "And, Gertrude, I don't even know if that is because she is obeying her father. If my father is keeping her letters and messages from reaching me, or if she has simply forgotten me." Oscar sat down on a smooth stone among the driftwood and rocks that made up this stretch of beach. "What do you think I should do, Gertrude? Should I keep waiting and hoping? I'm of age now, and so is she, but it really is not that simple. Father is getting older, and he wants an heir. He won't admit that there is something wrong with the way Damien thinks, but I believe that in his heart of hearts he knows it. Honestly, I think that Father is a bit like that himself." Gertrude blinked her bug eyes and panted. "What's that? I won't solve the problem sitting out here talking to you." "You might be right, old girl, but I'm at a loss as to how to go about setting things to rights. I promised Isla that we would wed, but Father swears that he will make Damien heir if I flout his directions. Saddling Damien with the estates could easily push him over the edge. Now, to top it all off, when I take you back to the house, Aunt Clarissa has some lady or other waiting to meet me. I don't want to meet this lady, I want to see Isla. I want to know if she still wants me, or if I am just flotsam on the beach of her life." Gertrude sneezed, panted, and licked her lips. "All right, old girl," Oscar said. "Let's head back up the hill to Aunt Clarissa's cottage. At least I owe it to the lady to gently turn her away in person, and not leave her dangling in hope." The little pug gamely turned her face away from the ocean, and started trudging up the slope as fast as her stubby little legs would carry her. When she reached the top, where coarse grass met the sand, she sat down and waited for Oscar. "For something as little as you are, you sure are fast when it comes time to go home. Here, let me help you out." He reached down and scooped up the dog, heedless of the dirt she smeared on his coat. "You are a good listener, old girl, I'll give you that. I just wish you could talk and give me a few pointers on what to do." Oscar trudged up the hard-packed sand with its tufts of coarse grass until he reached a boardwalk, then turned off onto a brick path that led to a gate in a wrought-iron fence. His aunt's cottage, a large brick house with a tile roof, sat at the top of a slope that rose up in the middle of the well-kept lawn and formal gardens. Workmen could be seen here and there, tidying up the paths, digging in beds, or carefully packing straw around tender perennials to help keep them from the coming winter. Although it was a great deal smaller than the estate's manor house, Aunt Clarissa's establishment was by no means modest. The butler met him at the front door. "Mrs. Alderwaite directs that you go directly to your room and change for dinner. She asks that you wear something nice to honour her guest." Oscar had learned the hard way that it did no good to lash out at the butler. He would simply report his response to Aunt Clarissa, and she would lecture him on proper conduct in front of the servants. So, he merely nodded his head, handed Gertrude to the butler, and went on up to his bedroom. It was a modest room compared to the suite he had shared with his brother and their tutor, but it was well appointed and clean. There was a beautiful view of the beach from his window, and the casements fitted neatly and could be opened without a struggle. Large wooden shutters were placed on the wall outside on either side of the window. These could be closed to protect the glass when the wind and rain blew in off the sea. McKnight, who had a small room just off his, had laid out his second-best dinner jacket, a clean shirt, and a neat pair of well-pressed trousers. Early in his stay, Oscar and his aunt had been in a flaming row over whether or not he would wear knee breeches to dinner. In this one thing, Oscar had won out. Perhaps in part because he did not own any knee breeches and steadfastly refused to purchase any. His aunt, who was wealthy enough in her own right, was too much of a cheese-parer to buy any clothing for him. In a few minutes, he had a quick wash to remove the dust, dog hair and salt spray before getting dressed in the fresh garments. "How was the sea?" McKnight asked. "Well enough. The tide is coming in, but it seems comparatively calm. I had to carry Gertrude back." McKnight folded in his lips. "I had surmised as much when I observed the dog hair on your coat. How fortunate that you needed to change for dinner, as I shall be some time brushing it off." Oscar shrugged. "It is her dog. She should not object to the results of my caring for the little beast. But I would prefer not to find pet hair in my dinner." McKnight allowed himself a faint smile. "Best go on down now, my lord, before she gets into a taking. You know that if she reaches a certain point, she will go on all night. Last time, her personal maid had to send for the physician." "I know. While none of them would thank me for saying so, there is a certain resemblance between Aunt Clarissa, father, and Damien. I believe I should count my blessings that I apparently take after my mother." McKnight kept a straight face, but the wrinkles around his eyes tightened up, betraying that he was keeping down a laugh. "Quite so, Lord Oscar. And no, I doubt that any of the three would appreciate the comparison. Best get on with it now." Oscar allowed McKnight to ease him into his coat. It was a trifle worn and fit a little more closely than when he had arrived 3 years ago. Although he had not, as he and Isla had once discussed, put on any fat, he had filled out across the shoulders and had developed a good bit of leg muscle from his daily walks on the beach. When Oscar arrived in the dining room, his aunt and her guests were already seated at the table. He had managed to elude the butler, so there was no grand announcement as he entered. Even so, all eyes turned towards him as he entered the room. "There you are," his aunt exclaimed. "I was just telling our guests all about you. This is—" She proceeded around the table, introducing 6 families who were probably neighbours to her seaside home. Each family had at least one daughter of marriageable age, and one had 3. "They are all so excited to meet you," his aunt exclaimed, finishing up the introductions. "Pleased to meet all of you," Oscar said before he pulled out his customary chair and sat. What followed was nearly 3 hours of misery as courses were brought out, presented, and mostly consumed. In his imagination, Isla sat on one side of him, spinning imaginary tales she found in old books. On the other, Damien made caustic, excruciatingly humorous remarks about the company. The meal would have been delightful with the 2 of them, but he had been dragged to this dreary backwater and was now forced to dine with dreary people who talked of sheep, the price of corn, and vaguely wondered about the latest fashions. But one scrap of conversation caught his ear. "Did you hear about the oldest Jenkinson daughter?" a young lady with elaborate blonde curls was saying to her seat partner. They say she has all but become a recluse, but her father keeps bringing home gentlemen to meet her. What does that signify? Asked her seat companion, a pasty-faced, chubby youth. What does it signify? The damsel exclaimed. Why, obviously her father is hoping for a match. Can you imagine? His oldest daughter gone into seclusion with 2 more daughters, one still in the schoolroom. How shall they ever be wed? Oscar stopped listening after that. Could his Isla marry someone else? She had promised to wait for him. She had promised, had she not? Or was that simply something he wanted to believe? The nagging doubt brought a stab of nearly physical pain that kept him awake long into the night. Chapter 15. 1812, Isla, age 20, Glenwood Manor, January. Isla carefully did not react when she saw Emily bite the inside corners of her mouth to hide a smile when Isla carefully seated Sophie at their father's left hand, inviting James to sit next to her. This allowed Emily to sit beside James, while Isla took her usual seat at their father's right hand, with the stranger seated beside her. This effectively hedged the youngest sister with family and friends, keeping her away from the Count. Duke Edmund observed the slight change from their usual seating arrangement, but if he thought it unusual for Sophie to be seated in the chair usually occupied by Emily, he said nothing. They might hear about it later, but for tonight he would make no disturbance in front of their guest. Meanwhile, Sophie giggled at something James said to her. The soup course was brought in, along with plates of crusty bread. The soup was a simple onion and beef broth. The Count ate slowly, seeming to savour each mouthful as if it were his very last. Next came the vegetable and meat course. They did not adhere to the full 7 courses when dining at home, or to state formality. Instead, the servants brought in dishes of boiled grain, cooked vegetables, and 2 large roasts already sliced for serving. The dishes went around the table, allowing the servants to discreetly withdraw, giving the family a chance to dine in privacy. Isla saw Emily nudge James, but he had already made sure that Sophie had a slice of beef on her plate before allowing the platter to pass to Emily. The other platter of beef was already making its pilgrimage down the other side of the table. The Count must have observed that James made sure that the ladies' plates were properly filled, because he started to do the same for Isla, but she had forestalled him by having already forked a slice off the platter before passing it to him. "This is very good," the Count said after taking a bite. "My compliments to the cook." "I will see to it that he hears of it," Isla said. She then went back to eating, and conversation languished as knives and forks were busily employed. Then Sophie piped up, "Father, there are puppies in the stable." The Duke let his eyes widen in feigned surprise. "Are there now? Imagine that!" "You knew," Sophie accused him. "Yes," Duke Edmund admitted. "I knew." "May I have one for my own?" "Please, father." The Duke pretended to think. Will you take the little beast outside every morning and every evening and several times in between until it learns to control itself?" "Oh, yes, father," Sophie promised. "I absolutely will. You know I love to be out of doors. No putting the chore off on the footmen. They have their own duties, which should not be neglected for a child's pet." "Oh, father," Sophie said scornfully. "I'm not a child any longer. I started putting up my hair more than a year ago. I will take excellent care of a puppy if I might have one." "Oh, please, father." "Do not embarrass yourself," their father warned. "It is not proper to beg. Do keep in mind that the dogs in the stable were bred to be hunting dogs. One of them will not make a suitable lapdog. Are you sure you would not rather wait and go with me to one of the breeders that has a cuddly bundle of fur that will remain small?" "I am absolutely certain," Sophie said firmly. "I like terriers. They are small, but fierce, and he will protect me when I go fishing." "Have you been fishing again, Sophie?" Duke Edmund gave a deep sigh. What am I going to do with you? You behave almost as if you were the son I longed for. Fishing is not a seemly activity for a young lady. But I like fishing, Sophie pouted, and I like fish. There is nothing better than a fresh-caught fish. You said yourself that when I catch them, they are much tastier than when we get them from the fishmonger. Duke Edmund shook his fork at her. So I did, although I fear I should not have. Still, I believe it is a useful hobby. So may I have a dog to take care of me when I'm fishing, and to run with my horse when I go riding? Their father laughed. I suppose so, but mind you clean up its messes? No making Jane do it. Isla talked to you already, Sophie pouted. No, she did not. But if she told you that you had to ask me, and that you would have to take care of the little beast and not foist it off on the staff, then I would very much like to endorse that. Yes, Isla said, she did ask me, and I told her that she would have to be responsible for it. More than that, I told her that a dog is not something you can take up and put down like a book or a piece of knitting. As if I would, Sophie said scornfully. Do you have sisters? James asked the Count with a moderate lack of propriety since it involved talking across the table. A shadow of sadness seemed to flit across the Count's face. I did once, he said, but a fever took them while I was away. I deeply regretted not having taken them with me, but I thought they would be safer at home. I am sorry to hear that, Isla said gently, her stern demeanour softening for a moment. It is sad to lose those you love. For a moment there was silence at the table. Then the Count said, It was a long while ago. We were all very young. Just how old are you? Isla thought. Has father sunk so low as to start hauling aged bachelors home in an effort to tempt me into marriage? She thought for a moment. Will Emily ever be able to marry? Or will she be forever waiting for me to be wed so that she may follow suit? As if he sensed a difficult mood, James asked, Would you pass the creamed peas, Emily? I find I fancy them above all things, even the roast beef. Your cook does them to such a turn. Of course, Emily said, passing the dish. I shall keep it in mind that you like them, and see to it that they are served whenever you visit. Oh, pray do not go to such lengths, James said, for then I should never discover other delicious dishes created by your cook. Isla laughed at their banter. I am sure he would cook other things so as to please the rest of us, so you need have no fear of that. With that, the talk turned to lighter things. Will you come out to hunt? Duke Edmund asked James. I would ask the Count, but he does not have a mount at this time, and I do not have a horse suitable for him. I might be able to find something suitable for him in our stables, James said. It would be a shame for anyone to miss one of your hunts. It is so fortunate that you live here on the edge of London. It is like being in the country and the city at the same time. It has its disadvantages, Emily commented, especially in late summer when it is hot and still, and the Thames is low. When the wind is right, we can smell it from here. Usually I like our home, but on those days I would be glad of a country place a little farther away from here. I suppose that might be true, James said. Next summer you must all come out and visit Bulverton. We are close to the northern border, so I believe I can promise you a few sweet-smelling breezes. It is a delight when the wind blows down off the hills bringing the scent of blooming heather. It sounds wonderful, the Count commented, his accent a little more pronounced with his emotion. It is good to have a place to call home. Do you not have a place? Isla asked politely. Not for many years. I have a title, but no place to hang my hat. He allowed himself a small smile. It is very sad. Sophie's eyes grew big and round. That really is sad. What happened? War, the Count said succinctly. It is where I was when my family died of some disease or other. or perhaps they simply died of starvation, and no one wanted to tell me that. A title is not much of a shield against cannons, and you cannot buy bread or even a turnip when there is none to be had. James looked at the Count thoughtfully, but did not contradict his story. After a time, dessert was served, a fruit compote, light and refreshing after the heavy main meal. The gentlemen then departed to go to the Duke's study for brandies, while the ladies went to their favourite drawing room in the chambers which were set aside for their use. As the sisters passed through the door that led into their quarters, and thence to their bedchambers and the private drawing room, Isla took the big key that hung on the wall just inside their door, and used it to lock the door that led from the hall into their private space. Sophie looked puzzled, for this door was almost never locked, especially from the inside. "What are you doing?" she asked. At the same time, Emily remarked, "You don't like him either." "I do not," Isla said. "I do not know if father is beginning to be desperate to discover a husband that I will find acceptable, or if he has some other purpose. I am glad that James is here tonight." "Does he plan to stay?" Emily blushed. "I believe he might. We had discussed counting the stars from the battlements." "If you can separate him from the Count, invite him to look at the stars from the front drawing room, and I will join you. Sophie, I think it is past your bedtime." "What?" Sophie squeaked with all the indignation possible from a girl of 2 and 10 summers. "You cannot send me to bed like a child. At least have the decency to tell me why." "Because I do not trust this Count," Isla said. "It might well be that he is what he says he is, a man with an empty title, and it could be that father has asked him here to put a good meal inside him and offer him a place for the night. But I do not want him making a mistake and wandering in here." "Are you going to lock me in?" Sophia asked indignantly. "No, dear, you will lock us out and poor Jane will have to sit up and act as a doorman. It is my hope that she will not need to wait long for us. I think I feel a fit of the vapours or a sick headache coming on." "You," Emily exclaimed, "you are never ill. I cannot think that father will accept that excuse, and of course I cannot remain behind. Is it not enough that James and I have to wait?" Her voice trailed off. She had not meant to say that. "You do not have to wait," Isla said. "Has he asked you?" "Yes," Emily replied, "and I said yes. He has Lord Bulverton's blessing, so we would not be without income. But we still hope for father's approval." "Tell James to go ahead and ask," Isla said. "I have no intention of marrying soon. I am not so old as all that. But if the two of you have fixed your interests, there is no reason for you to be held back just because my hopes have been dashed." "Oh, Isla," Emily cried, her expression one of mingled joy and sorrowful sympathy. "I will tell James. You are the best sister in the world." They all three hugged each other, importunate and possibly wandering Counts forgotten for the moment. Chapter 16. 1812 Oscar, age 22, home of Clarissa Alderweed, Sidmouth, late April. Oscar reread the letter from his father and brother. Then he checked the wall calendar above the butler's station in the front hall. Yes, he did have the right day. Will they never arrive? He wondered aloud. They will be here, my lord, the butler reassured him. The advance riders came in not even 1 hour ago to tell us that the carriage will be here well within time for dinner. Dinner country hours or dinner London time reckoning? Oscar grumbled. Our usual dinner hour, the butler said, refusing to be drawn into pulling caps with the visiting nephew, which is, as you well know, 5 of the clock. Oscar sighed and looked outside. It was a damp spring day, and the season in London would have drawn to a close. If he had been at home, he could have gone walking with Isla, or engaged her in a game of cribbage. But as well wish for the moon, for his father would not be moved. Henry had finally yielded to Oscar's pleas to continue his studies of the law and had sent an elderly gentleman who habitually wore a frock coat so old that the fabric was turning faintly green and was very shiny about the elbows and across the shoulders. The fellow arrived with one small portmanteau of clothing and a massive trunk filled to the brim with books. While it was not quite the education Oscar had desired, it was infinitely better than sitting around waiting for the next session of Introduce Oscar to Eligible Young Ladies. The books were a treasure trove of legal cases, speculation, and debate on various fine points of the law. On his father and Damien's last visit, he had sat at cribbage with his brother. Damien was not a good cribbage player, so he kept losing. Just keep losing, Oscar had teased. It will give us an excuse not to go into dinner and sit with the latest bevy of unmarried ladies. Is it so bad as all that? Damien had asked him. Yes, Oscar had replied. Isla has spoiled me for all other ladies. She was energetic, bold, witty, and had a great sense of humour. Are not witty and a great sense of humour the same thing? Damien remarked. Not quite, Oscar explained. Witty means intelligent and funny, whereas having a great sense of humour means that she appreciated other people's jokes as well as her own. A fine distinction, Damien commented, turning over another card that certainly developed into a losing hand. Ah, thank you, Oscar cheered. We can play another round. Very well, Damien agreed, although we could just sit here and hold the cards and pretend to play so that we could talk. Oscar gave his brother a direct look. Then I would have to think about our conversation, Damien. I am in no mood to think. Clearly not, Damien said, laying down a winning spread of cards. Tally up our points, brother mine. I believe I have won. Oscar gaped at the cards and then at the points. By Jove, so you have. Thinking, Damien assured him. Just thinking. The tutor father found for me has done me a world of good. I think I should send him out to you. No, Damien. If he has done you good, then he should stay with you. I just wish the fellow father had sent to read law with me was even half the barrister he thinks he is. The butler's voice jerked Oscar back to the present. Ah, there they are, my lord. The carriage is just pulling up if you've a mind to go greet them. Oscar was of a mind to do so, and he hastened out the front door of his aunt's cottage, not quite running. Damien was first out of the carriage, hand outstretched to exchange grips with his brother. Where have you been keeping yourself, Oscar? You look as pale as a sheet. You need to get out in the sun more. I've been keeping busy with my studies. It has not been good weather to walk on the beach. Henry emerged from behind his second son. Ah, then I have just the thing to liven up your days. Your tutor and your aunt both give good reports of you, so I have decided to extend your exercise range a bit. Damien, would you do the honours? I would be glad to, father, he said, heading to the rear of the coach. There were 2 horses there, Oscar realised, both draped in light barding for travel. Damien unfastened one of them and brought it forward. The groom followed with the other. Something better to do than play cribbage, especially if the weather turns off fine. You are showing a decided want of exercise, Oscar. You'll be stooped, old, and grey before your time. Oscar shrugged, uncomfortable with the attention. I do well enough. I have been reading a great deal about estate law and inheritance. He glanced toward his father to see if he might react, but Duke Henry seemed completely occupied with the horses. Are they not fine? He asked. We will leave yours here for you. That way you can ride over to Sidmouth and find some amusement for yourself. No longer afraid I will run away, father? Oscar laid in the question with sarcastic irony. Run away? No, of course not. Why would you run away? I was never concerned about that. Oscar quirked a brow, but refrained from rolling his eyes. Behind their father, Damien grinned a wickedly knowledgeable grin, showing that he completely understood Oscar's feelings on the subject. No, Oscar said bitterly. You had the perfect leash. My love of Faintham balanced against the faint hope that someday I might be my own man, and that Isla would still be waiting for me. Oh, you can forget that, Duke Henry said airily. She has been seeing some foreign count. No doubt by this time next year she'll be somewhere in Russia. Russia, Oscar burst out, but she hates the cold. Duke Henry shrugged. Who knows? Perhaps they will go to Venice instead, but you can rest assured that Isla will never be yours. Even if she were not, I would never give my consent. I will allow Damien to inherit instead. He has shown amazing progress in the last few months. He can even attend dinner parties without embarrassing anyone. Damien groaned dramatically. Will I never live that down? I can assure you I have better governance of my utterances these days. Did I not just say so? His father queried. You did, Damien replied, but I would thank you not to bring it up every time you attempt to praise me. Besides, I have absolutely no wish to be the heir. I can see exactly how much joy it has brought Oscar. The conversation could have developed into a lengthy family discussion, but just then the young gentleman's Aunt Clarissa emerged from the cottage. She waddled her bulk down the low stone steps of the entrance and exclaimed, "What fine horses! Oh, Oscar, you must be incredibly grateful to your father for thinking of you. But Henry, where shall we keep them? The old stable has not been used in years." Fortunately, I thought of that, Duke Henry said. I have brought a groom and a stable boy to care for the horses. I have hired some strong young men from Sidmouth to clean it out and a carpenter to set it to rights. They should be. Ah, there they are now. But Henry, Aunt Clarissa insisted, how shall we feed them? My quarterly allowance is not large enough to support a horse. That is why the stable has fallen into disrepair. Duke Henry sighed. Oscar could see the exasperation written plainly upon his face. I will increase Oscar's allowance to cover the cost of the added staff and feed for the horse. It will do him good to have some responsibility beyond walking your poor old pug. Aunt Clarissa stooped down and snatched up her beloved dog. He didn't mean it, my little darling, she crooned to Gertrude. You are the finest dog in all the world, and your heart is as brave as any staghound. Just because your little legs are short is no cause to insult you. This time Oscar could see his father's jaw clench as he reined in his temper. I meant no insult to Gertrude. I merely meant that since her legs are short, walking her along the beach can scarcely be enough exercise for Oscar. She is not a bad walking companion, Oscar put in. She moves surprisingly fast for a dog whose muzzle is beginning to be grey, especially when we turn toward home. Thank you, Oscar. His aunt smiled at him. I do appreciate your help with Gertrude. It has become quite a chore for me to walk her every day. I do hope you will continue to do so, even though you will have your fine new horse to exercise. Of course, Aunt Clarissa. I have grown quite fond of the old girl. There, Oscar appreciates Mamma's darling, Aunt Clarissa cooed to the dog. But where are my manners to keep you on the step? Come in. There is just enough time to freshen up before dinner. The gentleman followed the lady into the house, and the butler shut the door behind them, leaving the coachman, groom, and hired help from the village to deal with the luggage, horses, and carriage. Dinner was a gala affair. Predictably, there were several families in attendance, all with daughters of a marriageable age. Oscar's aunt made certain that she introduced them not only to Oscar, but also to Duke Henry and to Damien. Clearly, she thought it just possible that she could find wives for all three of these single eligible men. It would be a feather in her cap as a matchmaker if they were all wed through introductions made at her dinners. Oscar found it interesting that there were never any gentlemen whose interest might be fixed by Aunt Clarissa herself. True, she was certainly not a young woman, but surely that would not matter to gentlemen of advancing years who might not want to spend them alone. alone. If Isla marries, is that how I will end my days? Alone? Oh, but surely she will wait for me.
Before we continue into the story, do us a favor. Like this video and hit the subscribe button because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. If you want the audiobooks ads free, visit our website and select our bundles to save more. Thank you again. Now back to our story.
But what if she does not? The doubt nibbled at him all through dinner and kept him awake that night. Chapter 17. 1813, Isla, age 21, Glenwood Manor, private drawing room. Isla carefully rendered a perfect French knot at the centre of the flower she was working. Today, she was creating a tapestry of Saint Monacella, the Welsh saint said to protect the wild hares. She had found her story in a hand-sewn book tucked in the schoolroom section of their library. The book was labelled Stories from Wales. The accounts were written in a round, schoolboy hand. The book was fragile, so Isla was also recopying the stories, drawing the pictures she was stitching into tapestries as illustrations. The story of Monacella appealed to Isla. The saint had lived in the wilderness rather than be wed to a man she detested. One day, a prince came hunting rabbits with his hounds. Monacella fearlessly protected a sweet little hare in her lap. As a reward, the prince had given her the land to live on. This would be only the first of many tapestries. She would perhaps someday line a long haul with them. In the meantime, they were accumulating in the wooden chest that once would have held her bridal linens. As she threaded her needle to make another intricate knot, Emily knocked at the door. "Sister, dear, would you like to come to the Bulverton townhouse for dinner? Father and I are both going. James has invited you." "No, I have scarcely begun on this tapestry. I want to work on it while there is still light. It will be part of a series that will go with a book of children's tales I am copying out." Emily came into the room. "Isla, you cannot live the rest of your life like this, sequestered away in a dim room working on tapestries that no one will ever see." Isla shrugged. "They go with my book." "Are you planning to publish the book?" Emily asked. "No, I work on it because it pleases me. As I copy out the old tales from the books that are mouldering in our library, I am transported to other places and other lands." "Oh, Isla, you can transport yourself away from here, if only to journey across town and have dinner with people who love you. We are all worried about you. How long will you pine for Oscar?" "Until father relents, or until I know that Oscar has given up and followed his father's directives. Should the latter occur, then I will return to my books and tapestries, for my heart is his, and I will live alone rather than doom some poor man to a loveless marriage." Duke Edmund came in just at the end. He stopped and stood like a statue, seemingly afraid to move. "Isla," he finally said, "I am so sorry that the past has dimmed your present, but I will not let you enter into what I believe would be a completely disastrous marriage. You are young. You will find love." "Father," Emily said in exasperation, "I am not a child. I am 9 and 10. James and I would like to be wed, but how can we when Isla is still single? She is now 2 and 20 and is likely to be an old maid if something is not done." "You do not have to wait for me to marry," Isla said. "If you love James and he loves you, then you should certainly wed. I will enjoy being an aunt to your little ones." Duke Edmund harumphed a couple of times and wiped his eyes. "Are you sure about this, Isla? People will talk, and they will wonder why Emily is getting married while you are still on the shelf." "Let them talk, father. I found the love of my life, and you and his father have parted us from each other. Perhaps if you would just tell me why, then all of this could be laid to rest, and we could move on with our lives." Duke Edmund sighed. "If I promise that one day I will reveal all, would you at least come to dinner, just to please your sister?" he pleaded. Isla wound a strand of dark blue silk around her needle and precisely skewered the canvas. Will you then give Emily and James leave to wed? Of course, Duke Edmund replied, smiling. I was going to do that anyway. It is clear they have made up their minds, and it is not fair to deprive your sister of a suitable home just because you and I cannot agree on your future. Isla carefully tucked her needle into the canvas. She placed the hand-stitched book from the library and her own copybook in the top of her sewing box and closed the lid. Very well. I will come to dinner on one condition. You do not try to foist another stray count or other suitor onto me as a table companion. I promise, Duke Edmund said. Just please, come out of this dingy room for a while. Emily's face lit up. Oh, this is so exciting. I cannot wait to tell James. Let me help you dress, Isla, just as we used to do. It would make me very happy. Very well, sister dear. Will Sophie be coming with us? Of course. This is a family dinner, not some great crush. I believe Lord Bulverton was prepared to make it such, but James talked him out of it. Thank goodness for that, Isla exclaimed. I do not think I could bear one of his famed social gatherings. Emily laughed. He does have a fondness for them. It is amazing that James has survived. He is so shy in company. But not when it is just the two of you. Well, Emily avoided looking at Isla, since we are supposed to be chaperoned. Oh, Emily, do not try to gammon me. I remember all the dodges to get around chaperones, and I would be very surprised if you have not invented a few of your own. Emily giggled, a little embarrassed at her sister's forthrightness. Very well. I will not pretend. No, James is not at all shy when it is just the two of us. We go out riding on horses from the Bulverton stable since our mounts are rather getting on in years, and we do contrive to have time to talk. Good, Isla said. I was a little worried that you had only seen him at balls or at dinner. A man is vastly different when no one is watching. You can rest easy on that score, Emily said. James is the same kind, gentle soul when we are at some distance from our official chaperones as he is when we are seated at a meal or in a sitting room with family. I think you will like him as a brother, Isla. I am glad you qualified that, Emily. I have no desire to part you from your sweetheart, and, given the opportunity, I am not sure that father might not take it into his head to give me precedence. Our conversation tonight, and his consent to your marriage, gives me hope that the future might not be so very bleak. You would like being an aunt that much, then? Emily asked. Oh, dearest Emily, of course I would. Even if I were to marry and have a brood of my own, I would still adore your babies as my own, very dear nieces and nephews. That's my dear girls, Jane said, carefully tying a ribbon around an arrangement of braids on Isla's head, since Isla had refused to have her hair done up in curls since Oscar had gone away. Lovers and husbands may come and go, but sisters should support and help each other throughout life. What about me? Sophie piped up. You are my darling little sister, who was my baby from infancy, Isla declared. And mine, Emily added. You are a joy and a heart's delight, Jane added, not to be outdone. That was not what you said yesterday, Sophie pointed out. My dear, Isla reprimanded. Yesterday you let the puppy get into the clean linens that Jane had just brought up from the washing room. Which reminds me, have you made arrangements for your puppy, little Prince Curly-Toes, for while you are out? Yes, indeed, Sophie declared. He has already gone down to the stable to visit his mother and littermates. When I left, he was having a grand and joyous romp with them. Excellent, Isla approved. You are starting to think ahead. Keep it up, and I shall make certain that you are presented at the next opportunity. About that, Sophie said, do I have to? I'm not quite sure I will like it. You will love it, Emily reassured her. Dancing is wonderful exercise, and you will meet all sorts of people your own age or nearly so. I promise you, Isla and I both enjoyed it. Now it is your turn, and you will not have to depend on Aunt Cecily to be your chaperone, for either I or Isla can fill that role." "How is Aunt Cecily?" Sophie asked. "She is well," Isla replied. "I took my needlework and went to sit with her a day or so ago. She still gets about the house well enough, and she had some friends over for tea. Such a lot of gabbling and gossip. You would think they were all schoolgirls again." Emily laughed. "That is good to know. I've been a little preoccupied with my own life. I should take James to see her." "You should," Isla said. "I believe she would like that very much. Jane, are we all ready?" Jane stood back and looked at the three sisters. "Pretty as a posy, Lady Isla. The three of you will turn heads wherever you go." Their loyal personal maid took out her handkerchief and wiped her eyes. "All grown up, all three of you, even Miss Sophie, I declare it does my heart good. If only your dear mother could see you." "You've been mother to us, Jane," Isla assured her. "Where would we have been without you?" With that, the three young ladies filed out, went downstairs, and got into the carriage to go to the Bulverton townhouse. Duke Edmund begged off, claiming that he had a business appointment, but wished them a good journey and a pleasant evening. Once she was at the Bulvertons' London home, Isla found she enjoyed being out and about more than she had expected. It was, indeed, only family. Lord and Lady Bulverton were in residence, as were three of the younger Bulvertons, as well as a spinster aunt who served as Lady Bulverton's companion. The talk was general, and Emily coaxed Isla to tell them about the book she was writing. Isla shrugged. "It is just a collection of nursery tales. I've found some old copybooks in the library that are slowly falling to pieces. I've written out the stories and drawn illustrations for some of them. I plan to make a series of tapestries that will go with each one. Right now, I have a round dozen planned." "That is an amazing amount of needlework," Lady Bulverton commented. "I am not sure I could sit and sew for such a long time as it will take." Isla shrugged. "I have nothing better to do, and it pleases me." The company looked a little uncomfortable at that, for everyone there knew the story behind Isla's withdrawal from society. Isla turned aside, unable to face them for a moment. Lord Bulverton, with unexpected delicacy, disturbed the silence by saying, "Do you know, I believe the fish were biting well this week." Sophie giggled. "What is so funny?" Lord Bulverton asked. "I noticed they were biting too," she said, "but I'm not supposed to talk about going fishing, because it is not a proper thing for ladies to do." Lady Bulverton looked a little shocked. Lord Bulverton chuckled. And under the general distraction of the discussion over whether young ladies should go fishing, James pulled Isla aside. "There is a small room just off the library," he said. "My family can be a little overwhelming at times. If you need some time to recover your calm, you are welcome to go in there. If you need an excuse, I believe there are some copybooks with nursery stories and fables stored in a cupboard in one corner." "Thank you," Isla said, gratefully slipping away from the company, finding a haven in what had clearly once been a classroom. Behind her, she could hear Lord Bulverton, Sophie, and the reedy voice of one of James's younger brothers debating the merits of tied fishing flies over live bait or stinky cheese. It was a surprisingly good evening, and Isla found herself beginning to live again. Because he regarded the beast as a bribe for continued good behaviour. Gertrude, ever his faithful companion, poked her head out of the leather saddlebag and surveyed the landscape as if she owned it. A cottontail started from the bushes. Gertrude let out one sharp bark. Oscar grimly reined in his mount, who showed a strong desire to bolt. The horse, thwarted from running as he desired, still shied, then tossed his head and rolled his eyes at his rider. "Gertrude, you are going to cause this beast to throw me one of these days," Oscar told the grey-muzzled old pug dog. Gertrude simply lolled out her tongue and blinked her large bulgy eyes. She radiated total confidence in Oscar's horsemanship. Clearly, she enjoyed not having to walk. "I am going to take you back, you know," Oscar told the diminutive dog. "I do not intend to have you jumping out of the saddlebag at the wrong moment." Having delivered this ultimatum, Oscar turned back toward the cottage. When he reached a patch of level ground that he knew Gertrude liked, he got down off the horse, looped the reins around a convenient bush, and lifted the chunky, old dog down out of the saddlebag. He then leaned against the horse's shoulder and watched the pug waddle around the cleared area until she had found the perfect places to do her business. When it seemed that the old pug was finished, he scooped her up, popped her back in her riding spot, and headed on up to the cottage door. There, he handed the old dog off to the butler. "I'm going riding up on the moors," Oscar told the butler. "Let my aunt know not to wait tea, but that I should be home for dinner." "Very good, Lord Oscar," the butler said courteously. "I will be sure to let her know, and the kitchen staff as well. Do be careful up on the moors, my lord. The footing can be treacherous." Oscar nodded. "I will mind my step, and should be back well before dark. These summer days are long now, and that makes a pleasant time for riding." Not waiting for the butler's reply, Oscar swung back into the saddle and set the horse into a ground-eating long-legged walk, which was its best gait. At this pace, Darngeld, as he named the sleek sorrel, could nearly match the speed of most trotting horses without inflicting the bone-jarring jouncing of a trot. Oscar had named the horse Danegeld because he felt that the beast was a bribe to keep him happy at his aunt's house while she located a suitable bride for him. "You will leave here after being wed if you plan to inherit," his father told him, shortly before he left to go back to London. "You will not contact the Jenkinson girl, and you will give up all hope of marrying her." Damien had stood behind him as he made this pronouncement, a grim shadow with his hand over his mouth. What was Damien trying not to blurt out? The tutor, Mr. Jacobs, had made a world of difference in his brother's behaviour, but the hand-over-mouth gesture was one that Oscar quickly came to recognise as an indication that Damien was one syllable away from one of his outbursts. Sure enough, as Oscar heard the death knell of his soul ringing through his father's words, Damien slipped away from them. No doubt he was making his escape to the outdoors. "I hear you, father," was all that Oscar had said. It was all he could say. No doubt Isla would be wed by now. Why should she not be? She was beautiful beyond comparison. More than that, she had that indefinable something that caused every head in a room to turn toward her, even if there were ladies present who might be more beautiful. "Ah, Isla!" Oscar let the word slip from his lips. Traitorous tears slid down his cheeks, and he made no attempt to wipe them away. Instead, he let Dane pick his way down the dusty track that passed for a road to the village. "I could have just told father to go ahead and make Damien his heir, but I fear that my brother would not be able to withstand the pressure of running the estate. I've grown up knowing that I am the heir, and that I will be responsible for the land and the people on it. Isla knew and understood because she is the oldest in her household. We had such plans." Oscar bit his lower lip and finally reached into his coat pocket and drew out a handkerchief. It would never do to enter the old ship pub with trails of tears on his face. He drew a water flask from the saddlebag that still rode over Dane's withers and poured a little of it on the handkerchief, and used it to wipe away the dust on his face and any traces of tears. His brief ablution finished, he blew his nose on the handkerchief and stowed it and the water flask back into the pouch. He rode into Sidmouth and up to the hitching rack in front of the old ship. He flipped a coin to one of several urchins who hung about the front of the place, instructing him to walk Dane up and down before allowing him to drink. It was scarcely necessary, since the sorrel showed few signs of having been ridden. That was the beauty of having a horse with his prodigious ability to walk. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Oscar entered the pub. It was early afternoon, so there were few patrons at the bar. He sat down at a table near the cold hearth and ordered an ale. When the serving maid brought it to him, she deliberately leaned over to give him a good look at her personal assets. When he did not seem to notice, she straightened up and walked away with an indignant extra sway to her hips. Oscar watched her performance, feeling no reaction at all to her. She was not Isla. No one was Isla. He sipped his ale, glad to be out of his aunt's house for the afternoon, but still as trapped as he had ever been. He was bound, on the one hand, to follow his father's wishes for the sake of the estate and its people, and on the other hand, a little of him died each day as any hope of being reunited with Isla slipped away. What was it that had driven a wedge between his father and Isla's? It must have been something momentous, since it all seemed to blow up in an afternoon. Oscar sipped his ale, idly turning the thoughts over and over in his mind. After a time, a fellow came in. "Mind if I sit here?" the gentleman asked. "If you wish," Oscar said. "It does not matter to me." The gentleman sat down, ordered an ale and a meat roll. "Care for a game of cards?" he asked. "It might help to pass the time," Oscar said. "Woman troubles?" the stranger asked. "You could say that, but it is more like father troubles. Father of the lady in question and my own father." Like that, is it?" The gentleman took a long pull at his mug of ale. "Well, nothing like a good game of cards to take your mind off your sorrows." They played for a while, then the gentleman proposed that they play for money. "Give the game a little more edge-like," he said. "Why not?" Oscar acquiesced and ordered a round of ale for them both. After a while, they were joined by two other gentlemen who were interested in a game of cards. It was nearly dusk when Oscar left the old ship with empty pockets and his head muzzy with drink. Dane was standing tied to the rail in front of the pub, the urchin long since vanished. The sorrel gave him a snort of disgust or irritation, but stood for Oscar to mount. Obediently, he turned towards the cottage, no doubt eager for his ration of feed and his own comfortable stall. Chapter 19. That was the first of many such 1813, days. Isla, aged Oscar would 21, go to the pub, Glenwood Manor, late there June. He would drink and play cards until his money ran out. Isla and Emily were just sitting down to a light meal when Sophie came in looking windswept and happy, her new fishing rod and creel in her hands. The equipment had been birthday gifts from their father. "There you are," Isla said. "Did you catch anything?" "A little sunburn on the end of my nose," Sophie replied. "Did you forget your hat?" Emily exclaimed. "Your poor complexion. You will look like a field hand." "I remembered my hat," Sophie said. "I like the feel of the wind through my hair and the sun on the top of my head and my face." Isla laughed. "She just did not wear it, Emily. Don't you remember running down the hill, letting our hats fall off our heads? And how—" Isla stopped there, because Oscar, devoted swain that he was, had picked up their hats and brought them to them so that they would not get in trouble for leaving them in the garden. "I meant to wear it," Sophie said. "It's just that the wind was so cool and the sun so warm." "Never mind," Isla said. "Come eat. You must be famished after a morning in the open air." "You should come too, sometime," Sophie said. "You spend too much time in the back room." "Perhaps. One day," Isla said. "Today I am helping Emily plan her housekeeping trunk. I am letting my tapestries rest for a little while and making a footstool cover that I think she will enjoy." "Should I make something too?" Sophie asked. "Only if you wish," Emily said. "I really do not need anything. James and I will move into the dower house on Bulverton Estates and leave the main house for his parents and brothers until it is time for James to take over looking after the estate. Isla and I are just creating a few items so that I will have some things of my own." "What kinds of things would you like to have?" Sophie asked, thinking over the sorts of items that she could make. "Oh, pictures, tablecloths, runners, maybe even a dried bouquet or two," Emily said dreamily. Lord Bulverton is having the dower house redone. It got terribly run down while his mother was living there. I think he is looking toward the future, when he and Lady Bulverton will move out of the main house and into the smaller one. James says the big house is a drafty old stone pile of a place, but that the dower house is much cosier. It will be just fine for a while. Sophie said, I will have to think about what I can make. I'm not good with tapestries or embroidery, and I don't think you will want a string of fish, not unless I can catch them on your wedding day. Emily laughed. Oh, Sophie, I don't care whether you make anything for me or not, but I would like for you to attend me on my wedding day. You and Isla must be my bridesmaids. Of course, Sophie said. All you need to do is tell me how to walk and where to stand. I will do my very best to stand still. Emily hugged her sister. We shall see, Isla said. Sophie, standing still. That will be the day. I can stand still, Sophie said indignantly. Isla is making me practice for being presented. I can absolutely stand still. Oh, Sophie, Emily shook her head. We love you just the way you are. You do not need to change at all. Now, let us look at these pattern broadsides and see which ones we want the dressmaker to create for us. Lady Bulverton has recommended her seamstress, so we will not be obliged to use the village seamstress. We should have her make some ordinary gowns for you, Isla said. It might be a while before you know where all the good shops are located near Bulverton. Oh, that part is easy, Emily said. Lady Bulverton says there are not any. She always has to come into London for her gowns. Then we certainly should have some made, Isla said firmly. I have not spent my quarterly allowance at all this year, so we can use that. I do not want to use up all your money, Emily protested. Nonsense! It will be my pleasure, Isla said with determination. I should have the opportunity to plan at least one wedding. Chapter 20 1813, Oscar, age 23. The Old Ship, July. The Old Ship had only recently opened, so there were few patrons. Oscar slouched at his usual table, a mug of beer and the special of the day before him, while he idly read a fashionable broadsheet that someone had carelessly left behind. The sheet was decorated with stylized orange blossoms, crudely stamped in the corners, and listed the weddings and births of various members of the ton, along with caustic comments by the observer. Clearly, the writer considered him or herself to be a great wit. But Oscar quickly tired of the forced jollity and skimmed the page to see if he knew any of the people mentioned. About halfway down the page, his scanning snagged on the name Jenkinson. It would seem, the paragraph read, that there is going to be a wedding in the Jenkinson household at Glenwood Estates. There has been a great deal of bustling about, purchases of gowns, greenery and flowers. Extra foodstuff has been ordered. In addition, several gentlemen have visited the Glenwood Manor, including one Lord James Bulverton and one Count Piotr von Graveneck, who have called several times. The question must be asked, will there be one wedding or perhaps two? One thing is for sure, Glenwood is abuzz with guests and goings-on, although no banns have been posted at this time. Could a special licence, or perhaps two, be involved? Oscar balled up the paper and threw it across the room, narrowly missing the barkeep. Here, now, none of that. It's too early for rowdiness. What can I bring you, your grace? I'm not your grace, Oscar snarled. That's my father. As for what you can bring me, I'll take another beer and a full bottle of whiskey. Are you sure, my lord? The sun has scarcely reached the top of that sky. One of Oscar's usual cronies walked in just in time to hear the order and the barkeep's objection. What's in the wind, Lord Oscar? You look like a goose walked over your grave. Worse, far worse. The woman I love above all others in the world is about to be wed. to someone else. Aye, that is raw news indeed. Barkeep, I'll pay for his whiskey. Let's bring out the good stuff. None of that blue ruin you try to serve up for ordinary. The barkeeper shrugged. As you will, sir, but I'm not holding the chamber pot for him to hurl. You take him outside when the beer and spirits rile up his gut. I'll do it, the fellow said, not specifying exactly what he was going to do. Soon, some of Oscar's other companions came in, heard the sad story and commiserated with him. They plied him with drink until he told them everything, from the Queen's birthday party to their tearful parting the night his father had whisked him away to live in Sidmouth with his aunt, her pug, and her disreputable parrot. After a few more rounds to his health and future better luck, one fellow spoke up and said what nearly everyone must have been thinking. That's hard lines for your fairest and best love to be marrying someone else. But the thing is, why aren't you riding post-haste back to London to put your name in the hat and be there before these banns get posted and all? My father will disinherit me, Oscar said with exaggerated care to keep from slurring his words. My brother Ish is too young, not stable. Can't ask him to take my place. That certainly put the cat among the pigeons. Oscar was then obliged to tell the story of the lace dress, Damien's inability to hold his tongue, and the good news that the tutor recently hired was doing his brother great good, and Oscar's unwillingness to undo that. This led to a round of singing some doleful ditties, the choruses of which included words like oh, woe, and doleful bad fortune. That night, Oscar went home in a cart with Danegeld tied on behind. His aunt met the delivery party at the door, with righteous wrath blazing forth from her face. Oscar, your father is going to hear of this, she declared. Chapter 21 1813, Isla, age 21. Glenwood Manor, late August. The wedding was absolutely beautiful. Isla noticed that even Edmund could be seen tearing up in a most unmanly way as he watched his second daughter and her newly wedded husband embrace. The wedding breakfast was held in Glenwood's full dining room. The table groaned with all sorts of food, including a delectable platter of newly caught fish. What in the world were they going to do with Sophie? The girl would have made a delightful son. She loved to ride, and although she did not care to hunt, she loved fishing and was doing a marvellous job of training her dog. Isla would have been truly worried, but Sophie also loved dressing up in gowns, going to dances, and could hold her own at any banquet. Father had been amazing. She felt sure that he had spent a major portion of his quarterly income on the wedding breakfast. It had been a lovely feast, and it was marvellous to see how the guests had flocked to the bride and groom. Emily and James were truly coming into their own, preparing for when they would be Lord and Lady Bulverton. Happily, Isla settled herself beneath the crazed glass of the back sitting room, stitching at her most recent tapestries. In the pool of sunlight from the window, she felt as if she were Penelope waiting for her Odysseus to return. There must have been a sound of some sort. Isla looked up to see her father standing in the doorway. "You are all alone, Isla," he called softly into the quiet room. Isla started. "Oh, father, I did not see you there. Did you need something?" Edmund went into the room and sat down heavily in a wing-back chair that stood near the fireplace. The weather was warm, so there was no fire. He seemed to want to say something, but he looked at his hands as if he could not decide how to begin. "Did you need something, father?" Harumph, he cleared his throat. "I feel I owe you an explanation, Isla. Now that Emily is married and Sophie is growing up, at least one of you needs to know what happened to change my opinion of Henry Smith." Isla felt her heart plummet. She wove her needle into her tapestry, then turned from her frame to face him, composing her face into polite stillness. "I am listening, father." "I loved your mother almost beyond bearing," Edmund said, "but she did not love me, or at least not in the same way." I was wondering about that, Isla said, although you were always quite civil to each other. I do not want to give you the wrong impression, Isla. She came to love me. There was affection between us, but the marriage was arranged by our parents. She had another first love, but she was not allowed to indulge in it because her parents favoured me over Henry. Henry has some very odd quirks, although he is a good man. Oh, Isla raised her eyebrows. Henry can be like a dog with a favourite bone when he gets an idea. He does not willingly let go of it. Wait! Father, are you telling me that my mother loved Duke Henry? Yes, that is exactly what I am telling you, and he loved her. I knew it. But I loved your mother too. Elizabeth was my shining light. My world shattered into darkness when she died, and for a while the physicians feared for my reason. I remember, Isla said. The physician prescribed laudanum drops, and then a walking tour in Scotland. I believe he went with you. When you came back, you did not take any more of the laudanum, but you closed up Mother's rooms and would not allow anyone inside them. Edmund nodded. I allowed the servants to clear out all the mess from Sophie's birth, but then just left everything as it was. Somehow, it almost seemed as if as long as her room was untouched, she was still with me. But then, Sophie is getting taller and looking more like her mother every day. I thought, perhaps if the rooms were cleaned out, that some of Elizabeth's clothing might fit her. You were too tall, and Emily too well-rounded and womanly. There was Elizabeth's flute that I thought perhaps Sophie would like to have. You already have your mother's harp, and Emily can barely carry a tune in a basket. Isla laughed at that, as he had intended her to do. Then she sobered. But you had come to terms with all of this. What happened? Edmund looked down at his hands, flexed the fingers, and laced them together again in a single fist, resting in his lap. I was going through her dresser, putting things aside that I thought the three of you could use. Her ordinary jewellery, half-empty perfume bottles that had been well restoppered, that kind of thing, when I came upon a bundle of letters. They were from Henry, all from before we were married. That hurt, that she had cared enough for him to save them, but I had already known about their affection for each other before we were married. I could accept her desire to keep the letters. But, Isla prompted, but there was one last letter written to her on the very day that we were married. The letter was wild, it raged, and it did not always make sense. In some places, it spoke of his love for Elizabeth. In others, it made threats against me. Even after all these years, the faded ink dashed across the page in a ferocious scrawl, as if the writer were unhinged. And I thought, how can I let my little girl marry the son of a madman? What might he do to her? But Oscar is not like that, Isla protested. Emily and I often remarked upon it. Damien could be wild and crazy. Any thought that was in his head, he voiced it. But we managed him, Emily, Oscar and I. By the time Sophie was born, we knew just what to do to help him get control back when the words ran away with him. We were a team, a matched pair, Oscar and I, Father. You tore us apart, and you still have not told me anything that truly tells me why. I was not in danger from Oscar. Not ever. And while Damien could be wild and crazy, he is kind and there is no harm in him. Edmund lifted his hands and scrubbed them across his face. The letter was not all, he said hoarsely. The day I found it, which was the day you went to the dance at Bulverton's with Oscar, I met with Henry, confronted him with it. He went totally cold, and pointed out that I had 10 wonderful years with the woman he loved, and that I had been the cause of her death because it was my child she carried that had killed her. Then he raged at me, shouting. He even raised his fist as if to hit me, but he mastered himself and turned away before that could happen. Edmund paused, clearly reliving what was clearly an unpleasant memory. Isla, it was not Oscar I feared. I was afraid of what might happen to you in a house that could contain Henry. Do you know what he did when his wife died of smallpox? He went down to the village, put the family she had visited out in the snow, and burned the house to the ground. It is a wonder and a miracle he did not burn the house with them in it. Was that not the same year that Mother died? Isla asked. Edmund sighed. It was. Oh, Isla, I never made the connection. I lost one woman that I loved that year. He lost two. I could almost feel sympathy for him. I could, except for one thing. What is that, Father? Isla asked. The family that he put out in the snow. I housed them on my side of the village after their house was burned. It was not much of a house. There were not many places for people that year, but it had a roof, 4 walls, and a fireplace. But Isla, they were all in poor shape, starved, gaunt, still suffering the ravages of the last stages of smallpox. There was a baby. It died, and so did the father. The mother, their oldest son, and the daughter survived, and that was out of a family of 12 healthy children, a mother and a father. Just a little compassion, and the father and baby might have lived. The two of them sat in silence for a while. I was afraid for you, Isla. Henry is usually a civil, compassionate gentleman, but that winter he was not. I had to ask myself what harm he might bring to you or to any children you might have. I know this hurt you, Isla. I know you have grieved for Oscar, and I am so very sorry for it, but I would have been even sorrier to attend your funeral. Isla just looked at him for a few minutes. Then she said, I understand now. I do not know if you were right, but I do understand. She came to him and put her arms around him. Isla held her father as she might have held Sophie, while he sobbed like a baby. Chapter 22. 1817, Oscar 27. His Aunt Clarissa's home, Sidmouth. As was his frequent wont, Oscar stumbled down the stairs, hoping to make his way to the kitchen for a cup of tea without being noticed. There you are, his aunt exclaimed. I was just telling our guest about you. This is Matilda Stone, the middle daughter of the Terravale Stones. I'm sure you've heard me speak of them. Matilda, this is my nephew, Oscar Smith, the Marquis of Glenwood. For a moment, Oscar was speechless. The young lady who sat at the table was exceptionally beautiful. Her pale blonde hair was done up in an elaborate arrangement of braids. Her skin was the same delicate shade as his aunt's prized white blush roses. She had darkened her eyelashes and eyebrows with something, he was certain, for they stood out boldly against the delicate pallor of her skin. Her eyes, slightly almond-shaped with a delicate up-tilt at the corners, were the clearest summer sky blue he had ever seen. Her nose was narrow and aquiline, her upper lip short, her mouth nearly too wide to be fashionable. She wore an ice blue gown only a trifle darker in colour than her eyes. Her hands, when she picked up her teacup, were slender and long-fingered, with perfectly shaped nails that had delicate pink nail beds. She wore white lace mitts that covered the back of her hands and a pearl ring on her right index finger. Pleased to meet you, he said. He then pulled out his chair and seated himself. The young lady seemed to be oblivious to Oscar's reaction, but his aunt seemed remarkably pleased. It did nothing, however, to bridle her caustic tongue. So good of you to grace us with your presence, Oscar. I was about to send out a search party. What kept you? Gertrude got tired, Aunt Clarissa. She really is becoming quite grey around the muzzle, you know. Oh, I know, his aunt responded. Matilda, you do remember my dear Gertrude? How could I possibly forget? Matilda responded. You had to rescue both of us from Archibald. That bird is truly a menace, Mrs. Alderwaite. Nonsense, Aunt Clarissa said firmly. "He is simply a gentleman of the world and is a little rough around the edges." "I see that he is not in the drawing room today," Matilda observed. "He rather disgraced himself last week," Oscar said. "There is a prize carpet that will never be the same, no matter how skillfully it is repaired. I can assure you that nothing less would have him banned from the presence of his lady. Amazingly, that feathered reprobate does give Aunt Clarissa the most lavish compliments." Matilda laughed. "And showers everyone else with the vilest of epithets. I used to visit here often before I was presented. It is good to be back home and to be able to visit old friends." "How is London?" Oscar asked politely. "It has been 3 years since I was last there." "Oh, much the same as always," Matilda said carelessly. "Cold, wet and foggy in winter, hot, muggy and foul-smelling in summer. The war in Europe has driven a lot of foreign dignitaries to take refuge on English soil. One scarcely can attend a single party or ball without running into account of this or that, or lady, something or other of whom one has never heard. I suppose that at least means that when Bulverton opens his doors for one of his famous crushes, that there are some new faces." "Oh, quite," Matilda said, "although I try to avoid the Bulverton parties. Lord Bulverton is quite puffed up with pride. He believes that his pimply-faced son James has fixed the interest of one of the Jenkinson girls." "He has?" Oscar felt as if his heart was suddenly sheathed in ice. "Which one?" "Oh, the middle one, I think. The oldest is still carrying a torch for some lover who ran off and left her. The youngest has not even been presented yet, although I think the oldest sister has made arrangements for it." "Little Sophie?" Oscar let the name slip from him, feeling some astonishment. "Is that her name? Do you know the Jenkinsons? Oscar?" "Childhood friends," he shrugged, pretending indifference. "Our London estates are side by side. God forbid I should expose my Isla to the ridicule of this supremely perfect ice princess." Oscar kept his face calm and polite. But inside, he was remembering Isla, her dark hair flying as she led him a merry chase through the wood as an escaped prisoner, or standing on the bridge by the mill pond with a willow wand sword held out before her, daring him to cross. Oscar let it all wash over him, hoping to escape to a quiet brandy alone in the library. "Will you sit with us a little later?" his aunt inquired in the ingenuous way that he knew meant the innocent little question was really a royal command. "They are quite fascinating," Matilda put in, "and even more interesting when you tour them in person. There are 1 or 2 within easy riding distance. I would gladly guide you if you are interested." "I will take the offer under consideration," Oscar said. "Now, if you will excuse me, I really do need to exercise my horse." Oscar made his escape to gallop over the hills, to breathe the air of freedom for a short while. Chapter 23. 1817, Isla, aged 25, Glenwood Manor, private drawing room, late May. Isla took another stitch in the tapestry on which she was working. She was proud of the picture, for it was one she had drawn herself of a maiden who had charmed a monster so that her lover and their neighbours could bind it with chains. In the 4 years since her sister's wedding, Isla's book had gained many pages, and there was an impressive stack of tapestries in her linen press. She had just threaded her needle with some soft brown yarn to create the maiden's hair, when there came a tap on her door. For a moment, she was irritated. Then she saw who was standing there. "Emily," she cried. "What a nice surprise! Did you bring the girls?" "I certainly did," her sister replied. Isla laughed as Emily's daughters ran towards her screaming, "Aunt Issy, Auntie Issy!" "Have a care," Isla cautioned them. "My needle is very sharp. I would not want to prick you with it." The 2 children, deftly avoiding both needle and embroidery, piled into Isla's lap. Isla quickly tucked the needle into the tapestry canvas and cuddled the little girls to her. "How are you, my sweeties? What have you been doing?" "I caught a frog," the younger of the two announced. "He was all bumpy and warty." Nursey made her put it back outside after it got her hand wet. "She said it was nasty and scrubbed our hands with soap," the older girl added. "That was probably just as well," Isla said. "Frogs are much happier outside, I believe." "What colour was he?" "Green," said the junior naturalist, "with black spots." "What are you making?" Aunt Isla asked the older child, squinting at the picture. "Why is that lady petting the monster?" Before Isla could reply, Emily said, "We are on our way to dinner at the townhouse. Would you like to join us? It will be the family and a few friends." "Not tonight," Isla replied. "I need to get this warty fellow completed so I can start on a more attractive picture." "What would that be, Aunt Isla?" The older girl ran a curious finger over an expanse of satin stitching. "Why, the young lady's gentleman friend, of course," Isla said. "He is one of the men you see pulling on the chains. They are going to capture the monster and take it somewhere that it cannot hurt people." Emily cut in before Isla could recount the tale. "Don't you dare," Emily mouthed the words, silently over her daughters' heads. Isla's eyes crinkled up with laughter. She remembered when their nursemaid had told them the tale, and they had both had nightmares for weeks afterwards. Aloud, Emily said, "Please, Isla, you've been cooped up here for weeks. Surely you must be nearing completion of this project. And anyway, what could it hurt for it to wait one more night before you embroider the next nursery room monster? I believe the world could do without it." Isla sighed regretfully, looking at the half-finished work on her embroidery frame. "Very well, but I want to return here tonight. No cozening me into staying just a little longer." "Auntie Izzy is coming to dinner." The two little girls clapped their hands with delight and made a chant of it. "Hush now, hush," Emily said. "Little girls are quiet and polite." "Little girls are also happy and enthusiastic," Isla said. "There is plenty of time for them to be still and quiet. Their happiness does me good, sister." "Then come visit us more often, Isla," Emily said, putting just a little bite into the words. "You know, we are always glad to have you with us. Come, I will help you get ready and you can ride in our carriage." In short order, Isla found herself in a walking dress that Emily had pronounced shabby but presentable, with a dinner dress packed in a small portmanteau. "I would not insist on the bag, but we have guests for dinner," Emily explained. "Guests?" Isla paused in putting on her hat. "You are not trying to introduce me to suitors, are you? I have finally persuaded Father not to invite special guests. I had a dreadful time persuading the last one that he had no chance with me." Emily laughed. "Have no fear. These are simply some friends that James has invited, along with their wives. They are even bringing their children, although all the little ones will dine in the nursery." "So, this will be an evening of fun for my nieces?" Isla asked. "We hope so," Emily replied. With no further discussion, Emily and her daughters whisked Isla into the carriage before she could talk herself out of visiting. It was a pleasant evening, just as promised. The dinner guests were two gentlemen and their wives, as well as their older offspring. The weather was cool, so a fire had been laid in the dining room fireplace, lending an added ambient light to the soft glow of the candles. There was little formality, other than the food was served by the above-stairs staff rather than handed around the table. People chatted. Since Isla knew no one other than her own family members, and since she rarely followed the local gossip or politics, she soon found herself at a loss. After a time, James noticed that she was simply sitting quietly and looking bored. "Emily talked you into this, didn't she?" he whispered. At her nod, he added, "You can go up to my study or to the schoolroom. I have a shelf of new books, some novels and travelogues. Feel free to amuse yourself. Or, if you would rather, you can visit the children in the nursery." Isla smiled at the last. "I am developing a headache," she whispered back. "The books, please." Just then, everyone began to leave the table. Since the weather was fine, if a bit chilly, the gentlemen decided to go to the terrace to smoke and have their brandy, while the ladies retired to the sitting room for tea and ratafia biscuits. Under cover of the general bustling about, Isla slipped away to the place James had reserved for her. The study was a welcome haven. Although she appreciated her sister's gesture, Isla found the small dinner party somewhat overwhelming with the added families and their children. She has opened a large travelogue. It proved to have excellent woodcut illustrations of London and some of the surrounding areas. This was a true extravagance, for illustrations were expensive to include. She was reading a description of the Old Bailey when James looked in on her. "How are you faring?" he asked. "Should I have some refreshments sent up?" "Some tea and biscuits would be welcome if it is not too much trouble," Isla said. "This area is pleasant and quite a change from the schoolroom. Did you design it?" James smiled and shook his head. "No, Emily did. I merely hired the workmen and saw to it that they did not change her plans. You should visit us more often, Isla." "As long as no one teases me to meet eligible gentlemen, I will," she replied. "This has been an enjoyable evening, even though I began to find the company a little overwhelming. I understand your desire not to have suitors introduced to every gathering. I find the state of marriage to be most pleasant, but Emily and I were not forced to wed, and we have been fortunate in having our parents' blessing. I am eternally grateful that you determined that Emily need not wait until after you were wed." Isla laughed a little at this. "Why should she? Nor shall I stand in Sophie's way should she desire to be married. I am glad that the two of you are happy." James looked at her, his face showing his feelings of sympathy. "How I wish things might have been different for you," he said. "I never found any faults in Oscar, but perhaps your father saw something different." Isla almost confided in him, but she held back from sharing the things her father had told her in confidence. "I think I am used to it by now. Perhaps I will visit more often, now that I know dinner here will be a simple family meal." "Excellent. And let me add, should you find the company more than you can handle, you are always free to withdraw to this room. I keep it stocked with enjoyable books and papers, so there will be something to look at or read." With that, James went back to his guests, leaving Isla to enjoy the travelogue. After a time, a quiet serving maid brought in a tray with tea and slices of sponge cake. Isla put the book aside so that it would not be damaged, poured herself a cup of tea, and sipped it meditatively. "Perhaps I have kept myself too close. No one remembers or even cares that Oscar and I were promised to one another. He is far away, by the seaside, and I am here. There is no danger that we might meet." Isla nibbled at one of the slices of cake. It was very good. It was stuffed with ratafia biscuit, crumbles, nuts, and some sort of sweet fruit. I could go about more, and it would be delightful to walk with Emily and my nieces. Perhaps we could even see some of the sights, as well as visiting the park. That would be pleasant. I should exercise my horse more often too. I used to not care about riding, but it is just possible that Sophie would enjoy it. After a little while, Isla returned to her book, reading several more chapters. By the time Emily came to get her, Isla was glad to go up to the nursery to hear the children say their prayers. 2 of the little girls were going to stay the week, which would doubtless be pleasant for Isla's nieces. "Are you sure their nanny is up to caring for 4 little girls?" "I'm sure she is," Emily said. "Are you not, Nurse Emma?" Nurse Emma, a middle-aged woman wearing a starched wraparound apron over her brown house uniform, turned a beaming smile on both the ladies. "You may be sure of it. 4 little girls will be a treat. At my last house, I looked after 6 boys and 3 girls until the last one graduated from the nursery. Just last year, that was." "Will you stay and enjoy them with us?" Emily asked Isla, looking as if she truly found the idea of 2 extra children in the house a treat. "I think listening to their prayers will be enough for me," Isla said. "I remember Mama listening to us, and then you and I listened to Sophie's until she was old enough that she declared her prayers to be private." Isla and her sister listened solemnly to 4 little girls saying their prayers, conscientiously listing all the people they loved and depended on, and even adding favourite toys or pets. When the little ones had finished and were tucked into bed, Isla and Emily returned to the sitting room for a last round of tea with James. "Are you sure I cannot persuade you to stay?" Emily asked. "No," Isla said. "It has been a good evening, but I think I would like to return to my solitude, my writing, music, and needlework." "When are we going to see this book?" James asked. "You have been working on it for years." "It is nothing special," Isla said. "Just some nursery tales I found in copybooks in the library." The paper was crumbling, so I copied them over and drew illustrations for them. The best illustrations I am making into tapestry hangings. "I would be delighted to see them at some time," Emily said. "Do you think the girls would enjoy the stories?" Isla considered the question. "Some of them, but some of the stories are not really meant for young ears. I think they are retellings of old legends." "Then perhaps we should save them for when the girls are older," Emily said. "I believe I remember some of those old copybooks. I think they were fathers, or perhaps even grandfathers." "I am glad you are recopying them, Isla, but I am glad that you did not tell the girls the full story of the creature in the tapestry you were working on." Isla felt her face heat up with embarrassment. "It keeps me busy," she said, "and it occupies my mind." Chapter 24. 1817, Matilda, Clarissa Alderwaite's home. Matilda took a deep breath and stepped out of the carriage, ignoring the proffered hand of her footman. She paused at the bottom of the steps for her maid to reorganize the drape of her train. She wore ice blue tonight. She had visited him many times over the previous years. But tonight, it was important that she looked her absolute best. Oscar did not want her, she knew that. But Matilda needed to be out of her father's house, out from under his harsh strictures. Oscar was her best chance of that, even though he had made it plain that he was indifferent to her. They would be wed on Sunday next, and it was important that she at least be able to sit and speak with him. A carpet had been laid for guests to walk upon. Matilda was glad of that. It would keep her slippers from the damp, and her train would not be fouled with dirt. She could not afford a pair of little girls to hold up the edges of her skirts. If she dressed in the Grecian fashion favoured at the moment, she would be spared these difficulties. But her father's taste in clothing was as old-fashioned as his attitudes toward ladies and their freedom. Clarissa Alderwaite did not seem to notice. Perhaps that was because her own clothing was not in the current mode. Clarissa wanted her for her nephew. Right now, that was all that really mattered. Matilda just had to be sure that she kept his attention sufficiently focused on her to get him to the altar. She knew that he liked the ice blue gown. He had said it made her look like a snow maiden. At the door of the cottage, Matilda's maid did a quick last check of her gown. Fortunately, the carpet that had been laid had done a good job of keeping her gown pristine, so there was nothing for the maid to do but scuttle to the servants' quarters to wait until the dinner was over. Oscar stood in the entrance hall with his aunt. He was impeccably dressed, but there were dark hollows beneath his eyes. He certainly looked the worse for wear. Disregarding his haggard look, Matilda extended one gloved hand to him. He bent over it and kissed the space above it as was proper. She then moved to Clarissa, who drew Matilda into a quick embrace. "I am so glad you could be here this evening," Clarissa said. When they entered the dining hall, Matilda found she was seated to Oscar's right, while he was seated at Clarissa's left. There were other guests, but they were simply a blur to her. The meal began with a simple clear soup, which was followed by a vegetable and meat pie, accompanied by crusty slices of bread and butter. When the dishes for the main course were taken away, a relish course with pickled beets, crackers and sprigs of parsley was served. Next was cheese, and more crackers. By the time the dessert was served, Matilda felt stretched tight with apprehension. Would Oscar formally agree to this marriage his aunt had arranged, or would he refuse her at the last minute? Surely he would not be so gauche as to leave her at the altar. That would certainly be worse. When they rose from the dinner table to retire for after-dinner tea or brandy, Clarissa said to her, "I have prepared the small drawing room for you and Oscar. Oscar, would you take her in, please? The rest of the guests and I will be in the large drawing room across the hall. Just leave the door open and the servants will bring anything you require." Silently, Oscar offered her his arm. He was going through with it then. Matilda felt herself flush with excitement. Punctiliously, Oscar delivered her to a chair that was placed near a tea table that was situated in front of the cold hearth. "Will you pour?" he asked, courteously. When Matilda had poured out 2 cups of tea from the pot in the centre of the table, he took out a flask from a coat pocket, saying, "I would like a little splash of brandy in mine. Would you care for some?" "No, thank you, my lord," Matilda replied. Then she added boldly, "Your presence is enough for me." Oscar poured a little brandy into his teacup, stirred it, and set the spoon on his saucer. "I hope you do not anticipate that I will return such small talk in the same vein," he said. "This marriage is being arranged by my father and my aunt. You are entering a loveless union because my heart is given to one who is forbidden to me." Matilda allowed her eyes to widen. "I had no idea that gentlemen could be sold on the marriage mart." "Nearly as much so as maidens," Oscar replied bitterly. "It seems I am expected to wed and beget an heir. I have been reading law with a tutor, but I am highly unlikely to be allowed to put that knowledge to use soon enough for it to do any good for the estate. My father is quite hale, and is likely to retain his seat for several years to come." Matilda took a sip of her tea, then replaced her cup on its saucer. "I am aware of your circumstances. Mine are not extremely different. I am expected to marry soon, and be out of the way so that my sisters can be presented and seek husbands in their turn. My father is quite adamant that I should stop obstructing their future. My future is even more restricted than yours, so you have my sympathy. I understand the duties of a wife, and I am prepared to fulfill them in all ways." Oscar took a sip of his brandy-laced tea. "Very well, so long as we understand each other. This marriage will give us both the graceful exit that we require. I wish to make it very clear to you that love is not involved. This is a business arrangement." "Are not all marriages in the end?" Matilda could not stop the bitter twist to her mouth. She took a moment to school her face into a polite mask. "The husband contracts with the father to care for his daughter. She contracts to bear children in return for security, and perhaps a few luxuries. I do ask that if you take a lover, that you are discreet and keep your good name unsullied, since that is the cover I will be acquiring for myself." "You are remarkably cool about this," Oscar observed. "Lord Oscar, I have had 3 seasons to become inured to it. I once had dreams of love, but they came to nothing. Men admire me, they write poetry, and they draw pictures, but when it comes to marriage, they prefer earthier women who will make fine, fat babies." "Is there any particular reason why you should not?" Oscar asked. "Because I do require an heir." "Oh, no, not at all, my lord. I should be just as good a brood mare as any other lady of the ton. I am quite healthy." "At least you are not missish about discussing your options," Oscar said. "That lets us know where we stand. Until you provide an heir and at least one more child, I require fidelity." "I quite understand, my lord. I dare say that I shall be too busy to extend my charms to others." "Nicely put. I doubt I shall have much time for indiscretions myself, so you need have no worry on that score." Matilda wrapped her well-manicured fingers around her teacup, warming them as if the room had grown chill. "Something that does concern me is the time you are rumoured to be spending at the old ship. Your aunt mentioned that she had to pay the stableman this month. Oscar, I am looking for stability." Oscar sighed. "Once we are married, I can be away from here. Back in London, I will not require frivolous companions or amusements. I will be busy learning how to administer the estate." Matilda nodded. "I thought it might be something like that, since it is not something you used to do." "No, I did not need cheap companions when Isla, Emily, Sophie, and Damien were at my side." Aloud, he said, "I had no need of it before I was snatched away from my childhood companions and friends. It has left a hole in my life." "Did the chance-met companions fill that hole?" Matilda asked. Oscar shook his head. "No. If anything, they made my loneliness worse. Gertrude, Aunt Clarissa's pug, is a better companion than most of those fellows." "Perhaps we should get one." Matilda could not help teasing him just a little about it. Oscar shuddered. "Please no. Perhaps a setter, one of those silken creatures with hair nearly as fine and flaxen as your own. I have seen them, and they seem intelligent and responsive. But there are also the tall hounds with the stiff grey fur, the ones that can bring down a deer when hunting." From there, the talk moved to other kinds of dogs. Then to breeds of horses. "I have grown quite fond of Dane Gelt," Oscar remarked. "Why did you name him such a thing?" Matilda asked. "He was a bribe that was supposed to keep me happy while I continued to study with my tutor. Only, instead of keeping you happy, he gave you a measure of freedom." "Can he be bred?" "Sadly, no. Dane is a gelding, but I know where my father got him. He is actually something of a reject, a minor flaw with the way his mane flows. A rather small thing for which to take him out of the breeding lines," Matilda commented. "Still, I suppose it might indicate other things." "Indeed. And he has given me a measure of freedom. I do not spend all my time at the old ship. Sometimes I simply ride along the bridleways to see how far I can go before nightfall." That evening, when Matilda climbed back into her carriage, she was satisfied. She had bagged herself a marquess who would one day be a duke. That it would be a loveless contract marriage mattered very little to her. What did matter was that she would get out of the repressive environment of her father's house. More than that, she liked Oscar. He had a sense of wit, and he did not turn into a fumbling idiot when he looked at her. She could make a successful marriage of this. She was sure of it. Chapter 25. 1817, Isla, age 25, Glenwood and Village Bakery. Isla found herself humming a little tune as she went about her morning routine. It was fun visiting her sister, brother-in-law, and nieces. Perhaps she'd been keeping herself too close. James is so kind. To think that Oscar and I once made fun of him for his shy, retiring ways. Yet he has become more successful than any of us. Emily chose well, and she is happy. I could not ask for more for her. More than that, I think James has saved my life by offering me a way to be with my family, yet have a retreat where I can rest from them when they become too much for my overwrought nerves to bear. She was still humming when she went downstairs to join Sophie at the dining table for luncheon. "Where is father?" Isla asked. "Out. He left early this morning," Sophie replied. "Was there something you needed?" "Not really, but I think I might walk down to the village bakery today. Would you like to come with me?" Sophie shook her head. "I need to work with my horse. He is still skittish around other animals." "Oh, I thought you might be going fishing." Sophie looked up from the bread she was buttering and blushed. "Did that this morning," she muttered, quickly sinking her teeth into the crusty bread to avoid any additional talk. Now what could have triggered that response? She's been fishing every day since Father gave her the rod and creel, along with his blessing. Isla decided to let it go. She was feeling so happy and too pleased with the day to try prying into her sister's business. "Did you catch anything?" Surely that would be safe enough to ask. Sophie wagged one finger, shaking her head in the negative. When she could swallow, she said, "Not this morning. I think I'm going to have to change my fishing location." "Where have you been fishing?" Isla inquired. "Off the bridge above the mill pond. But I think I will go farther down the bank on our side of the stream, near the willows. Perhaps the fish will be more plentiful there." Isla laughed a little. "You and your fishing. Could you have possibly hit upon a less ladylike occupation?" "I don't see you turning up your nose at my catches," Sophie protested pertly. "I like fresh fish," Isla admitted, "and none are fresher than those my sister catches in the brook. There are certainly worse things that you could be doing with your time." "Indeed, yes." Sophie pounced upon the opportunity to change the subject. "Did you hear about—" And she launched into a scandalous story about a girl who had recently attended a party. The young lady had gone to the ladies' withdrawing room, taken off her outer dress, damped her under petticoats until they clung like a second skin, then put back on the diaphanous dress and re-entered the general company. The effect had been to leave no mysteries about her personal charms, and her dance card had filled immediately. "Did the hostess not object?" Isla asked, a trifle scandalised. "Oh, very much so, but it took her a while to connect with the young lady. By that time, her petticoats had begun to dry, returning her to a state of decency, so the old biddy, our hostess, had nothing to complain about." Isla laughed, as Sophie had intended her to do, and sat down to eat. The food was good and satisfying, but Isla found herself wanting something more. "I think I will go to the bakery," she announced. Isla sent one of the serving maids to bring a shopping basket, then waved away any suggestion of having a footman attend her, even though Sophie protested. "You've scarcely moved out of the house for the last 3 years. Are you sure you should be walking about alone?" "I shall be fine," Isla declared. "I'm only going to see if they have any of the sweet rolls I remember from when we were much younger. Mother used to take Emily and me, before you were born. Then we 2 older girls used to take you there. Remember?" "Of course, I remember," Sophie said. "I'm not a doddering old woman. In fact, I spend a lot of my pin money there. If I am not careful, I shall soon not be able to fit into my gowns." Isla looked thoughtfully at her tall younger sister. Sophie had not only shot up this year, but she had also filled out. There was still a coltishness about her, but she had started putting up her hair a year ago and had already had the seamstress let down the hems on her gowns twice. Somehow, while Isla was busy writing her book and making tapestries, Sophie had grown up. Soon she will want to go off and get married, and I shall be quite alone with Father and the servants. Well, there are worse fates, and I think I am better suited to being the one who stays behind to take care of Father than either of my sisters. The thought made her feel a little melancholy, but not enough to dim her anticipation of sweet rolls, possibly even with a cream filling. She loved sweet whipped cream. Perhaps it is a good thing that I have not been out and about much. If I had been going to the bakery every day, I would not have had nearly as much opportunity to work off a batch of sweet rolls as my sister. They do not seem to have put an ounce on Sophie. "I cannot see where you have gained a bit from it," Isla declared. "You are always out and about. I do believe you must be running it all off." "You could do with a little exercise," Sophie teased. "Next thing we know, you will be wearing caps like an old spinster and complaining that the winter damp makes your bones ache." That cut close to the bone, since Isla had been complaining of aching joints just the week before when it had rained almost non-stop. "Now, that is terribly unkind of you, Sophie. I am 10 years your senior. It is to be expected that my joints might ache a little now and then. Do not yours twinge in the damp?" Not so, as you would notice, Sophie retorted. I get plenty of exercise and do not sit about stiffening up. I will get some exercise today, Isla protested. Yes, and look what it takes to get you to poke your nose out of doors, Sophie teased. Although, I will admit, the bakery's sweet rolls are the best. Our cook simply cannot approach their like. Sadly true. I am not sure how they do it. It must be some sort of trade secret. Isla accepted the basket the maid had brought to her, ambled down to the front hall where she put on her cloak and hat, and wandered out into the morning sunshine. It truly was a glorious day. Isla could not have picked a better one for a walk. The sun was warm, but not hot, although it promised to warm up later in the day. People were walking about on various errands. Here and there, a horse and conveyance jingled along the road. As Isla walked into the bakery, the wonderful aromas of baking bread, caramelized sugar, and cooking fruit washed over her. It was superb, like all the scents and memories of her happy childhood, a time that had seemed all too distant of late. She remembered her mother allowing her and Emily to each select a sweet biscuit, then purchasing more of them for their tea. She had probably also ordered bread for the house, but Isla had been too young to remember that part. When Sophie had been old enough to walk all the way there and back without having to be carried, she and Emily had brought her often. Even those memories seemed distant now, as if she viewed it all down a long tunnel that had a grate at the very end of it. A glass case had been installed in the bakery's display room since she was here last. Its interior surface was slightly fogged from the heat, and moisture released from the freshly baked goods. Isla leaned over the case, feasting her eyes on the bounty inside it. There were sweet biscuits, and the rolled Dutch quetches, breads of all shapes and sizes, and, oh yes, there were sweet rolls with cream filling oozing out of them, and a dusting of fine sugar over their top. I'll have a dozen of those, Isla said, pointing to the sweet rolls, and 2 dozen of the sweet biscuits, and a dozen of the quetches. Would you like a sample while I do these up for you? The baker asked. You used to love nibbling on a sweet biscuit while your mother got her order. A lemon-flavoured one, perhaps? Oh, I would love one, Isla said. I remember when I would bring Sophie and Emily, you would give a sample biscuit to each of us. Yes, indeed, the baker said, packing the baked goods into her basket so that they would not be crushed or broken. Proper little ladies the 3 of you were, and you scarcely big enough to be looking after the other 2. We would take our basket up to the old bridge and meet with Damien and Oscar to eat our sweets before we went off to romp in the woods. Aye, and sometimes the lads would come with you to the bakery. I remember. Innocent days, Isla said with a tinge of regret. But she tore her thoughts away from those times. She was here to enjoy the day and the sweet treats she would take back to share with her sister and her father. Perhaps I could persuade you to send 4 dozen of the sweet biscuits up to the house for the staff. They have been doing the full cleaning, and I think they deserve a treat. A kindly thought, Lady Isla, the baker approved. I can certainly do that. Do you want a note to go with it? If you could, just congratulate them on a job well done so that they know the biscuits are a reward. If you could have them there in time for afternoon tea. I believe we can, Lady Isla. I usually send a baking up to the house about then anyway, so it can go with the regular order. Do you want anything else added? I cannot think of anything right now. It is just... Oh, it is a lovely day, is it not? I would simply like to spread some goodwill and enjoyment to others. The baker chuckled. I wish there were more people who wanted to make their appreciation tangible. It would increase my business, I am sure. The bell over the door of the shop jangled, and a gentleman and a lady stepped in. With the strong sunlight behind them, they were silhouettes against the brightness. Isla turned and squinted at the bright light. Somehow, the taller figure seemed familiar. Then, as her eyes adjusted, it became clear to her. All the air seemed to go out of the world. She gasped and fainted dead away. Chapter 26. 1817, Oscar, age 27, village bakery. Oscar remembered the bakery from the days when he, his brother, and the Jenkinson girls had frequented it. The place made the most divine sweet stuff, but even better, it also made excellent sausage rolls. Those rolls had been just the thing to help growing boys manage the hours between official meals, especially the meals that were fashionably lean. He looked forward to sharing some tasty treats with Matilda. While she might not be the bride of his dreams, she was now his wife, and he intended to make the best of their situation. When they entered the bakery, the familiar odours brought back memories. The slender woman, with dark hair who was standing at the glass counter, blended right into those memories. It was only logical that she would be there. She did love sweet rolls, especially the ones with cream filling. She turned. Her eyes widened with recognition. She gave a little gasp of shock and crumpled to the floor. "Isla!" Oscar cried out, hurrying to her side. Completely disregarding Matilda, who followed him into the shop, he knelt beside Isla, drawing a bottle of salt of hartshorn from his pocket. What was it that McKnight had said all those years ago? You never know when you might need to revive someone, and that someone might be a beautiful lady. What a wise man, McKnight, for here he was reviving the most beautiful woman in the entire world. Even as he waved the little bottle under her nose, he memorized every detail. Her face was pale, but the skin still unblemished, save for a tiny wrinkle at the corner of her eye. Her lips were still well formed and full. He longed to kiss her awake like a prince in some old nursery tale. The baker hurried around the counter with a clean, folded apron, which he tucked under Isla's head. Should we bathe her face? Loosen her stays? Isla drew a long, shuddering breath and turned her face away from the bottle of smelling salts. Not necessary, she murmured. I'm quite all right. No idea what came over me. I thought I saw Oscar. She looked up into his face, startled bewilderment plain to see in her widened eyes. Yes, Isla, Oscar said. It is. I am so sorry. Isla struggled into a sitting position, curling her feet up under her. I cannot imagine what came over me. I must have walked too far in the sun. Would you like someone to walk back with you? The baker asked anxiously. I can send for a wagon or cart. We could have that here sooner than the carriage down from the manor house. My carriage is here, Oscar said. My wife and I can see her home. It nearly killed him to see Isla wilt with disappointment when she heard him say, "Wife." He longed to take the words back, as if unsaying them would make them not be so. But it was like ripping a stuck bandage away from a wound. It could be done slowly and endure small pains, or quickly, and get it done all at once. No, Isla waved him away. A cart would be fine. I can go up with the afternoon deliveries. I think it is nearly time, is it not? The baker looked from one to another of the three of them. The lady sitting on the floor, looking as if she might faint again. The tall, slim, ice-blonde woman, standing just inside the front door. And the man. Oscar could scarcely imagine what he must look like, but he could well imagine what the baker was thinking. To the baker's credit, all he said was, "Of course, Lady Isla. I will have it brought around at once. It is not quite time for deliveries, but we can make a special one, eh? Just for you." "Thank you," Isla said. Oscar felt as if the heart had been wrenched right out of him as he saw her swallow hard, as if to clear a lump from her throat. "May I help you up at least?" Oscar asked. "I did not mean to startle you. In fact, I did not expect you to be here. I had heard that you married a count." "The count?" Isla began to laugh a little hysterically. "Oh dear, no. I had no tendre for him. Even if I did, his pockets were sadly to let. Father might perhaps have supported the match if I had wished it, but I did not." At this last, her lips trembled a little. Then she rallied and said in her old hearty way, "Yes, Do help me up off this floor, Oscar. What a sight I have made of myself." Oscar held out his hand, and she clasped it strongly, allowing him to help her stand upright. The baker quickly brought a stool from behind the counter as she wavered on her feet. "Steady there," Oscar said encouragingly. Isla sat on the stool and turned her gaze toward Matilda, who had simply stood staring at them while clutching her reticule. "Oscar, is this your wife? Perhaps you could introduce us. You are showing a great want of manners, my old friend." Isla put a slight emphasis on the word friend. Trust Isla to make the best of even the most awkward social situation, Oscar thought. Aloud he said, "You are quite right, Lady Isla. I would like you to meet my wife, Matilda. Matilda, this is Isla, my childhood friend and neighbour. My brother and I, and she and her sisters, used to spend many enjoyable afternoons together." "Very pleased to make your acquaintance," Matilda said, although her tone indicated she was anything but pleased. "I am surprised that Oscar has not mentioned anyone from his childhood living in this area." "Doubtless he did not feel it would be of interest to you," Isla said. "We were scarcely more than children when we last saw each other." Matilda narrowed her eyes as she looked at Oscar. He could see that she did not accept this explanation. Still, what could she say? He had not promised her love, merely his protection and financial support in return for an heir, and to get them both away from their controlling fathers. It had not seemed like a bad bargain at the time, but now it felt as if he had been stabbed in the gut and someone was twisting the knife. "We will go," Oscar said. "I do not wish to cause you any more distress. We have already upset you." "No," Matilda declared. "We shall not go. Oscar, you promised me cream-filled sweet rolls, the best anywhere, you said. I have been anticipating tasting these pastries since we left Sidmouth. And, Lady Isla, you had the delicacy not to accept my husband's offer of a ride in our carriage, but perhaps you will accept mine." The three of them and the baker stood, frozen, as if in a tableau. Oscar scarcely knew what to do or say. Isla had lifted her chin in the fashion that he knew presaged a pronouncement from which there would be no going back. Fortunately, just then the door jingled and James entered. "Ah, there you are, Isla," he exclaimed heartily. "Sophie said that you had walked down to the bakery. Did you find everything you wished to buy?" Isla gave a shaky little laugh. "I have, and was just winding up my business here. I suppose Sophie sent you to look for me?" "I hope you will not be angry with her, Isla. She was worried since this is the farthest you have walked in several months. She thought you might find the walk back more than you could manage. Perhaps I could persuade you to ride with me." "I have my perch phaeton. You said you had been longing to try one." "Thank you, James. I would like that above all things." "Oscar, you remember James?" "Matilda, I would like to introduce my brother-in-law, James Bulverton. I thank you both, and you too," she added, turning to the baker, "for your kind offers of transportation, and for your assistance. I have no idea what came over me. James, can you possibly believe I fainted? Perhaps Sophie was right to send you." "Indeed she was, I should say," James exclaimed. "Well, a brief spin in the open air should help set you to rights. Oscar, good to see you. Congratulations." At Oscar's nod of acknowledgement, he added, "You should come to dinner one evening. I'll consult with my wife and send an invitation round. That way we can all become better acquainted under more convivial circumstances. Isla, would you like an arm to the phaeton?" "I believe I can manage," she said. "I've already made arrangements for my purchases, except for this basket, to be sent up to the house with the afternoon delivery." Isla stood. For a moment, Oscar feared that she was going to crumple back to the floor. But James took her basket, offered her his elbow, and they quietly went out the door again. Oscar watched her go, feeling as if all of the light had gone out of the world. The doorbell tinkled as the door closed behind her, and carriage wheels crunched on the gravel as a vehicle drove away. A heavy silence fell over the shop. Matilda broke it by saying, not unkindly, "Sweet rolls, husband." Ah, yes, of course, Oscar replied meekly. He turned to the baker. If you could, please? Of course, Lord Oscar, the baker said. It is good to see you at home. It has been far too long. Yes, Oscar agreed. Far too long. So much has changed, and yet so little. Quite so, my lord, the baker agreed. He rummaged beneath the counter, then apologised. I am sorry. I sold the last of the stuffed sweet rolls to Lady Isla. Perhaps I could interest you in some cinnamon rolls or ginger snaps instead. Matilda pouted. But I had my heart set on those sweet rolls. You promised them to me. Best sweet rolls anywhere, you said. The baker looked chagrined. I have one roll that I was saving for my lunch. It is a trifle scorched on one corner, but otherwise edible. That will do, Oscar said brusquely. I appreciate the courtesy, and am sorry for the trouble. Oscar placed several coins on the counter, more than the rolls should have cost. Come, Matilda, we can visit some other of my childhood haunts. Matilda placed her hand on his arm and went with him calmly to their carriage. Once they were settled inside it and the door safely closed, she turned to him and hissed, Who was she to you, really? No one reacts like that for a childhood friend. Oscar laid his head back against the leather upholstery. The carriage was new, a wedding gift from his father, but even though the leather was soft and well upholstered, it felt like a rock beneath his head, one that was almost as hard as the lump in his throat. She was my childhood sweetheart. We were promised to each other from the day we met at the Queen's birthday party. I was 10 and she was 8. But something happened between our fathers, and we were forbidden to each other. And you acquiesced? Just like that? Father would have made Damien the heir. Damien is much improved since he has been attended by his tutor, Mr. Jacobs, but he is not likely to be happy governing an estate. Matilda stared at him a moment. You are married to me, Oscar. Did you somehow think that if you came back, she would be, what, your lover, your mistress, your secret paramour? Oscar felt bile rise up in his throat. Since their marriage, he had not been able to bring himself to touch Matilda, nor had she pushed the issue, being content to spend his money and enjoy the privileges of a married lady. Now, he felt a sense of revulsion towards her. He had entered this arrangement thinking that Isla was forever lost to him. Only now he had learned that she was unwed. If only he had waited just a little longer. His father had known, he realised. Lord Henry knew that Isla had not wed, no matter what rumours had reached Sidmouth. Was this what Damien had clearly wanted to tell him, but had been given no opportunity while he had visited with their father? Oscar, Matilda said, I have regard for you. I think we can build a good marriage given time. Surely you can put aside this childhood fancy. You are an adult now, with responsibilities to your estate and to the people who live on it. Damien might have done well enough, but you will do better for them. Will I? Ah, Matilda, I never meant to hurt you. But seeing Isla again, it tears me up inside. Oscar turned his face from her and stared out the window, too blinded by tears to see the landscape outside. Chapter 27. 1817. Isla, age 25, riding back from the bakery. Isla rode in silence, sitting beside James as he deftly handled the reins to guide the team through busy streets. Tears flowed down her cheeks. She thought she had cried out all her tears, but they seemed to have found a fresh fountain from which to flow. Suddenly, she realised that they were not approaching her home, but instead were nearing the Bulverton townhouse. James, she started to say. I think, he remarked casually, that Sophie, capable as she might be, is not quite old enough or sufficiently experienced to understand your situation. So, I am taking you to your other sister. In just a little while, I will go and get Sophie, and we shall all have dinner together. You do not need to be alone with your books and tapestries today." Isla gave James a watery smile. "Thank you. My sister found herself an excellent husband. And I, an excellent wife. Emily is both wise and gentle. I know that you are the oldest, but I think you need the support of your next sister, not the youngest one." "You might be right, James. Emily was always my second in command, so to speak. It has taken both of us to raise Sophie. I am grateful to her because it has meant that our little sister was not left to be cared for entirely by servants. As does happen far too often," James commented. "Ah, here we are. I'll let the footman walk the horses while I go in with you and help you find Emily." Since he left her little choice in the matter, Isla followed James into the house. It took them only a few minutes to discover that Emily was in the nursery with the little girls. "Isla," she exclaimed with delight when she saw her sister, "this is a nice surprise, but I wish I had known you were going to be here. We are having brown bread and a hunter's stew for dinner, nothing special at all." Isla sank down on a low stool beside the hearth. "I don't care. I'm not sure I shall ever care about food again." Emily glanced over at where the children were playing. "James." "I'll stay with them until their nurse returns. Isla needs you now." Emily nodded and gently tugged Isla to her feet. "I'm sorry," Isla murmured. "I should have thought of the children before I spoke." Emily laughed. "You think before you speak. That would be a first. Come, I'll send for some tea, and you can tell me all about it." Isla let herself be steered into the drawing room. It was a quiet room with well-scrubbed wood wainscoting that had turned a soft grey. The wallpaper was a subdued, natural linen colour. The room smelled of beeswax and roses, a scent that was soothing to Isla's frayed sensibilities. She sat down in a wing chair. When the tea arrived, she let Emily pour a cup of tea for her. "Tell me," Emily said. So, Isla did. How she had asked Sophie if she wanted to go to the bakery with her, how she had walked down to the village, how the sun had shone and how happy she had felt, as if she was getting on with her life. Then, she concluded, I had ordered pastries for everyone and was just getting ready to leave when he walked in. "He?" Emily asked, confused. Oscar, Emily, after all these years, I thought I was seeing a ghost and I fainted. Of all the stupid things, everything just went black. I woke up on the floor with Oscar waving hartshorn under my nose. "Oh dear," Emily said, "but you were glad to see him." "I was, or I might have been. But sister, he is married. And his wife was with him. I was so embarrassed and humiliated. I could scarcely think. Heavens. The least he could have done under the circumstances was to offer to drive you home. Oh, he did that, and I refused and asked for the bakery cart. The baker, bless his kind soul, was happy to oblige. But then up spoke the new wife and nearly insisted that I ride with them. Oh, dear. That would have put you in quite a quandary. Accept the wife's invitation over Oscar's. Not very well done. Refuse the wife's invitation and take the cart. You look petty and resentful. What did you do? Fortunately, I did not have to do either, although I would have much preferred the cart to the carriage. Just then, James walked into the bakery. Sophie had sent him, thinking I might be too tired to walk back up the hill. I, who used to walk all over and think nothing of it. What has happened to me, Emily? Too much time spent sitting indoors sewing and writing, said practical Emily. You need to get out more, even if it is only to walk about on the trails. As it is, it would seem that it is a good thing that I sent James over to ask if you wanted to come to dinner, or he would not have been on hand in such a timely fashion. We explored every inch of that landscape together, Emily. Sometimes I can hardly bear to look out of the window at it. When I copy out the nursery tales and embroider the tapestries, I go to lands I have never seen, do deeds that are heroic and important. In short, you indulge in the kinds of fantasies we used to play at in the garden. Oh, Isla, we should have been paying more attention, but you seemed content enough. I was, Emily. I enjoyed the stories, the colours of the silks, and looking for new versions of the old tales. I think Father must have purchased several libraries worth of books, for often I find volumes I have never seen before. It was seeing him today. All the old feelings came flooding back, as fresh as ever. Emily did not say anything at all. She simply reached her arms around Isla and held her while she cried. After a while, Isla began searching about for a handkerchief. Emily handed her a napkin, and Isla used it to wipe away the tears. Or to try to, at least. Emily laughed and moistened another napkin in the finger bowl that came with their tea, and handed it to Isla. Here, wipe your face with this one. The road dust and your tears have made mud. You look like my little girls after they have played in the garden all afternoon. That made Isla laugh, which was what Emily had hoped would happen. Oh, Emily, what am I to do? He has got married. I knew he must, but it was not real to me before, but she was standing right there. I can't pretend any more, Emily. There won't be any miracles. He will not come back to me. Oh, Isla, I am so sorry. I cannot think of anything that can be done to change that. But we should have realised that, living in that house, walking those grounds, how it must be for you. Therefore, you will come to Bulverton with us for Christmas this year. But, Sophie, will come with us too. We will have a lovely family holiday, and things will look better when you return. I promise. Oh, Emily, if only they could. But how can they possibly? My last hopes have been dashed. I thought it likely that I would go through life alone, but now I know it. No such thing, Emily said stoutly. You will get through this. You are still young, still attractive, and life brings all sorts of surprises. Stay to dinner, at the very least. We can send the carriage for Sophie, and it will be just us. Dinner was a pleasant affair, with the little girl sitting with the grown-ups at the main table, getting their first lessons in deportment by example. But when it was over, Isla insisted on going home. I cannot live in your pocket forever, Emily. I might as well face up to the reality of how things are. Don't worry. I won't do anything rash. When Isla and Sophie arrived back at the Glenwood Manor, and James had departed with his carriage, Isla looked at Sophie, once again realising how tall her sister had grown to be. Should I come listen to your prayers? Isla asked, half joking, yet with an odd feeling of wistfulness for when they had all been younger and life far simpler. Should I come listen to yours? Sophie retorted. Isla laughed. Not necessary, but tell me, Sophie, when did you get so tall? I scarcely know you. Sophie's expression softened. Somewhere between Boudica and St. Joan, before you started on the Welsh fairy tales. I did not want to bother you about it, so I asked Jane. She suggested that I have the seamstress let my hems down, and then she taught me how to put up my hair. Dear Jane, what would we have done without her? I guess I've missed a few things in your life. It's quite all right, Isla. I think I would have become quite irritable had you not been preoccupied with something. Good night, dearest sister. These things have a way of working out. Good night, Sophie. I suppose I should not be surprised that you have grown wise as well as tall. Sophie flashed her an impudent grin, just before going into her bedroom and closing the door behind her. Even though she was tired, Isla was restless. She put on her nightdress, then pulled a robe over it. She took down her hair and counted 100 brush strokes through it. But those activities did little to work off her nervous energy. Rather than lie on her bed to toss and turn, she walked downstairs to see if there was anyone still in the kitchen to ask for a cup of hot milk. When she entered the dining room, she was surprised to find someone sitting in it. When he rose and turned, she realized who it was. Oscar? How did you get in? Very simple. I knocked and walked in. No one was at the door. I was just wondering how I would get your attention without waking your father. Father is away on business, which is probably a good thing since I am not at all sure how he would react to seeing you here, especially since you are now married. One would think that would make it better, my becoming respectable and all that. Oscar, a respectable married man does not call on single ladies at this late hour. Isla, have you no crumb of sympathy for me? This is an arranged marriage, a sop to my father. I do not love her. I cannot even bring myself to touch her. The marriage is unconsummated. Oh, Oscar, that poor woman. How could you possibly do that to her? Easily, since she pushed for it. I thought you were married to some count or other. I might have known that father was lying when he said that. I was being courted by one for a brief while. That much at least is true. But no, Oscar, I've scarcely been out of my chambers these last few years. I could not bear to be stared at, laughed at, anyway. Everything I saw reminded me of you. Then, would you have me, Isla? Have you? In what way, Oscar? In any way at all. Isla, I love you. I've never loved anyone else. I thought I could do this, obey father's directives for the sake of the estate and the people who depend upon it. But I cannot. I shall ask for this marriage to be annulled. The lady is still in the same condition in which I received her. Except that she will have the stigma of being divorced. Oscar, I thought you learned to make better moves than this when we played chess together. This is not even a good cribbage bluff. You think so little of me? Oscar asked. I think enough of both of us not to allow this to go any further. Go home, Oscar. You made the decision that will now divide us forever. It is up to both of us to abide by it decently. Do you not love me even a little? Oscar pleaded with her. Isla looked at him for a long while before saying slowly, I love you more than I can possibly say, Oscar. But reputation is everything in this world. I do not wish to help you tarnish yours, nor do I wish to cast a pall over my sister's futures through my actions. I have done enough as it is, having gone into near seclusion as if I were a widow. Oscar made a frustrated gesture, as if he were throwing something. Not even so much as a kiss, Isla? No, Oscar, she said in a gentle tone, for it would not stop with a kiss. Go home, dearest friend, go to your wife. Be the honourable man I know you to be. You might have made a wrong choice, but I cannot fault you for being guided by your father. Rest assured, I will love you always, but I will not allow you to ruin both of us. With that, she withdrew up the stairs, leaving him to show himself out. Chapter 28. 1817. Matilda meets Isla for the first time. Matilda could only stare at the tableau before her. She had known there was another woman, but she had understood that the chit had been wed to a count and gone to Russia. She had not anticipated that she would be hanging about Oscar's ancestral home, or that she would faint at the sight of her paramour. If I had any idea that she was here, I would have pushed for a holiday at Bath or up in the Highlands. Yet there she was, laid out as cold as mackerel, with Oscar waving smelling salts under her nose. Then she was up, and Oscar was begging her to let them take her somewhere in the carriage. Then she was refusing, and asking the baker for the use of his cart. No, no. That would be ungracious to let her ride in a cart. Oscar would be sure to turn from me if that happened. Of course, you must allow us to take you home, she heard her own voice saying. Ah, that has put her on the spot. Accept graciously to ride with us or insist on the baker's cart, She will look weak or churlish. The doorbell tinkled and someone stepped in. What was happening? Oh no, he had offered a ride, and she would be able to graciously accept. Oh, how frustrating. I nearly had the chance to make his nonpareil look foolish or socially incompetent. Then she was gone with her rescuer, and Oscar was gaping foolishly after her. The ride home was no better. He turned his face to the window and gazed out of it. It would have taken a complete lackwit not to see that he was grieving for his childhood sweetheart. More fool me for thinking I could turn him from her. What did this stranger have to recommend her? She had dark hair, a sickly pale complexion, and was thin as a wraith. More than that, it looked as if her hands were starting to knot with arthritis, a sure sign of overuse. When shall we have tea? Matilda asked, hoping to gain some semblance of polite life from her husband. Whenever you wish, he replied. I am not hungry. Matilda eyed him for a moment. Then she deliberately opened the small parcel that contained the sweet roll. She stared at it for a moment. It was true. It was slightly scorched on one corner, as if the oven had not heated evenly. The baker's lunch. She suppressed a giggle. Now was not the moment. But she had stolen the baker's lunch. Now there was someone in the world who felt as miserable as she. Deliberately, she bit into an unburned corner, bit and chewed. It was delicious, just as Oscar had said they were. The filling, a mixture of sweet cream and very finely ground sugar, was lavishly applied to the point that it tried to ooze out the edges of the flaky pastry. Matilda savoured the sweetness, then took another bite. She imagined as she chewed that she was biting into her rival's heart, consuming it so that she became her. Oscar was hers. The title would be hers. She had always dreamed of being a duchess, and duchess she would be when Oscar inherited. Matilda took another bite. No washed-out third season, might have been, was going to destroy her future. If Oscar went mad like his younger brother and his father, the estates would be hers to command. She chewed delicately, savouring the creamy sweetness, laying her plans. First, she had to keep Oscar's attention fixed on her. Experience showed that more flies were caught with honey than with vinegar, so she would see if she could engage his interest in something that she knew he enjoyed. Perhaps they could go riding when they returned to the manor house. Second, if she could drive the younger brother into one of his fits, that would help preclude him from being an heir. If she was the only sane member of the family, she would be far more likely to inherit, perhaps even while everyone was still alive. Now, would that not be a twist? Duke Henry seemed nice enough, but she had heard stories about his behaviour after his wife had died. Well, she would take steps to make certain nothing like that happened to her. A little nudge, maybe at the top of a stair? No, too obvious, too gauche. Besides, that road led to the gallows, and she had no desire to go there. After a few minutes, Oscar took out a handkerchief, wiped his face, and blew his nose. Then he asked, "Did you want something special for tea, Matilda? I am sorry to seem churlish, but I had not expected to ever see Isla again. It was a shock, and I am still not quite sure how to react to it." "You are married to me," Matilda reminded him. "How can she even be a consideration in your life?" "Because she was extremely central to my life for many years. It is difficult to set more than a dozen years of living aside. I have known you for less than a year." "Then let us make some memories together, Oscar. Perhaps that will change your feelings and your point of view." He simply looked at her, a long, steady look that made Matilda want to squirm, as if she were a child who had transgressed in some way. "It is clear that you have never been in love," he said. "No, I suppose I have not," she returned, "but I am willing to try it. As you have pointed out, love takes time and being together. So why don't we go spend some time together? Very well, Oscar said. What would you like to do? You purchased that lovely mare for me. I think I would like to try riding her. I have a new riding habit that I am eager to show you. Very well, Oscar said as the carriage pulled up into the drive at Faintham. I will ask the grooms to ready our mounts. Do you want tea before we go, or should we take a picnic lunch? Oh, I have eaten the sweet roll, so I am not hungry, Matilda replied archly. But perhaps we should take some ginger snaps for you. Oscar gave a deep, shuddering sigh, as if he were pulling something up from his toes through his gullet. I think I will simply send that to the kitchen. I find that I have little appetite. Very well. I shall change into my riding habit, Matilda said. Half an hour? If it pleases you, Oscar shrugged. Matilda gave him her sweetest smile, even though she longed to stamp her foot. I am looking forward to seeing the estate, she said with sticky sweetness. I shall endeavour to please, Oscar murmured absently. Matilda gave him a hard look, then hurried up the stairs to their chambers. She beckoned to her personal maid to assist her with quickly changing from her walking dress into the riding habit. The riding habit was a dark blue wool, finely woven and perfectly tailored. It graced her slender form like a glove, and she knew she looked lovely in it. She descended the stairs, hoping that Oscar would be at the bottom of them. He was, but he was not paying any attention to her. Instead, he was standing stock still just where she had left him. Oscar, Matilda called. He started, then turned to look up at her. You look quite elegant, he said. The compliment was well turned, but his tone was dull and wooden. Thank you. Matilda accepted the accolade, minimal though it was. Are you ready? Yes, he replied. The horses have been brought around for us, and the grooms have a mounting block for you. Very thoughtful, Matilda said. Shall we? Best we should get on with it, Oscar replied, gesturing that she should precede him. Matilda swept past him and descended the steps to where the horses were waiting. Oscar helped her to step up on the mounting block and steadied her as she arranged herself in the side saddle and loosed the drape of the riding skirt. She had chosen the mare precisely for the colour of her hide, a pale sorrel that set off the blue of Matilda's riding habit perfectly. More than that, when she realised that Oscar frequently went riding, she had taken lessons at the local stable. She knew that her seat was perfect, her back straight, and her hat with its curling feather drew attention to her face and perfectly styled hair. Once Matilda was safely in the saddle, Oscar mounted Danegeld. Where shall we go? Matilda asked. I want to see where you rode as a child. Very well, Oscar said. Let us ride up to the high pastures. Is that one of the places you went with Lady Isla? Matilda asked. No, Oscar replied. That is one reason I feel comfortable riding there. I rode there when my neighbours were busy doing other things. This trail will not hold memories for me. Perhaps you and I can make some memories of our own. He delivered the last in a polite wooden tone that seemed to indicate that he had little hope of it. The ride was a pleasant one, although perhaps a little rougher than Matilda had anticipated. Most of her riding lessons had been on the flat. Conversation languished, since it took a great deal of her concentration to stay properly and attractively seated, and Oscar was disinclined to talk. He simply sat atop his tall gelding and let the creature walk up the trail with a ground-eating stride. Matilda's mare had no such walking gait, and Matilda was obliged to urge her into a trot at times so she could catch up. When they reached a small pasture plateau, Oscar stopped and waited for her. This is one of my favourite places on the estate. There are not many hills around London. I used to fancy that it was a fairy mound, and that the fairy queen would come and spirit me away. Did the fairy queen look like Isla? Matilda asked spitefully, anger beginning to boil up inside her. Yes. Oscar stared down at the valley below and said nothing more. Well, You can forget that, Matilda declared, throwing good sense and caution to the winds. You are mine by right of law, and she shall not have you. Oscar turned to her, his eyes dark with emotion. We have not consummated this marriage, Matilda. I thought I could go through with it. I simply cannot. I intend to ask for it to be annulled, and if that is not possible, I will divorce you. You cannot, Matilda cried out. I will be tainted, unable to find a husband. Would you leave me without support? By no means, Oscar said. I will pay for a house for you and create a handsome settlement that will keep you for all of your days if you are frugal. Frugal? What do you know of frugality? Matilda raged, involuntarily yanking at the mare's reins, while at the same time tightening her body and sitting deeper in the saddle. The confused animal danced sideways, the shale slope beneath her feet slid and rattled. The mare took fright and bolted. Oscar immediately reined Dane around and tried to flank the mare, which further panicked the silly beast. Her feet slid beneath her, and she fell heavily, trapping Matilda's leg beneath her. Matilda, who had been silent through most of this, screamed out in pain and fainted. Chapter 29. 1817, Oscar, day of the bakery visit. Oscar slid from Danegild's back, dropped the reins so that Dane would stand, and hastened to Matilda. The mare was struggling. Fearing that she would injure the woman in her frantic efforts, he approached her from the uphill side and squatted down beside the mare's head. Easy there. Easy, old girl. Oscar gently stroked the forelock back out of the mare's eyes. She quieted under his touch. Oscar glanced over at Matilda. He could see that she was breathing. Good. I will not have her death laid at my door, deucedly convenient though it might be. The mare lifted her head, again making as if she would try to get up. Easy, easy, be still. We will get you up. Oscar continued to soothe the mare. How can I get her up? If she tries, there is a good chance that she will further harm Matilda. I cannot ride for help and leave her here. As Oscar stood and looked around, he put his hand on a thorn bush, pricking it and making it bleed. Then it came to him. With his other hand, he reached into his pocket and drew out his fresh handkerchief. Deliberately, he pricked his index finger and, using his blood as ink and finger as pen, he wrote on the handkerchief, "Mare down, rider hurt. Help!" Oscar then tied the handkerchief to Dane's headstall. He detached the reins so that his big gelding would not step on them and hurt himself. "Home, Dane, Oates. Go home." Startled, the horse stepped away from Oscar, then looked at him as if to say, "What in the world do you want, human?" Dane, of course, could not talk, but he signalled confusion, as well as any downed hunter who had been given strange orders. Oscar took his crop from the saddle and did something he had never done to his horses. He struck Dane on the rump. "Go on, get out of here," he yelled at the big horse. Danegeld gave a sort of startled jump, bucked, lashing out with his back hooves narrowly missing Oscar, and ran away from him. Oscar could hear him crashing through the brush going down slope. I hope he does not slip and harm himself, poor fellow. I would be ashamed to treat him so, were the need not so great. Oscar then turned back to Matilda and the fallen mare. The mare was again struggling to right herself. Thinking that it might be better to help her rather than have her continue to flail about, Oscar set his shoulder to her withers and helped her roll to a more natural position. This helped bring her up off Matilda, but Oscar could see that the fall had bent the knee support around Matilda's leg. If the mare stood, she would pull Matilda up with her. If she ran with the rider unconscious, she would drag her along the ground. With the mare lying upright on her belly, Oscar could not get at the belly buckles on the saddle. With his hands, he dug under the edge of Matilda's skirts, with some idea of easing the weight on her. As he dug, he felt a sharp pain as a rock sliced into his hand. He started to throw the rock away from him, then realised that the edge was nearly as sharp as a knife and conveniently shaped. Speaking soothingly to the mare, he went around her and used the sharp stone to cut through the leather straps of the saddle. Freed from her restraints, the mare carefully stood up. Oscar guided her slightly downhill from Matilda. The mare, no longer frightened, obligingly avoided stepping on the unconscious woman. When he had the mare a safe distance from Matilda, Oscar tied her to one of the many thorn bushes on the hill's summit. He then went back to Matilda. He gently straightened her, checking for broken bones in a manner more intimate than he would have dared if she were awake. As he tried to make her more comfortable, he discovered that the knee that had been trapped was twisted at an unnatural angle. Oscar eased it straight. This brought a sharp gasp of pain from Matilda. He looked at her face and discovered 2 bright blue eyes looking back at him. "Ah, good. You are conscious," he said. "Yes, it hurts, Oscar." "I know," he said. "I think your leg is broken. I loosed Dane so he should go to the stables. We will need a litter to move you. Can you hang on a moment while I check the mare? You were my first concern." "That was sweet of you," Matilda said, attempting a light tone, but pain brought out the sarcasm in the statement. "I would do it for anyone," Oscar said brusquely. "Do you hurt anywhere besides your leg?" "All over," Matilda replied, "but the leg most of all, and my head. I think I must have struck a rock with it." "No doubt," Oscar returned with wry humour. "There is no shortage of them on this hillside." He checked beneath her head. Sure enough, there was a round, lumpy stone there and a bump starting to swell on her skull. He removed the rock, took off his coat and wadded it to create an improvised pillow to make her as comfortable as he could. Oscar then went to the mare. She was such a lovely, pale sorrel. It would be a shame if she had to be put down. One by one, he ran his hands down the mare's legs. She stood quietly for the attention, even lipping his hair when he examined her forelegs. She had some nicks and bruises, but generally seemed none the worse for wear. "You'll do, old girl," he told her. "You'll do." He took the bit out of her mouth, but left on the headstool, so he could link the reins together and give her some freedom to graze. There was no water to offer her, but perhaps cropping the sparse grass would ease her anxiety. It at least salved his conscience a little. When he returned to Matilda, she asked, "Do you truly intend to divorce me, Oscar?" "Yes, I am sorry, Matilda, but I cannot condemn both of us to a loveless marriage. I will make certain that you are comfortable and that you shall want for nothing. Save a marriage, children, and the sort of life of which every woman dreams." "Every woman?" Oscar barked a short laugh. "As limited as my experience with the fairer sex has been, even I know that to be a false statement. Every female, whatever her status, wants security and stability. I will make certain you have that." "But marriage? Knowing that Isla is unwed and so near at hand. No, Matilda, I simply cannot do it. I am sorry, it is not fair to you. But neither would be staying wed to me under such circumstances, because I would never truly be with you. I would always be with her in my mind and soul." Matilda began to cry soundlessly. Tears ran from the corners of her eyes and dripped into her hairline. Oscar felt like a brute, but he was sure of his ground. "Better a little pain now," he said, "than a lifetime of misery to come. I will not even stand in your way if you wish to wed another at some time." "What if I am with child?" she asked. "Then God has performed a modern miracle, for I am sure that the child is not mine." "You cannot prove that," Matilda said, narrowing her eyes. Oscar sighed. "Perhaps, perhaps not. We shall see." They were saved from further conversation as the stable hands and several other people boiled up from the path. Oscar's father was with them. "Oscar, what have you done?" he bellowed. "Matilda's horse ran away with her," Oscar returned calmly. I am fairly sure that Matilda has a broken limb. The horse is shaken, but I believe sound. Duke Henry approached the lady where she lay on the ground. "Is this true?" he demanded. "Yes," she answered faintly. "Oh, please, do not shout. My head aches abominably. My horse bolted with me. I was trapped beneath her, and Oscar freed me from the saddle and got her off me." "Ah," the Duke seemed to be relieved. "That is good. I am sorry that you are injured, but I am glad to hear that he assisted you." "Father," Oscar made the word into a reprimand, "why would I not help her? I would not leave anyone to suffer in such extremity." "Excuse me, Your Grace." One of the stable hands came to the Duke with his hat in his hands. "We brought up 2 of the kitchen maids to assist the lady should she need it. Can we move her, do you think?" Yes, Matilda said forcefully. "Get me off this cold, rocky ground before I catch my death." Carefully, between them, the maids eased Matilda onto a blanket. Using the corners, the men were then able to lift her onto a board they had brought up to serve as a stretcher. 4 of them then carefully lifted it and began to carry her down the hill. "What exactly happened, Oscar?" Duke Henry asked. "She received some unwelcome news, Father. In her upset, she tugged at the reins while thumping the horse with her heel. The mare bolted, slid on the shale, and fell." His father fixed him with a gimlet glare. "What sort of news, Oscar? She certainly would not be receiving letters up here on this windy hillside." "I told her that I planned to settle a sum of money on her and have the marriage annulled," Oscar said steadily. "Since the marriage is unconsummated, as I already told you, she will go back to the world in the same condition she came to me." "We shall see about that," Duke Henry snarled. "Do you not realise that a divorce would ruin both of you in the eyes of the world?" "Yes, Father. That is why I would see to it that she has the means to be comfortable all her days. I cannot go through with this marriage, but I am not a monster." "No, you are something worse. You are a fool." His father folded his lips tightly together, then unfolded them to say, "You would ruin an advantageous union to chase a chimera." "Hardly. I would free myself to pursue the future I thought I had before you tore it apart." "Oscar, I cannot countenance this. You will permanently tarnish our reputation. People already say that Damien is mad, even though we know that he is simply impulsive, in spite of my best efforts to help him come into his own as a gentleman. Now, they will say you are no better." "And would we be?" "No, my mind is quite made up. I cannot go through with this sham, whether Isla will have me or not. It is not fair to Matilda or to me." By this time, they had reached the level ground. "You are a fool," the Duke repeated, readying further arguments. Further conversation was not possible. A physician had been sent for before the rescue party went up the hill. The mare was led away to be tended by the head stableman. Matilda was taken up to their chambers to be attended by the physician. As her husband, Oscar's permission was required to allow the fellow to attend her. "Fool I might be, but I will not be a dishonest one. I will make order out of this mess you have created, and I will not be coerced into further doing your will when it is so clearly against my own." He allowed himself one Parthian shot at his father. Then he followed the entourage that was carrying Matilda up to their rooms. Chapter 30. 1817, Isla, age 25, Glenwood, day after the bakery meeting, mid-morning. By mid-morning, Isla was deeply engrossed in her latest tapestry, firmly putting all other thoughts out of her mind. "I am sorry to disturb you, my lady, but I've been watching Miss Sophie, and I think there is something you need to know." "We all keep an eye out for Miss Sophie, but we don't bother her. Just like you said. Keeping her safe, but not getting in her way. But something happened this morning." "Go on. You have my attention. Isla said, putting her needle aside and fixing her gaze on the footman. I saw Miss Sophie go out with her fishing rod and that wicker fish basket. I reckon it was right nice of the Duke to get them for her. Not many in such high places would let their daughter go fishing. Sophie likes fishing. Although we enjoy the fish she catches, that is not really the point. She needs the outdoors and good exercise. There is not much here for a young lady to enjoy. Although it is an unusual hobby, it is harmless. Well, most wise, Lady Isla. What caught my attention this morning, me being on hall duty today, was that she was walking down to the back door in her stocking feet and did not put on her shoes till she got to the back step. Then she looked around to see if anyone was watching. I kept well back at the door, so she didn't see me. Go on, Isla said, striving to keep her face neutral and attentive. It rankled to stoop to asking the staff to watch Sophie, but it was better than cooping her up inside. Then she walked on down to the stable where she let her dogs out. Those are beautiful dogs, I must say. That one retriever with a silky spotted coat, the other a slightly larger retriever with a rusty red coat. I don't suppose you'd know how much the puppies are going to cost. More than you can afford on a footman's wages, Isla said firmly. Isla knew Sophie had surreptitiously trained and sold 4 litters of pretty spotted pups. The kennel master had purposefully turned a blind eye to his well-born protégé's activities. He was aware of Isla's struggles and her determination that this younger sister should not be caught in a similar trap. The dogs were not sufficient to keep anyone, not yet, but Isla knew that Sophie had hopes of developing a distinct breed that would make her reputation. It was a genteel occupation, especially when compared to her fishing, but one that allowed Sophie to develop an independent income. Their man of business had also been helping the young lady to discreetly invest the money with Isla's approval. So far, this is not unusual, Jemmy, Isla said. Well, I know that, Jemmy replied somewhat saucily. But here's the thing, my lady. As she exits the stable at the end away from the house, Damien comes along and joins her, and they walks down the path to the old willow. Are the fish biting? She asks. So I nip along down to the garden wall and acts like I was getting some turnips out of the row there. When they passed me, I sort of strolls on down the path and hid in some bushes a little beyond where they were. Have not tried yet, he replies. They were talking real quiet, mostly so's not to scare the fish, I guess. How are you? Sophie asks him. I guess she was worried, what with Oscar being home with a new wife, begging your pardon, my lady. Never mind that. Go on with your story, Jemmy. So, Damien says, well enough. I can tell you that they are not lovering around. In fact, they are being very modern and have separate bedrooms. Do they? I cannot say that I am surprised. I caught a little of what happened yesterday. One suspects that the bride was the father's choice, not the son's. And you will say nothing of that below stairs, Jemmy, Isla said severely, but do go on. So then Damien threw his line out into the water, and he says, Oh, you would have the right of it there? Or nearly so. The wedding and choice of bride were of Aunt Clarissa's arranging? Then Miss Sophie casts her line well away from Damien's, where the drift of the water would not pull her float downstream to create a tangle, and she says, Isn't she the aunt with the pug dog and the parrot? The very one, Damien replies, and she smells of them, too, as does her whole house. I cannot imagine a more unlikely matchmaker. Perhaps she was chosen because she is unlikely, Sophie suggested. How is your getaway fund coming along? Oh, the little sly boots, Isla thought, at once amused and dismayed. Not as well as I would like, but better than I feared, Damien replies. I told father that the cost of special feed for my mare had gone up, and it has, just not as much as I told him. She is with foal, and if luck is on our side, the little beast will fetch a pretty penny. Will you race the foal? Trying for racing prizes is a mug's game. That is how most horse breeders lose their shirts. No, I will simply sell the horses to my peers and let them do the racing. The money is slower but surer. Besides, my brother has played enough games of chance for both of us. What do you mean? Sophie asks. Damien reels in his line and then chucks it out again. Father made us each a gift of a horse. Oscar's was a fancy, high-stepping gelding. When Father told me he meant to give us mounts, I asked for a mare. Geldings are only good for riding or driving, with no hope of making greater returns on them. The fish started biting about that time, and both of them was busy. Then she says, I can tell this is significant, but how? Well, says Damien, Aunt Clarissa wound up paying his stable hands and buying fodder for the horse, something she swore she didn't have the money to do. So she's up and arranged a marriage with this Matilda, what's her name, member of some jumped-up house or other. Now, Oscar has been reading law with a washed-up barrister Father hired as a tutor for him. Oscar claims the fellow is scarcely competent, but that he brings a fine stack of books to which Oscar has access. I think he might have some sort of plan out of them. Did the books and the tutor come with the happy couple? Sophie asks. Oh, yes, they did, and in the same carriage. That must have made for a pleasant journey, Damien comments. Rather, Sophie agrees. Who would want to bring a tutor on a wedding journey? Someone who did not wish to wed. Damien makes it sound like a big joke. Isla sighed. He would. Sophie laughs about it. Hush, Damien whispers. You will scare the fish and someone will hear you. Someone has heard, and there was Duke Henry. You could have knocked me over with a feather, because I had not heard him. He was that quiet. And to think I had considered making you the heir. You know how I feel about the Jenkinsons? Yet here you are, cheek by jowl with one of them, he says. We are fishing, Sophie says. Oh, yes, I can see that, Duke Henry replies. But what are you fishing for? Because my sons are off limits to the likes of you. You might be able to order Oscar and Damien about, but you cannot command me, Sophie retorts. And, might I point out, you are on my side of the brook. This land is owned by Jenkinsons, so you have no authority here at all. So, Duke Henry starts to get red in the face. Damien, get home this minute, he says. No, Father, Damien replies. I will not allow you to treat me the way you have treated Oscar. I am no child to be ordered about at your whim, nor am I obligated to hang about as Oscar's heir, now he has a wife. That marriage is a sham, Duke Henry roars. Oscar refuses to consummate it, so how is he to get an heir? And how do you know this? Damien shoots back at him. Are you a fly on the wall in his bedchamber? What a man and a woman do in their private rooms should be just that, private. No, you will not rule my life as you have come to rule Oscar's. No estate in all the world is worth the misery you have put him through. I put him through? Duke Henry emphasised the word him. What about me? What about facing my twilight years with no heir and no grandchildren about my feet? You should have thought about that before you forbade your son to be with my daughter. Duke Edmund appears on the path behind the three of them. I had not heard him come up either. I forbade. That was you, you stubborn, pig-headed Neanderthal. You forbade your daughter to see my son, all because I wrote a loving, kind letter to your wife on the day of her marriage. Loving and kind. It was a blatant invitation to run away with you, to ignore her marriage bans, and to marry you instead. She loved me, Henry roars. She loved me and her parents arranged the marriage with you. I loved her, Edmund says, and you can tell it hurts him to talk about it. I did not know what they had done or what pressure they brought to bear on her, but after, I saw how you treated the family your wife had attempted to succour. I understood what they saw. I gave her everything a man could possibly give, including celibacy when the midwife said she should not have any more children after Emily was born. I gave her that, even though it meant that I had no heir. Duke Edmund paused, then dropped his voice to a menacing growl. And do you know what I got for it? I found the two of you in the garden, kissing, and she having not given me so much as a buss on the cheek for 9 years. Do you have any idea how that made me feel? Yes, I have some idea of how that made you feel. I had lived with seeing her nearly every day for 12 years, you heartless blackguard. You would leave her alone for weeks at a time, then suddenly reappear in her life, expecting her to instantly be at your beck and call. I hurt for her. I could see what it was doing to her. I was attending to my duties, Duke Edmund grits out like he has his teeth clenched. He then adds, unlike some people who always had an excuse as to why they were not in assembly, were not attending Parliament, were not holding court, why the Crown didn't take away your estate is more than I can say. And where were you really? Diddling my wife when you had a wife of your own? I never touched her, Duke Henry roars out. She was pure and faithful to you, you beast. That day in the garden, she was comforting me for Sarah's death. I punished the ones who hurt her, then you whining, snivelling do-gooder, you took them in. I wanted to kill them with my bare hands. You did kill 2 of them, Duke Edmund says. The father was barely over the pox. The baby had a high fever. Both died not 2 days after you put them out in the snow without so much as a coat and burned their house. There was dead silence from the youngsters for a minute. Then, is this what you told Isla? Sophie asks. No wonder she was quiet for days after. Duke Henry rounded on Duke Edmund. You told your daughter? How could you? How could you expose Elizabeth that way? How could you test her patience and fidelity with a letter guaranteed to harrow her sympathy? And you, with your wife not yet even cold in her grave. Yes, I told Isla. She needed to know, to understand why even her association with Oscar made me uneasy. You are a madman, Henry. I tried my best to be your friend, even after all the things you did, but I feared for my daughter's safety should she marry her childhood sweetheart. The forest was still. Not even a squirrel chattered, nor a breeze stirred the leaves. The 4 of them just stared at each other without saying anything. Then they all hightailed it to other places, and I came on up here to tell you quick as I could. What a tangle. Now what do I do? Isla thought. Thank you, Jemmy. I needed to know that, but you are not to say a word to anyone about this. Not anyone. Chapter 31. 1817, Isla, age 25. Glenwood, late morning. Isla, who was having a late tea in the dining room, noted that Sophie looked pale when she came in from fishing, and that the dogs pressed close against her sides. Sophie, has something unusual happened while you were fishing? Sophie stopped, opened her mouth, then closed it again. Sophie, it is all right. I am not going to yell at you. Well, I might, but I will still love you. Nothing you could do would make me not love you. Sophie gave her a smouldering look. The same way you still love Oscar? I love Oscar, Isla said. I always will. So why did you send him away? Because he is married to someone else. I will not help him commit adultery, nor will I ever consent to being someone's mistress. With those thoughts in mind, Sophie, why are you meeting with Damien? You know our father's feelings about each other. Yes, they both made that perfectly clear. I suppose someone saw us all? Jemmy, the footman. He thought it odd that you went to the steps in your stocking feet and then put on your shoes, so he followed you. He came in shortly ahead of you. Leaving me unwatched? Sophie inquired, giving the words a little twist of irony. Sorry, dearest sister, but he traded off with the gardener's boy. He was worried, considering how our father and Damien's were carrying on. Did either of them see you? Yes. Father surprised us, and then Duke Henry turned up. Father sent me to the house, and Duke Henry tried to send Damien home. I'm not sure what happened after I left. I think we can rely on the gardener's report for news of that. Are you planning to take the dogs up to our rooms? Yes. They are both upset after that encounter, and so am I. Please let me know what the gardener's boy says. To think that I would ever be glad that you had the servants watching me. You knew that they watch us, Isla said. They oversaw my activities too. I was never alone with Oscar. Perhaps that is a good thing, although I did not think so at the time. Sophie heaved a huge sigh, then nodded. I guess you could look at it that way. I think I'll go see if there is some improving book in the library that I can read. Isla drew her younger sister to her and gave her a gentle hug. There is an illustrated copy of the Book of Job on my nightstand, Isla said. I will not say that I found it particularly comforting, but it was recommended to me. Sophie began to laugh. There was only a tiny hysterical edge to it. Shall I make myself a robe of sackcloth and scrape some ashes out of the hearth? The stable got cleaned this morning, so I would have no problem finding a dung heap. I do not think we need to go so far as that, Isla chided her, nor will I add the book of sermons that was recommended to me. I think there is an illustrated travelogue that James brought. He said that Emily enjoyed it. Thank you, Isla, Sophie said. I'm not sure I can settle to it, but it will give me a direction for my thoughts. I think I want to go back to the days when we pretended that our wood was the green wood where Robin Hood lived. So do I, Isla agreed. Even when we were hunting dragons, I would take our pretend monsters over those that pursue us today. You should have some tea. You could join me, or I could have some sent up. Send some up, please, Sophie asked. I truly want to be alone to think for a while. Isla, standing in the door of the dining room, watched her sister go up the stairs, the two retrievers at her side. At least she has something living to attend her. My books and tapestries are cold comfort by comparison. But what would I have done without something to occupy my mind? Isla looked down at the sweet rolls she had purchased the day before. Usually they were delicious even on the second day, but today they tasted like sweetened sawdust to her palate. She took up one of them and bit into it anyway. Regardless of how she felt about them, they were sustenance, and she needed to fortify herself. The world was in movement, and she would need to be ready to move with it. But it was difficult to know just how to move with Oscar back. But, married, and now with Sophie developing an attachment to Damien, she scarcely knew where to turn. She was surprised when, a few minutes later, Duke Henry and Duke Edmund came into the dining room together. Neither gentleman looked rumpled, so whatever had happened after Sophie left, they had apparently not come to fisticuffs. Damien trailed after them, a harried look on his face. Is the tea still hot, Isla? Duke Edmund asked, as if this were an everyday exchange. I will send for a fresh pot, Isla said, trying hard to keep her composure. Please sit down, gentlemen. There are plenty of sweet rolls. Should I send for something more substantial? The two dukes and Damien found chairs at the table. Damien poured himself a cup of tea, and Isla placed a sweet roll on a plate and handed it to him. Not for me, thank you, Duke Henry said. I hardly know what to say. I think I owe you an apology. Isla sighed. I think it is a bit late for that. The damage is done, and now we must all live with it. Damien, who had just taken a large bite of sweet roll, held up one finger. As they all looked at him, he chewed mightily, swallowed, and took a sip of tea. Not quite, he said, clearly making a strong effort to hold his thoughts and his words together. There is a chance for Sophie and me. The room went still. You have no inheritance, Duke Henry said. That is not quite true, Damien pointed out. As the second son, since there is no daughter, my mother had a small bequest settled on her by her father that is entailed to her second child. Duke Edmund's eyebrows shot up, and Duke Henry looked at his second son with surprise. How did you know about that? Since Oscar was clearly preoccupied with this business of being married, and not in the least in the notion for study, my tutor, Mr. Jacobs, commandeered his barrister tutor along with the fellow's books. They are quite informative. Duke Edmund looked at Duke Henry. Did you know about this? I knew that there was a bequest to be settled on the second child. I did not realise that it was so specific. Duke Henry looked more than a little uncomfortable. It is still intact, is it not? Damien pressed his father for an answer. Yes, it is. In fact, it is in healthier condition than the primary holdings, since it was securely invested with the Bank of London. It does not earn a large yearly income, but it has accrued steadily. Enough, according to the estate's man of business, that it could support a small holding, especially if carefully managed. If the holding manager was not desirous of living in high style, I suppose so, Duke Henry said. Then I wish to marry Sophie and claim that which is rightfully mine. Isla noticed that Damien was doing some sort of strange exercise with his fingers before clenching his hand into a fist. Isla signalled one of the serving staff, never taking her eyes off the tableau before her. Go and get Sophie, she whispered softly. She needs to come downstairs right away. Do I understand, young gentleman, Duke Edmund said sternly, that you are asking for my youngest daughter's hand in marriage? I am, Damien replied. Everyone has always had their eye on Oscar and Isla, but no one was paying attention to me or to Sophie. It was as if we had both disappeared, unless I had one of my episodes or Sophie wanted to go fishing somewhere off the estates. What was there to say? Duke Henry commented. I could not let you attend a banquet on your own, and Oscar could not control your behaviour. Could not control. Damien made an effort and started doing the strange finger exercises again, at last seeming to gain mastery of what was coming out of his mouth. Father, have you listened to yourself lately? Sophie came down the stairs, trailed by her dogs, walked over to the table, and stood behind Damien's chair. She said nothing, only laid a hand on his shoulder. Damien did not acknowledge her, but Isla saw that his hand unclenched and he relaxed somewhat. He still kept his gaze fixed on his father. Henry looked angry. What are you saying to me? Only that your own behaviour is more than a little out of control, father. One might almost think that some of my troubles were inherited. Duke Henry dropped his gaze. When he lifted his face again to look at the company, he said, There could be some truth to that. My father was a man of choleric temperament. My grandfather was overly fond of distilled spirits, but both were favoured by the crown, and they supported their majesties in return. Our loyalty, once given, is absolute, save in the matter of wives. Damien glowered at his father. Even in the matter of wives and lovers, Duke Edmund corrected. Neither of us is lacking in the ability to attach or give loyalty. Therein lay the entire trouble, because we loved the same lady. I did not realise that her heart was entirely committed. Our parents arranged the marriage, and it was only afterwards that I learned she truly loved my closest friend. To keep my estate and to provide an heir, I also needed to marry. Duke Henry took up the tale. My wife was a fourth cousin on my mother's side of the family. I liked her well enough, and she had tagged after me as a child. It was, therefore, not difficult to accept her, as there was a degree of fondness between us. We each had our own interests, and the marriage prospered until the year that smallpox raged through our village. Meanwhile, Duke Edmund added, Elizabeth and I had words, and in the reconciliation, Sophie was conceived. Since she was with child, I kept the household close, not allowing those who worked here to go into the village or into London. Even so, the midwife who had told us that we should have no more after Emily's birth was concerned. In the end, it seems she was right. Despite her best efforts and those of our physician, Elizabeth slipped away from us after Sophie's birth. Within the same month, Duke Henry added, my wife caught the smallpox. In a span of a single fortnight, I lost 2 ladies who were dear to me. Do you think they were less dear to me? Duke Edmund demanded. But I did not go about burning down houses or writing amorous letters asking my neighbour's pregnant wife to run away with me. The 2 dukes glared at each other. Isla spoke up. What is done is done. I have already spoken with Oscar on this subject. Rightly or wrongly, he is now a married man. However, both Sophie and Damien are unattached. Neither of them is in line to inherit. In spite of your differences, Father Duke Henry, I can see no reason to deny them such happiness as they might find. Duke Henry looked surprised. You can find so much charity in your heart to allow this connection to go forward, and to possibly become a marriage. Isla allowed a prickle of irritation to show in her voice. You had little cause to separate Oscar and me as you did, nor to spread rumours that allowed him to think that I was already wed. You created this miserable situation for the 2 of us. But I cannot think of any reason why this should prevent my sister from finding such happiness as she can. When we were young children, she was the best of the 3 of us at helping Damien manage his outbursts. What if they have children? Duke Edmund asked. Then I shall once again be an aunt. Emily and James have only girls. It could be that should Damien and Sophie have a boy baby, then he could be your heir, Father. Duke Edmund began to chuckle. Then he burst out into a belly laugh. What do you find so humorous? Duke Henry inquired. Oh, the irony of it all, Duke Edmund declared. Isla and Oscar would have united our estates. But I forbade my daughter to see your son because I feared the heritage he might bring. If Oscar and his new wife do not have children, which, if rumour is correct, they might never have, our estates might share an heir. This is what I get for my hubris, in thinking I can order the course of fate. Chapter 32. 1817, Oscar, age 27. Day after Matilda's accident. Oscar hastened toward the bedchamber where the physician attended his wife. As he approached the door, he could hear voices within. He paused as he heard a baritone voice say, You know I love you. I will always love you. I am so sorry to cause you pain, but we must straighten the leg, then splint it. Otherwise, it will never heal properly. Can you be brave? I will try, he heard Matilda say. There was a sort of pop, and Matilda cried out, a strangled shriek of mortal agony, such as Oscar never wished to hear anyone make again. There, love, it is all over. There were sounds of sobbing. Then the physician said something soothing. Matilda made some sort of reply, but it was too quiet for Oscar to make out her words. He raised his hand to knock so as not to startle the people in the room, but paused when he heard the physician say, Oh, Matilda, why could you not have waited? Again there was the soft murmur, punctuated by a soft sob. What is this? Was she in love with someone else? Why then did she agree to marry me? Oscar flattened himself back against the wall. How many lives did my father and aunt disrupt with their machinations? This confirms it. I must divorce this woman. Not only do I not love her, but she clearly is also in love with someone else. Once again, he started to enter the room, but the next tidbit of conversation stopped him cold in his tracks. You know why, Matilda was saying. Remember our plans. I should marry a rich nobleman. engage you as my personal physician. Then we would manage his demise in a way that no one would notice." "Hush, hush," the physician said. "That was just a bit of foolishness. I never took it seriously. You should not either. Oscar Smith is a good man and will make a good lord." "But you promised me." "Oh, Matilda, that was never a real plan. It was just dreaming and scheming." "Scheming? And I'm here, Geoffrey. I'm here. Don't you see? We are halfway there. I don't even have to go to his bed. He refuses to touch me." The doctor said. "That could be a problem. Gentlemen usually know whether they have been with a lady." "Surely you have something for that," Matilda pleaded. "I can make him sleep, but I cannot create or remove memories, Matilda. Such is the stuff of fantasy stories." "You are spoiling everything," Matilda pouted. "My very dear," the physician corrected gently, "there was nothing to spoil. I thought it was all a joke. I had no idea that you would seriously attempt any such thing." "I will coax him to my bed," Matilda declared. "I will not be robbed of a title as well as my reputation. Having come this far, I will salvage something from this mess." Oscar broke out in a cold sweat. He had intended to go in and discuss Matilda's condition with the physician. Now, he scarcely knew what to do. He quickly went down the hall to the front drawing room, a place where he could reasonably be expected to wait for word of his wife's condition. How should I manage this? Seem to be ignorant and wait to see what develops. Go on with the annulment. Oscar went to one of the tall casement windows and stood looking out. He became so lost in his thoughts that he jumped when the physician cleared his throat. "Your Grace?" he asked. "Not quite yet a learned sir, and hopefully not for some years to come. Irritating though my father might be, I do not desire to step into his shoes any time soon." An excellent attitude. It is a sad thing that most peers must wait for the demise of their parent to take up the reins of the family business, as it were. Do not let my father hear you call holding Faintham a business. The resultant apoplexy might carry him off before his time. The physician laughed. "Perhaps I should add that I am not a sir in any sense of the word. I apprenticed to our local apothecary. When he discovered that I had a flair for diagnosing and treating illnesses, as well as the ability to mix herbs, make distillations, and even developed a better way to make pills, he transferred my apprenticeship to a physician of his acquaintance. In the truest sense of the word, I do not even qualify for the appellation doctor, for I have no formal university education. You can call me Mr. Hasley." A wicked idea began to blossom in Oscar's mind. "Mr. Hasley, have you ever had an ambition to acquire that doctorate?" "Oh, of course, Your Grace. I mean, my lord. My wife is quite mad, is she not? Although, perhaps this is a breach of confidentiality. You are her lawfully wedded husband, and therefore responsible for her. Therefore, I feel safe in telling you that, yes, she is. Yet, you are in love with her." Oscar made a statement of it. The physician blushed like a little girl. "I fear you have found me out, my lord. Are you about to invite me to pistols at dawn?" "Quite the contrary. I believe that you and I can be of great service to each other, Mr. Hasley." "How is that, my lord?" "I believe you are already aware that this is an arranged marriage, and one of which I was not desirous." "Yes, my lord, I was aware of that." Mr. Hasley fixed his gaze on Oscar, now fully attentive. "Is it your desire to marry the lady? Were she free?" "Yes. What are you suggesting?" "I want to annul the marriage on the grounds that we have not had any carnal relations. I will want your affidavit to that effect." "Ah, that puts me in quite a quandary, my lord, since she has told me in confidence that she is perhaps with child. Even if she is not, I do not think that annulment works the way you think it does." I can tell you authoritatively that if she is with child, then it is none of mine. But what do you mean, annulment does not work the way I think it does? That is a two-part question, my lord. Let me answer the last part first. Not long ago, my mentor, the physician to whom the apothecary apprenticed me, was called upon to testify in such a case. I accompanied him, as I had compounded certain herbs for her that would preclude her becoming with child. As it happened, neither of us were called upon to testify because the presiding judge explained to the unhappy couple that there are only 3 reasons to annul a marriage: fraud, such as one of the parties having already married; mental incompetency, which would ruin both parties involved; or you would have to be impotent. Are you impotent? Is that why you are so sure that Matilda is not with child? No, Mr. Hasley, I am not impotent. Quite the contrary. I simply find it hard to warm to the lady. I might add that while it is a wise child who knows his father, it is difficult for a man to have relations with his wife and not be aware of the act. I can assure you that the lady remains in the condition she was in on the morning of her wedding day. Interesting, Mr. Hasley commented, regarding Oscar steadily. Mr. Hasley, how is it that you have come to know Matilda? Why, I met her while out walking one day. Then I was present at a dinner party where she made some outrageous remarks to the hostess, all the while appearing to believe that she was being completely polite. Somehow, this sounds all too familiar, Oscar said. What did you do? I know of a mixture of herbs that can help with these conditions. The mixture stills some sort of errant thought pattern while allowing the individual to function as an ordinary member of society. You should patent that, Oscar said. If it is efficacious and without adverse side effects, then it would be worth it. You give me hope, my lord. What is it that you have in mind? You will help me set Matilda aside as my wife, either through annulment or divorce, I care not which. It is my intention to settle on her a decent competency, so that she need never want. Neither husband nor lover will be able to touch it, so do not think to fund your own practice with it. But I am willing to stand sponsor for you to the university of your choice. I am not sure that reading Latin will make you a better physician, but I can tell that you have the milk of human kindness in your heart. That is a quality all too often lacking in our medical men. You will not be dismayed if I marry her. Not at all. My heart is given elsewhere. Why should I deny either of you all the happiness you might hope to achieve from being together? My lord, you are a prince among men, Mr. Hasley declared. Not at all, Mr. Hasley. I simply want to avoid an inconvenient marriage and to follow my heart to its true destination. Oscar thought he heard something, but when he turned around, he did not see anything. Mr. Hasley said, Did you hear something? I thought I did, Oscar replied, but it must have been my imagination. Both men looked down the corridor, behind the curtains, and even out the windows, but they did not see anything. They went on with their plans. Tomorrow I will approach the magistrate and make arrangements for the case to be reviewed by a judge. My intention is to settle a house and a competency on my soon-to-be ex-wife. It will not be enough to support her in grand style, but should you decide that her mental difficulties are more than you can support, she will never be destitute. I am also appointing a financial manager recommended by Mr. Jacobs to oversee the funds. Mr. Hasley nodded. It would seem prudent. No doubt, left to her own devices, she would make a sad mess of managing her affairs. Women are such fragile creatures, it seems unlikely that she would have a head for mathematics. That is one problem I will never have with Isla. She is adept at managing a household, and her grasp of arithmetic is excellent. Yet my father would have saddled me with this vacuous featherhead. Mr. Hasley, knowing what you know about the lady in question, What exactly is it that attracts you to her? Clearly, it is not her wit. The physician shrugged. Honestly, I would be hard-pressed to tell you, but I believe it begins with seeing her as the most beautiful creature I have ever seen. She will make a superb hostess for my establishment. I see, Oscar said. Well, personally, I prefer to have a little more than a pretty face across my dining table. As that might be, my lord, I am grateful. I thought all my dreams had shattered when I heard she was married. You have restored my joy in life. In that case, I am glad to be of service. Personally, I should as soon be wed to a wax effigy. Sooner, for an effigy does not talk. You dislike her conversation? I found her to be highly skilled at conversing. The physician looked genuinely puzzled. Ah, well, to each his own preference, I suppose, Oscar said, and the sooner we get our affairs sorted out to place the right person with the, right person, the better. Quite so, my lord. Well, I will leave you to see to your preparations, and I must visit my other patients. I shall hope to see you tomorrow to testify on your behalf. Thank you, Mr. Hasley. I will call the butler to show you out. I can find my own way, my lord. Or do you fear that I will steal the family silver? I can assure you that while my practice is not as affluent as I could wish, I am far from being so indigent as to make off with my clients' valuables. I did not suppose you might, Oscar assured him, although, frankly, I would not put it past the fellow. I am simply extending a courtesy to a gentleman in pursuit of a comfortable and pleasing union, so to speak. Quite so, Mr. Hasley ruminated, apparently satisfied with this explanation. Then I shall see you tomorrow when we sort all this out. Chapter 33. 1817, Isla, aged 25, 2 days after Matilda's accident. Isla was seated at her desk, copying out one of the crumbling schoolbooks, when Sophie burst through the door with Damien in tow. "Isla!" she cried out. "You would never guess what is happening next door." "Knocking, Sophie," Isla reproved her mildly, "especially since you have a gentleman in tow." "Oh, Isla, I'm sorry, but—" "We can knock," Damien said, tapping lightly on the doorframe. "May we come in?" Isla sighed and carefully set the fragile manuscript aside. "Since you're both already here, come in and sit down. I will ring for some tea. What is this momentous thing that has caused you to lose all your manners?" "That Matilda!" Sophie started. "Lady Matilda," Isla corrected. "However we might feel about her, we should always observe courtesy." Sophie stopped, took a deep breath and rolled her eyes. "You know, she fell off her horse and broke her leg." "Not strictly accurate," Isla said, "but yes, I knew. I have been considering whether a courtesy call would be appropriate." "How is Matilda?" Damien shrugged. "I really don't know. The physician was with her all morning, but that is when all the yelling and running about began." "I will not speak ill of her," Isla said. "I have scarcely met her. I cannot think that she is in a comfortable position. I would not want to be in her place." "You would not want to be married to Oscar?" Sophie asked pertly. Isla treated her to a withering look. "Connected to someone in an arranged marriage, especially after discovering that he is carrying a torch for someone else?" Damien seemed to consider this. "Is that why you've discouraged all your suitors?" "Among other reasons. Marriage with anyone other than Oscar simply does not appeal to me. Since he has made a different choice, I shall devote myself to my studies and to doing good works. I have a collection now of basic baby clothing that can be added to the poor box for anyone's use. The little garments make a nice change from working with heavy tapestry materials." Sophie gave her older sister a sidelong look. "Is Emily in the family way again?" Isla sighed. She had hoped, but she is not. If there is no new Bulverton to use the garments, then I will indeed donate them to charity, or give them to your sister-in-law, if she can use them. Damien shrugged. They've been married less than a sennight, and I'm not a fly on the wall in their chambers. In fact, I'm very glad that my rooms are in a different wing entirely. I prefer to stay well away from my brother's efforts at marital bliss. There was another light tap at the door of Isla's workroom. Without waiting for permission to enter, Lord Edmund boomed, "A wise decision, young man, and one you might take to heart, Sophie. Meddling in other people's marital situations rarely comes to any good. Will you stay to dinner, Damien?" "I am not dressed for it," Damien replied. "I was in the stables tending my mare when all of the excitement in the house began. I would be grateful if you allowed me to stay to dinner. Who knows what will be served at Faintham now that the focus will be on the invalid?" "I am sure that your housekeeper is a better manager than that," Isla commented. "But I think there are some spare shirts that are kept for new footmen. I will ask the housekeeper, or I can simply ask Jemmy, the hall footman." Isla rose and went to the door. "Jemmy," she called, "please take Damien up to the guest room and see if you can find some unassigned shirts in the storeroom, something he can change into for dinner." "At once, Lady Isla," the footman replied. "If you could walk with me, Mr. Smith." When Damien had gone with the footman, Duke Edmund turned to Sophie. "Not wasting any time, are you?" "Father, I find his company pleasing. Thank you for inviting him to dinner. The physician was at their house for a long time this morning, so I cannot think that all is well." "It does not sound good," Duke Edmund said. "Side saddles are chancy things, but far more modest for a woman than riding astride." He then turned to his other daughter. "What are we having for dinner, Isla? Will a guest upset the cook?" "According to the housekeeper, we will be having roast pork. The broken meats are intended to go into a pie tomorrow. So I believe the worst that might happen is that there will be more turnips and less pork in tomorrow's dinner." Perhaps I can go out shooting in the morning and bag a rabbit or two. I'm not particularly partial to turnips." "Thank you, Father. Neither am I." They both had a laugh over that, perhaps a little heartier than was truly warranted by the feeble joke. Then Sophie added, "And thank you for inviting Damien. I think he has been a little lost with all the fuss over Oscar." "And what about you, Sophie?" Isla asked. "Have we neglected you?" "Never," she said stoutly. She thought for a moment. "Well, maybe a little at first. But Emily filled in, and so did Jane. I've been all right. I'm glad to have Damien to dinner. It is almost like old times." Isla looked away for a moment. Almost like old times, but not quite, nor could it ever be the same again. Too much had been broken. In spite of one or perhaps two missing faces at the table, dinner was a happy, informal affair. The soup course was a rich meat broth flavoured with onions and butter. The roast was sufficiently large to have fed 3 or 4 more people. The baked vegetables were plentiful and sweet, with parsnips, carrots and potatoes, as well as the despised turnips. Apple tarts lightly dusted with sugar and some of the kitchen's precious cinnamon rounded out the meal. When they were all well fed, Duke Edmund invited Damien to the study for a brandy and cigar. Damien shook his head. "I'll gladly come sit down and have a conversation with you, if you will, but I'll drink water or tea." "My brandy is not good enough for you?" Duke Edmund's eyebrows drew together, and he prepared to glare at Damien. "Your brandy is fine, Your Grace," Damien replied, "but I have discovered that any fermented or distilled drink will loosen my hard-won control over my tongue, even the slightest drop, and I will say anything that comes into my head. I would not want to spoil a marvellous evening by saying something I should not." "Ah, I had heard that Henry had found a tutor who has helped you." "Yes," Damien agreed. Mr. Jacobs has done a great deal for me. It is my hope that when I have no further need of him, that a place can be found for him as a curator, or perhaps the head of a school. He is a genius at finding ways to help me control my nervous tics. Drinking fermented or distilled beverages increases the problem. They make it hard to control what I say. They loosen my tongue to such an extent that I have no idea what might fly out of it. If I were a betting man, which I am not, I would lay odds that the day my father burnt down a certain cottage, he was deep in his cups. Duke Edmund considered that. Perhaps I should take up serving coffee after dinner. I would not want to be contributing to my neighbour's loss of control. Is it served as an after-dinner drink? In some places, I am told that it is the custom. Perhaps the next time I am at the dockside markets, I will look for some, or simply send one of the footmen to locate a source of the beans. Chocolate might also be an option, Sophie put in. They do say that necessity drives invention, Damien said. If it helps you any, I have found that a simple cup of China tea does as well, or even a cup of stoutly brewed mint, and that chamomile is soothing if I am feeling exceptionally agitated. Duke Edmund sighed. My mother swore by the beneficial effects of chamomile, especially when brewed with hot milk. Perhaps we should send down to the kitchen for some. We have all had something of a trying day. Damien laughed. Do not put yourself out, Your Grace, nor your kitchen staff. Have your brandy, and I will have another cup of tea. Amiably, the two of them went off to the Duke's study, leaving Isla and Sophie to stare at each other. Well, Isla said at last, I certainly could use a cup of tea, or perhaps even a brandy, although I never saw the appeal of it. Sophie giggled, then concluded, It does seem we are living in momentous times. I wonder what tomorrow will bring. Chapter 34 1817, Oscar, age 27, 2 days after the accident. When Oscar rose and went down to breakfast, he was met by his father in the dining hall. Duke Henry glowered at him and then shook a piece of paper at him. What is the meaning of this? He demanded. I'm sorry, father. I'm afraid I do not understand. The meaning of what? Duke Henry thrust a written missive under Oscar's nose. This, it is from your wife. She says that you intend to annul the marriage or get a divorce, and that she is with child. Is this how you take care of your responsibilities? I have said nothing to her of my plans, nor, incidentally, have I done anything that could get her with child. That is not what she claims. More than that, she says that the physician is not to be trusted, and that he is collaborating with you to have her put away as mad. Do you want to completely ruin us, Oscar? By all the saints, father, none of this is my doing. Why is it always my fault when things go wrong? Because, when I dig deep enough, it usually is. Oscar, I am truly beginning to wonder if your brother, erratic as he can be, might be the more stable of the two of you. Oscar stared at his father. Damien is a marvel and a wonder. He has survived actually living with you. I only got sent away. I'm beginning to see why he begged to go with me. So that I could have two of you plotting, planning, and carousing? Oh, that would have been truly wonderful, Oscar. You managed to create enough of a stir all on your own, and to alienate your aunt in the process. Really? I walked her dog, put up with her foul-mouthed parrot, and even refrained from insulting that excuse for a tutor you sent. I sincerely hope that Mr. Jacobs did more for Damien than my tutor did for me. Your tutor had the disadvantage of a student who read things other than his lessons, and who spent his afternoons at a local tavern. Did you think I would not hear of it? Frankly, father, I really do not care if you heard about it. Those afternoons helped pass the time and they kept me somewhat sane. Is that what you call it? I call it stepping on the road to becoming a wastrel and beginning the process of ruining your family's good name. Do we even have such a thing? A good name, that is. Just then, the doorbell rang. Father and son paused their arguing to glare at one another while the butler went to answer the door. He returned with 2 cards on a silver salver. He presented them to Duke Henry. Mr. Hasley is here to see the lady. Oscar looked down at the letter that was crumpled in his fist. Is she likely to see Mr. Hasley? We shall all go up, Duke Henry said. We will get to the bottom of this in short order. I am fairly well fed up with this nonsense. They found Matilda sitting up in bed, dabbing at her eye with a crumpled handkerchief. As soon as she caught sight of them, she wailed, Oscar, why do you hate me? Are you planning to have me sent to a madhouse? Startled, Oscar replied, No, of course not. Nothing of the sort. Where did you get such an idea? My maid said that she overheard you and Mr. Hasley talking yesterday, and that the 2 of you agreed that I was quite mad. More than that, you were going to use it as an excuse to put me away. Mr. Hasley went to her at once. No, Matilda, my dear, nothing of the sort. Instead, we were discussing the various reasons that could be used to gain a marriage annulment. Why would you be talking about such a thing? We were only just married a week or 2 ago. Matilda began to weep even more, tears running down her cheeks. I don't understand. I would be a good wife. Oscar would grow to love me. I know he would. Mr. Hasley exclaimed, But, Matilda, I already love you. Lord Oscar has plans that will make it all right for all of us. Does he? Now, grumbled Duke Henry. I cannot imagine how he is going to do that, since either a divorce or annulment would permanently besmirch all your reputations. Besides, Matilda wailed, I am with child. I am emotional and upset and expecting. I don't see how you can be. Oscar objected. Not unless some angel or other has appeared to you and declared an immaculate conception. No one believes me, Matilda wailed. Oh, what will my poor babe and I do? We shall be cast out into the world, penniless and alone. From the door, the butler cleared his throat and said, I am sorry to interrupt you, Your Grace, but Lady Isla is at the door to make a courtesy visit. She has brought a bottle of restorative pork jelly, some buns of fine white bread and new cheese. She has also brought along her maid Jane, who has some experience in nursing the sick as well as caring for children. She inquires if Lady Matilda is receiving. No, I will see no one, Matilda wailed. I am bereft, abandoned. Goodness me, Isla said from behind the butler. How long has she been going on like that? She will make herself ill. I am not quite sure, Duke Henry said. I received a letter from her at dawn. We had just come upstairs to address the difficulty. I see, Isla commented, exchanging a look with Jane. She reminds me of Sophie when she has been denied a favourite treat. Indeed, Oscar agreed, relieved to hear a sensible, ordinary voice. May I read the letter? Isla asked. No, Matilda shrieked just as Oscar handed it to Isla. She flung herself up as if to grab for the letter, then half fell out of the bed, crying out with pain. Mr. Hasley and Jane moved in concert to catch the injured woman. Between them, they settled Matilda back in bed, where she continued to sob. Isla skimmed the short note, then looked from Oscar to Mr. Hasley. Is this true, gentlemen? Oscar sighed. Not precisely. I was under the impression that if a gentleman and lady had not, that is, performed the physical marital act, Isla supplied helpfully. Yes, that, Oscar agreed. I thought that if we had not, then the marriage could be annulled. It seems I was wrong, or so Mr. Hasley informed me. He then further enlightened me as to the only 3 reasons that an annulment might be granted. I then commented that Matilda seemed less than stable. Matilda glared at him. "Oh, that is marvellous, coming from a man who named his horse Danegeld and rode it to a lowly seaside dive where he is rumoured to have drunk and gamed away every afternoon." "Not a particularly sane occupation," Isla agreed, "and one likely to bring one quickly to ruin. But then, neither is it, perhaps, especially well balanced to spend one's time transcribing children's bedtime stories and stitching tapestries to illustrate them." "Is that what you did while I was gone?" Oscar asked, both diverted and amazed by this idea. "Yes, dear brother," Damien said from the back of the crowd that was growing around the door of the bedchamber. "We are all mad as hatters. Isla, however, might be the sanest of the lot since her occupation harmed no one. What exactly is going on here?" Everyone started talking at once, trying to explain the situation. Matilda started to cry again. Jane sat down on the bed and took the distraught lady's hand and patted it gently. "I am with child, and he wants to be rid of me." Matilda leaned against Jane and sobbed into the older woman's shoulder. "That does not sound very much like Lord Oscar," Jane said. "Likely to rescue puppies and kittens, he always was. But you can trust Lady Isla to get to the bottom of this." "Trust her." Matilda sat bolt upright. "She's the cause of it all." "Scarcely," Isla said dryly. "However, I am a little puzzled. Oscar says he has done nothing to get you in a family way, yet you claim that you are with child." "I am," Matilda sobbed. "I am, and he wishes to cast me off like an old shoe or last year's gown." "Well," Jane commented, "that is easily solved. Send for the midwife and let her examine the lady. Either she is with child or she is not. Mrs. Hubbard is the best midwife on this side of London." The sense of this was plain to everyone, so a footman was sent to fetch the midwife. "There now, we shall soon have the right of this," Jane said. "Come now, dearie, let us get you straightened out." The elderly nurse then looked at Isla, raising her eyebrows. Isla interpreted this to mean that the growing crowd was far larger than was good for any injured or ill person, and said, "Why don't we adjourn to the drawing room? I'm sure that we are exciting Lady Matilda beyond bearing." "Who would you like to have stay with you?" Jane asked Matilda. "You," Matilda sniffled, "and my maid." "Sensible choices," Duke Henry agreed. "Come along, everyone, let's clear the room." Everyone went down to the drawing room and sat about stiffly, saying nothing. By some miracle, the midwife was not busy and came right away. Even so, it was an uncomfortably long time before she arrived. Duke Henry, as head of the household, explained the problem. The midwife's face grew more and more sombre as she listened. "Well, this is a pretty pickle," she said, "but depending upon how far along she might be, I should be able to tell if she is with child. As for the rest, I'll not even venture to try to sort that out." "This way," the butler said, leading the midwife away. Once again, a dire silence descended over the sitting room. Oscar sat quietly watching Isla. She seemed serene, like a painting of a saint. Damien fidgeted. Mr. Jacobs, who had come to discover the cause of the commotion, leaned over and said something to him. At length, the midwife came back down the stairs. "Ordinarily, I would not discuss these matters in mixed company, but it would seem that everyone here has an interest in my answer. The lady is not with child. Furthermore, by certain evidence well known to me, it is clear that she has never been with any man. To cap it all, it is unlikely that she will ever conceive should she so engage. In a word, not only is she a virgin, she is a barren field unlikely to ever bear fruit." There was a universal gasp around the room. Mr. Hasley was the first to speak. "This must come as a heavy blow to Matilda," he said. "I would like to go up and speak to her." Oscar nodded. "Go. If she has affection for you, you will be her best comfort now. We will sort out the legal details later." After Mr. Hasley had left, Duke Henry asked, "Now, what will you do, Oscar?" "I am not quite sure," he said. I know exactly what you should do, Damien said. Oscar, you now have your grounds for divorce. She is barren. But what a blow to her, Isla said sympathetically. She will never be able to marry now. I am not so sure of that, Oscar replied. Her ambition for Mr. Hasley was one reason she threw herself at me. They seem quite smitten with each other. She thought that once she was married, she would have a title and be able to sponsor the gentleman in question so that he could attend a medical college. Does it work like that? Isla asked. Not precisely. I believe, however, that I can make contact with some of my professors and school fellows so that Mr. Hasley can go through the appropriate course of study and apprenticeship to acquire a doctoral degree. He seems desirous of it and already has a thriving medical practice. Do you think that will make Matilda happy? Damien inquired. I have no idea, Oscar said. Divesting myself of this miserable union will definitely make me happy. Chapter 35 1718 Isla, age 26, Glenwood Manor, 1 year after Matilda's accident. Once again, Isla sat in the back drawing room, stitching away, but this time she was working on her wedding trousseau, as well as gowns for both Sophie and Matilda. Her current project was a Mother Hubbard wraparound that she planned to use as a paint smock. She smiled as she heard voices in the front hallway. Sophie and Matilda were back from fishing. Once her leg healed and her future was assured, Matilda turned out to be an exceptionally pleasant young lady. Did you see the one that got away? Sophie was saying. I think he would have been bigger than the one I caught. I'm glad he got away, Matilda replied. Goodness, that would have been a lot of fish to haul back. The two ladies entered the drawing room. Sophie was wearing a mud-splattered smock over waterproofed boots. Her hair had come loose from its braids, and there was a twig in it. Her hat hung down her back from its ribbons. Matilda's smock was neat and clean, her waterproof boots had the slightest smudge of mud on them, and her delicate complexion was protected by a wide, shady hat. Did you have any luck? Isla asked, smiling to see the study in contrast. Matilda explained. Sophie caught this huge, ugly fish. I said we should throw it back, but when we brought it to the cook, he was delighted. He says it will make a fish fillet for everyone. I almost caught one, but my line broke. I think I am glad, for they flop terribly when they land. Are you sure she should be fishing? Isla laughed. I am sure that it would be more trouble than it would be worth to try stopping her. Besides, she enjoys it. As long as she is fishing in our own mill pond, she is completely safe, especially when Damien and Mr. Jacobs are with her. I am still trying to get used to that, Matilda said. You put so much trust in everyone. Not everyone, Isla explained gently. I only trust people to behave exactly like themselves, so they rarely disappoint. Matilda sank down on one of the occasional chairs, while Sophie kicked over a battered hassock to sit on. How did you learn to do that? Trust people to be themselves. Believe it or not, from 6 years of sitting about copying out old stories to keep them from becoming lost when the copybooks wore out. There is a great deal of wisdom in those old tales. Before we get all philosophical, Sophie put in, when is Oscar getting back today? Should not Parliament be through with his case? I'm afraid that will take as long as it takes, Isla said. While it is hard to wait since almost all our plans hinge upon the results of Parliament's deliberations in this matter, fretting over it will not make it happen any sooner. How I wish I had met you before I let my father and Oscar's aunt talk me into marrying him. It would have saved so much trouble, Matilda said. But would you have ever met any of us? Sophie asked. That is a good point, Isla commented. And just think what an adventure you would have missed. Damien entered the drawing room without knocking. Is it over? Sophie jumped up from her hassock. It is over, Damien assured her. and I have successfully escaped becoming the heir to Faintham estates, although it was a near thing. I almost had to demonstrate my uncontrollable tongue just to get out of it. But Matilda is now free to marry whom she will, and so is Oscar. "Will we see Mr. Hasley today?" Isla asked. "He and Oscar were in the carriage behind me and should be here shortly," Damien replied. "I think there was some discussion about stopping for a special license, since posting bans for the second time might prove a trifle embarrassing." "But," Matilda started to say, then stopped herself short. "Of course, we are going to play the game where you hide the acorn." Sophie looked puzzled. "A guessing game," Isla said. "An object is hidden under one of 3 identical cups." "What does that signify?" Sophie asked. Isla was saved from answering as Oscar and Mr. Hasley entered. Without preamble, Oscar went directly to Isla and asked, "Isla, my dear, will you marry me?" Isla pretended to dissemble. "Why, I do not know. You summarily divorced your previous wife, even though she said she was with child." Matilda turned around from speaking to Mr. Hasley. "But I only said that to keep Oscar by my side." Mr. Hasley laid a hand on her arm. "Of course you did, dear Matilda." At the same time, Oscar said, "Had she been truly with child, I would have recognised the youngster as my heir, but continued to pursue the divorce. Isla, you are and always have been my one and only true love. I know I have many faults, but you are my moral compass. I only lost my way when I was parted from you." "Of course I will, Oscar," Isla said. "Did I not tell you when we first met that you would be my husband?" "So you did," he replied. He took her hand and tenderly kissed her knuckles, then drew her in and kissed her on the lips. "I will be glad to be your husband, forever and always, my dearest Isla." 1719. 1 year later. Isla hummed to herself as she copied out the last nursery rhyme for the book she was stitching. As she worked, she kept one eye on the ancestral cradle where Elizabeth Ann Smith lay sleeping. It would soon be feeding time, and since Isla had elected to nurse her herself, there had been no need to engage a wet nurse. The book would be made of cloth and illustrated with embroidered nursery tale pictures that would be suitable for a child of tender years. Since neither paint nor paper would be involved, it would be safe for incautious small fingers. Isla worked quickly, using a dressmaker's blue pencil to draw the embroidery outline on a piece of fabric. Sophie stuck her head in without knocking. "How is the book?" she asked softly, not wanting to wake the baby. "Last picture," Isla replied, speaking in an equally quiet voice. "Oscar thinks that if I wish to publish the original sketches, there might be a market for more like this. But this first original one will be only for Elizabeth. I am sure that Emily would like one for little Edward James," Sophie said. "I already have a boy version in the making for him," Isla assured her. "Where is Damien? I so rarely see the two of you away from each other." Downstairs, speaking with Oscar and Mr. Hasley about the orphan village they are planning. It is not to be a giant warehouse for children. Instead, it will have cottages with a childless couple in each, caring for children in a normal family range. I do hope that works out, since Matilda does not have the obligation to carry and bear her children. She and Mr. Hasley are far ahead of me, and even Emily in numbers of small Hasley children. Sophie giggled. That does make increasing a family size much easier when you adopt the little ones. Then she sobered. But I am not at all sure I envy them their family. They have chosen to take in the sickliest and least adoptable of the street children they are trying to help. I would never have guessed that Matilda would be so brave or caring from our original introduction. The lady in question appeared at the door. Happiness does wonders for one's disposition, she said. But it is true. Taking in the neediest children means extra work. I am so glad of the nurses that Jane recommended. I would never be able to manage without them. "Where is the baby?" Sophie asked. Downstairs, with her father. Mr. Hasley is amazingly tender with the littlest ones. I believe he and Oscar are discussing her finer points and wondering when she will be old enough to play with the other children. Ordinarily, I would welcome another baby here, but Elizabeth is likely to wake up at any moment, and I do want to complete this sketch. Matilda bent over the drawing and breathed a sigh of admiration. That is so beautiful. Will it be Elizabeth's first book? It will, Isla said with justifiable pride. My daughter will be well educated, even if I must defy society to do it. I am sure that Mr. Jacobs will be glad to help, Matilda said. He has proven to be a tireless miracle worker when it comes to dealing with our poor little street urchins and their education. And so has Damien. I was so surprised, considering all that I had heard about him. Damien knows what it is to struggle, Sophie said. You have no idea how much he helped me during the years that Oscar was gone, and Isla was grieving for him. I am so sorry to have been part of that, Matilda said, but I am not sorry for the ultimate result. Mr. Hasley is all that I could possibly want in a husband. So patient, so kind, and not at all disturbed that we are unlikely to have children of our own. Unlike a peer who needs a blood heir for the inheritance, he says that he is perfectly content to provide homes for as many little ones as I can manage. How many now? Isla asked. We have 14. The oldest ones help with the littler ones. We have been careful to stagger their ages so that we can be a real family, even if we did manage to become one a little more quickly than usual. Just then, Elizabeth began to stir. Dinner will be in the main dining hall, Isla said. I will be down as soon as I have fed her and turned her over to Jane. Where is Jane? Matilda asked. There are some questions I need to ask. One of the twins has been colicky of late. I was hoping she knew of some remedies we could try. Mr. Hasley does not have anything for the poor thing, Sophie asked. Mr. Hasley has already tried all the remedies he knows. Jane has a lot of practical, hands-on experience with babies, which he will readily point out that he has not. I am sure that will quickly change, Isla said. Sophie, go assure the gentleman that dinner will be ready shortly. I will join you as soon as I possibly can. I can tell when I'm not wanted, Sophie teased. Come on, Matilda, let us entertain the gentleman until dinner time. As it turned out, there were more than just Oscar and Mr. Hasley. They had been joined by Duke Edmund and Duke Henry, as well as Damien. Mr. Jacobs was also present, as well as the wet nurse for the youngest Hasley adoptee. The wet nurse had brought her own son and was standing a little behind Mr. Hasley, holding the chubby little fellow. Lady Isla is busy with Elizabeth and would probably enjoy some company, Matilda told the young woman. Besides, I believe you had some questions for Nurse Jane. The wet nurse nodded, looking more than a little embarrassed. I can help you go up, Sophie said, guessing what might be the problem. Mr. Hasley, do you mind letting me carry the littlest Hasley up to the nursery? Not at all. Be careful, though. She is a charmer and will steal your heart straight away. Sophie laughed. I have no doubt. I can tell that she is going to be as beautiful as her mother. Perhaps not quite that beautiful, Mr. Hasley said. There are very few ladies who can hold a candle to Matilda. Perhaps, Sophie said. Then she went up the stairs, carrying a thin child with wispy hair and a body so frail that Sophie thought she needed a pillow to hold her. It was not until the child opened dark blue eyes and smiled that Sophie lost her heart to the little darling. Jane and Isla had just finished settling Elizabeth back in her cradle when they came in. Jane at once pulled out 2 dresser drawers and lined them with pillows and blankets for the visiting babies. Meanwhile, Isla helped Sophie make the wet nurse welcome, giving her the rocker by the hearth. Jane took the plump baby boy from his mother's arms and sat down with him, while Sophie brought the fragile little girl to the wet nurse. Poor little mite, the young woman said, taking the baby from Sophie. We've not had her but a day or two. It is good that I've enough for 2, or perhaps even 3. I hope that soon she will be as plump and rosy as my Nathaniel. Nathaniel giggled and tried to catch a feather that Nurse Jane was brushing against his cheek. He is a fine young man, she praised the young woman. You are doing an excellent job with him. Thank you, ma'am, the wet nurse replied. I do try, but I don't know that I can take credit for what nature has given me. Sophie slipped away, leaving the young nurse, who was quite new at her profession, to discuss the finer points of baby care with the older nurse, the one who could no longer feed the little ones in the natural way, but who knew a great deal about other sorts of feeding, nappy cleaning, and more. She was just in time to go down with Isla, who had been changing her gown. Emily, James, and their older children had joined the company. They all trooped into the dining hall and seated themselves without regard for precedence. There was a great deal of happy talk, of no particular consequence. Under the cover of the merry hubbub, Oscar leaned over and asked Isla, Do you know what day this is? Thursday? She asked. Today is the anniversary of the first time you told me that I would be your husband. And now you are, Isla said. I believe that proves that I am an excellent prophet. Or that you are incredibly persistent when you want something. Are you sorry? Isla asked archly. Not in the least, Oscar replied. I can scarcely think of a better outcome, although there were some very uncomfortable years in there. Yes, Isla agreed. I am not sorry to be done with that part. Nor am I. Do you think that Sophie and Damien are happy? More than certain. Sophie says very little, but there is a glow about her, and Damien almost never has a verbal tic these days. Do you think he regrets the amount of time Mr. Jacob spends at Mr. Hasley's new school? Not at all. I think he's far happier there than he ever would have been as a curate. Certainly, he was born to be a teacher and a planner. The cottage arrangement for the street orphans was his idea, you know? Yes, and a good one, I think. But I am glad that our daughter is unlikely to need a refuge of that nature. Indeed, no. Even, perish the thought, were something to happen to one or both of us. She has uncles and aunts to care for her, as well as other family. And there is a good chance that she might soon have a brother. Now? But she is so young. Is it not too soon, dearest Isla? A little unexpected, but I think not too soon. She will have her first birthday before her sibling makes an appearance. And you, dearest, are you well? Should we engage a wet nurse? I think not. Elizabeth is teething and beginning to eat porridge, although she makes the most dreadful faces over it. I should guess so. I tasted it one day. Is that truly the best food for babies? Nurse Jane says that it is. She says too much fancy food brings on the colic, but I think Elizabeth will soon have her say in what she eats. She had her fingers in my plate when I had lunch with her in the nursery. Another strong-willed young lady. Well, her mother has done well for me, and I believe her aunts keep a tight ship as well. I cannot say that I think it will be a bad thing. A very good thing, Isla agreed. The world is not made for women. Therefore, we must know what we want and be willing to fight for it. I thought more than once of going to Sidmouth, but I could not bring myself to do it. Would it have made a difference? Oscar shook his head. Aunt Clarissa would have found some way to keep us apart. Talk about a strong-willed woman. I cannot believe that I so tamely followed her demands. But I did. You had good reason. There was Damien, and your responsibility to the people on the estate. I missed you, but I cannot regret your steadfast loyalty to them, even though it brought you pain. Absolute misery, Oscar said. I should have stood up to my father. I do not now believe that he would truly have disowned me. But you can never know for sure. We are together now, and that is enough, Isla said. Beneath the table, they curled their hands together and watched friends and family as they sat together at the long dining table. All was right with their world.
Scan the QR code or click on the link in the description to read the next book in the series. Share this video with your friend or watch one of the following videos. Subscribe to our channel, like this video, and hit the notification bell to not miss any new audiobooks. Thank you for watching.